Full toss, chipped over Jason Holder, and away for 4 runs. That's the victory for South Africa. They continue with another win, yet to suffer a loss in this World Cup.
He finishes on 97 unbeaten, Bennett. A brilliant tournament for him. But it is India's night. They win by a huge margin. Zimbabwe gave it a good go, but 184 for 6. They finish on an India win by 72 runs.
Hello and welcome to Delhi, the Arun Jaitley Stadium. We've got a clash here between Zimbabwe and South Africa that doesn't have all that much riding on it in terms of positions in this competition, but there is momentum and pride at stake here. 2 teams from Africa going up against each other, who have at times throughout this tournament played some very good cricket. Zimbabwe fading away slightly, but South Africa through to the semi-finals, and they're going to have an opportunity to win this tournament, they hope, and go one better than they did a couple of years ago in Barbados. Now, in Delhi, we've got Natalie Germanos out there with the toss to bring you the team news and who's doing what.
It's the Southern African derby that's happening in northern India. And of course, for the toss, we've got the 2 captains, Sikandar Raza of Zimbabwe and South Africa's captain, Aiden Markram. Overseeing proceedings is our match referee, Mr. Javagal Srinath. The toss representative will hand over the coin. Please, sir, hand it over to Javagal Srinath. Thank you very much. And he'll hand it over to Sikandar, and Aiden will call.
Tails.
Tails is a call.
Bat?
What are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bat first. The reason being it's a day game, so, you know, and unfortunately with the injuries, we have gone with a combination that suits our bowling lineup as well, so we've decided to bat first today.
Talk to us about those injuries and the changes you've had to make.
Yeah, certainly, unfortunately, Richard Garava, there's a lower back issue, and unfortunately, we cannot risk that. Apart from that, Tashinga Musakiwe has done his ankle as well, so we do not want to risk that, and then a tactical change with Tenda Maposa missing out, Graham Creamer, Wellington Masakadza, and Clive Madanda coming in.
It's obviously a lot that you've had to deal with, and the Super 8's adapting to India, it seemed a bit of a challenge. Talk to us about that adaptation.
Yeah, certainly. So Sri Lanka served us really well, but what I can tell you, even though in the last 2 games we were battered, but the lessons we learned from there, we have seen the reality, what we need to do, how do we need to get better so that we could be a mid-table team in the next 18 months, and that remains our challenge. So hopefully we put our best foot forward and try and give the world another good game before we can set off home, and that's our target for today.
We're looking forward to that. Good luck for today.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much.
Aiden, how does that work into your plans, having a ball first?
Would have betted as well. The wicket looks pretty good. Been happy to chase so far in the comp. That's why we thought about it might be a nice exercise to bat first. But having said that, hopefully the boys can start well with the ball and give us a total that we can chase later.
You've already secured a place in the next round. So what is the plans for today? What is the goal you want from today?
Yeah, to continue doing the good things. This comp games come pretty quickly, and you don't want to give yourself any issues going into the real business end of the comp. So the real drive's to continue doing what we've been doing really well, tidy up a couple of points here and there, and take some good momentum forward.
Have you made any changes to your side for today?
Yeah, we've got 3. Quenna's in, Heinrich Nokia's in, and George Linder's in for today as well.
Is that sort of tactical changes, or is it just to sort of rotate players as well?
Yeah, a bit of rest for some boys as well, but also the guys have been working really hard behind the scenes and deserve a game. You never know what happens in the semi-final. If someone maybe pulls up, at least some of the boys have got some middle time under their legs. So big opportunity for them, and also a great idea of them to get a run out today.
Good luck, play well.
Thank you.
And the news from the toss is that Zimbabwe are going to have a bat first.
So both teams wanting to bat first. Zimbabwe winning that toss and opting to bright blue sunshine in Delhi, not a cloud in the sky, and an opportunity for Zimbabwe to get some runs on the board on a pitch that they hope gets a bit slower and lower as it goes on. So the 2 teams, Zimbabwe first, it's Brian Bennett, who's had a brilliant tournament. He's been a real find for Zimbabwe. Tadiwanashe Maramani at 2, Dion Myers at 3, Sikandar Raza, Ryan Burl, Tony Munyonga, the first of the 3 changes, Clive Madande, Brad Evans, Wellington Masakadza, the second of those changes, Graham Creamer, who, big, tall, strong leg spinner, is the third change, and blessing Musa Rabani, the big fast bowler who I'm excited about watching bowl. He's had a good tournament as well. That's Zimbabwe's 11. And South Africa, interestingly, going for 3 changes themselves on the cusp of making it through to a semi-final. We don't exactly know which semi-final they'll be playing in just yet because of run rate, but their 11 is Aidan Markram, Quinton de Kock, Ryan Rickleton, Dewalt Brevis, exciting youngster, David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, George Linder, the first of their changes, Corbin Bosch, Anrik Nortje, Kwena Mapaka, and Lungi Ndidi. And I suppose I've got Tash Farrant here and Ryan Campbell as well to join me for this game, and Matt Floyd a little bit later. Tash first, those 3 changes from South Africa, an interesting time to throw those in.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it, Finney? That was almost the talking point. We know that, you know, the result doesn't necessarily matter for South Africa going forward in this tournament, but that chat whether they would just stick to the same team, which England have done, haven't they, with the one change of Rehan Ahmed in the last game, and England have stuck to their guns with the same team. But I think I understand the changes to the bowlers, obviously giving Rabada and also Janssen, who have been Janssen in particular, who's been brilliant in this tournament, giving them a rest. So I think it shows that South Africa are really quietly confident, aren't they? They back all of their players in the squad, and they're making sure that, you know, as Aidan Markram said at the toss, anything can happen leading into that semi-final, injuries or tactical changes. So they're just making sure everyone in the squad gets to go before that the knockout stages.
Yeah, and Ryan, as a head coach currently with Durham and a lot of experience there, what do you make of those 3 changes? Would you have done it?
I probably would have, to be honest. I think South Africa have been absolutely outstanding through this whole tournament. And, you know, it comes a time when you can only get so much energy and effort into the guys not playing in the nets. You can only do so much. And I think they're in a wonderful situation where they can give some of their, particularly their fast bowlers. We all know how easy it is to get an injury in these high sort of impact tournaments. So, yeah, I like it. You know, I think Nortje, we know, is an outstanding competitor. Mapaka is a really exciting young fast bowler, you know, a lefty that gives them a different dynamic as well. Look, at the end of the day, I think we'll all agree that South Africa have been absolutely outstanding. If past World Cups weren't in the way, we would say they are definitely the favourites to win this competition. But, you know, there's still a bit there's always going to be nerves around a semi-final with South Africa. So to give their whole squad almost a go is actually pretty good thinking, I think.
Yeah, well, South Africa have been simply outstanding. Zimbabwe started the tournament brilliantly, winning their group, and they've just faded in this Super 8 phase, but really positive signs for them moving forward. The flags are out on the outfield, the hundreds of kids holding those flags tight, making sure that they're there for the world to see as we get ready for the anthems in Delhi. Let's listen in. South African national anthem sung proudly. Now on to Zimbabwe's.
we are ready to go then. A glorious day in Delhi, perfect for cricket, you would think. And once again, the Zimbabwean and South African fans are out in force, particularly the Zimbabwean fans. They've really lit up the tournament so far with their choreographed dancing in the stands. We'll see a bit of that later. Plenty of colour in the stands as well from both sides. I reckon it's around about half full, the Arun Jaitley Stadium at the moment, although it will probably fill up as the day goes on. South Africa, the only unbeaten side left in the competition. They are top of their group in the Super 8s, but Tash Farron, they're not guaranteed to finish top. They do want to win this game and just confirm that, because if you look at the table, West Indies, if they hammer India, which is a big if, of course, and South Africa lose this, then West Indies could go above them on net run rates. They don't want to leave anything to chance, and I'd imagine if you're South Africa at the moment, you'd rather play New Zealand in the semis than England.
Yeah, well, I guess we're slightly biased, aren't we? But no, I agree. They want to make sure they keep that winning habit. Obviously, that's what all the talk was before this game, and also sort of we were all wondering whether they go for the same team or they would rest some of their bowlers. They've gone for making those 3 changes, resting their big bowlers of Rabada, Jansen, then also the spinner of Maharaj. But I don't think that means that they're taking on this game lightly at all. That just means that they've got huge confidence in all of their squad members. But you're right, Matt, they know that Zimbabwe will pose a threat. They have been brilliant in this tournament. Obviously, they've struggled in the last couple of games, but obviously they played India and West Indies. They've also struggled in Indian conditions. They've won all their games in Sri Lanka, but in India, on the flatter wickets, they have struggled with the ball. So it'll be interesting to see how the Zimbabwean bowlers, which there are a few changes within that bowling unit as well, go against this unbelievable opening pair, in particular Aiden Markram, who has just been fantastic. He's led from the front with the bat. He said he would have liked to have a bat first, but the South Africa out there in the field, so I'm really looking forward to this African clash today.
Yeah, me too. Ryan Bennett has run out onto the pitch alongside Tadiwaneshe Marumani, the usual opening pair. Bennett has been absolutely sensational. His average, 277 at the moment. Not bad, is it? T20 terms. He's only been out once so far. He is having a tournament to remember. Most runs for a Zimbabwean at a T20 World Cup ever. And he's looking to finish as the leading run scorer in the whole tournament, but he needs a big score here if he's going to do that. He's going to have to deal with spin straight up. George Linder, one of the 3 changes. Left arm spinner is going to bowl the first ball. In fact, he's going to bowl it to the left-handed Marumani. And he's just going through his practice routine. He sort of walked up there, didn't he, and pretended to deliver his ball. I mean, some bowlers have a bit of a routine like that, don't they? Like a walk-through first.
Just checking the run-ups right. Can't be bowling a no ball, especially if you're a spinner, but he's got the new ball.
No, spinners bowling no balls in T20s. That is a no-no at the moment. Right, here he is, Linda. He's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Marumani. Down leg side, he goes back and works into the leg side, behind square, gets the ball past short fine leg, and that runs away for 4. Wow. I cannot believe that has gone for 4. This outfield is lightning quick.
Yeah, that was rapid, and that's what we've said. Zimbabwean bowlers have struggled on these flatter wickets in India, but their batters are going to like the signs of that, because that was just slightly leg side, back of a length from Linder, and he just sort of gets back and tucks it away to the leg side, but it just picks up speed through the outfield, deep backward square for 4.
It's about as casual as you get for a 4, I reckon. Just a casual flick. Here is Linder, again short, little bit of turn actually, and bounce. This was more an off-stump line, goes back and defends, and it hits high up on the bat by the stickers. Linder just dries his hand on the ground, and the Zimbabwean fans are at it already. Look at that, brilliant scenes in the stands. They've got the choreographed dance going. I reckon a few of the Indian local fans would enjoy this. Yeah, there's a few Indian flags in there as well. Oh, wow. He goes for a one-handed reverse sweep Maramani, one-handed. Have you seen that before?
Well, not
he misses it, by the way.
I have, but not intentionally, and that definitely was intentionally. He almost takes his bottom hand off the bat, and so he's just holding the bat in his right hand, his top hand. Interesting call that, because you wouldn't get the same amount of power with two.
Wow, will he do that again? This time he goes for a big slog sweep along the ground. Work to do for Brevis out at deep backward square leg, and they come back for two. Yeah, he got it wrong. The ball hit him on the glove and then actually came up and hit him in the grill with no great pace, so they didn't come on and check the helmet or anything like that. But I'm just thinking why you would do it with one hand, because you kind of lose control a bit, don't you? You could see that the bat wasn't particularly strong in his hand. He goes back and works into the leg side, too short fine leg for a single. Bit of a misfield, but they just take one.
Yeah, it was interesting. I guess when you do play the reverse sweep, that top hand is the more powerful one, and the bottom hand also just acts as a rudder, really, just to direct it. But that was an interesting call. I've not seen that. It didn't come off, but I like the intent as well. He's trying to put pressure on the spinner of Linda, and he's done that, actually. Maramani hasn't necessarily got the runs, but he does. He's more the aggressor, and then Bennett can almost build his innings from that. So didn't quite come off, but nice bit of intent from Maramani in the first over.
So Bennett on strike then for the last ball of this first over. Slip in. Here comes Linda. Tossed up, and Bennett goes across and flips him into the stand on the leg side. It was a lovely controlled sweep, really, but he went upwards on purpose. The Zimbabwe fans are up 13 off the first over.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot, because this is the match. They want the left arm spinner to the right-handed Bennett, but he just shuffles across to that offside. He knows exactly where he wants to target that deep square leg area. And what was so nice about that sweep shot, it was so controlled.
Yeah.
It didn't look to overhit it, but he just timed it beautifully for a 72-meter six. But a really good start from Zimbabwe, 13 off the first. And Linda only got the one ball at the right-hander, which he would have wanted to bowl more at, but then first ball goes for 6 for Bennett. So a brilliant start here for Zimbabwe.
I was going to describe that as a slog sweep, but you know what? I don't think that does it justice.
Sweep for 6.
It was a controlled sweep, 4-6. It was beautiful, actually. What a way to get off the mark. First ball. That just shows you the confidence, the form that he's in. And he's such a good timer of a ball, Bennett. We saw that in the Test match when he got 100 against England at Trent Bridge. And he hasn't really done anything too much different. He's just been slightly more aggressive. Here is the left-arm seamer, Kwena Mapaka, into Maramani, who defends off the back foot for no run.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing Mapaka bowl. Obviously, he was the player of the tournament in the under-19s a couple of years ago in 2024. He also played an IPL game before he made his debut for South Africa, so he'll be chomping at the bit to get out there. Obviously, South Africa in a brilliant position. He'll just want to make sure he stakes his claim, potentially going forward for the semi-finals. Probably unlikely, but it's good that he's got a game so far today.
Here he is, bounding in. Oh, that's a long way down the leg side. Well taken by Quinton de Kock. It's going to be called a wide. I think he was maybe trying to go for a Yorker into the foot, but he got his line completely wrong. 14 without loss. He played for the Mumbai Indians, didn't he, before he played for South Africa, which was a really left field selection. In fact, the IPL a few times has picked, well, not the IPL, but teams have picked sort of unknown South Africans. Brevis is another one. Here's Mapaka, and he's bowled Maramani. Leg stump out the ground. Maramani trying to hit him off the front foot over wide, long on, and he's just missed it, really. He was very full. Maybe a length where he could have got underneath that ball, but it skidded on, taken out the leg stump, and the first wicket is down. Zimbabwe 14 for 1.
Yeah, Mapaka just angling that ball in. He does get the ball to shape away from the left-hander, but no swing there, and I think it's just done Maramani for pace. He's a skiddy bowler. He's not the tallest, so he doesn't get too much bounce, and I think that's what's done Maramani. It's hit sort of leg stump below halfway up the stump. And what a start from Mapaka, who's only played one game in this tournament. That's his first wicket in this World Cup. And I think just that pace off the wicket, not much bounce there, nice and full. It's the perfect start for the young left-arm seamer. I was really looking forward to seeing him today when we saw those team changes. He, as you say, he's obviously already played for the Mumbai Indians, and he's a real prospect for the future. And it's great that we're going to get to see him today. No swing there. But after a good first over from Zimbabwe, South Africa strike back with their first wicket.
Dion Myers in at number 3. The bespectacled Dion Myers underneath his green helmet. And he's going to face Koina and Parker, who's 1 for 1 off his first 2 legitimate deliveries. And he beats the outside edge of Myers straight away, angled across the right-hander. Bit of bounce here as well, and it just went on with the angle. Beat him all ends up. It was sort of a defensive prod from Myers. And that's a good start by the left-arm seamer.
That is a beauty, the perfect length. As we said, not much shape to start, but he started that on the perfect line. So it just angles across the right-hander. And Myers, who has struggled in this tournament, did well not to get bat on that.
Yeah, he was reaching for it, wasn't he? This is wide outside the off stump, and Myers tries to take advantage of the width, but he can't. He mistimes this to mid-off for no run. Just looking at the replay of that wicket again, I think Marimani will be a little bit disappointed because the length was kind of there to hit, wasn't it? It was almost a slot length, but it was the angle that did him.
Yeah, I think the length he would be disappointed to miss out, but actually I think Marimani likes to free his arms, but that was really tight into his legs.
So Parker again, he goes past the outside edge of Myers once more. This time Myers trying to drive expansively through the offside. He started nervously here, Myers.
Yeah, just not much foot movement from Myers, and that just is a bit of a tell of a batter who has struggled. Top score of 28 against the West Indies, but other than that, not many runs at all. So Myers here just needs to get that feet moving, but it's pretty hard. Mapaka is getting it down nicely. He's bowling high 80s into his first over.
A rhythmical, smooth run up, and he bowls full. This is driven gloriously down the ground by Myers. What a way to get off the mark. He's been swinging like a rusty gate up until this point, and that is a gorgeous straight drive right out the middle of the bat. 2 overs done, 18 for 1. Where did that come from after those first few deliveries?
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. That was the fullest length that Mapaka has bowled him so far. So Myers didn't even really need to move his feet that much. Just a little press forward, just gets his head right over the ball there. That's a lovely shot, and that will give him some confidence. But just an over of sort of everything there from Mapaka. You can tell he's an excellent bowler, but he's still very young, so he may not, you know, have the consistency and the lengths that we've seen from Rabada and also Janssen, and just giving a little bit too much length there. But Myers will feel a little bit happier that he's got his first boundary away.
Lungi Ngidi, we have a change already. 3rd over, here he comes. Full to Bennett, who holds the pose. Nice check drive straight to mid-off for no run. Lungi Ngidi, incidentally, needs just 1 more wicket to become the leading wicket taker for South Africa in T20 internationals, ahead of Tabraiz Shamsi. I think he's kind of bowler that goes under the radar a bit, isn't he? Because you've got the more glamorous fast bowlers around him. Obviously the likes of Rabada, maybe Janssen as well, plays in the IPL. Pace of the likes of Nortje kind of goes under the radar, but does a fantastic job for South Africa in this format. He bowls this short and he's dismissed by Bennett. 1 bounce over mid-wicket, pull shot well in front of square, and again he holds the pose. That was majestic.
Yeah, that is a sign of a man in form, isn't it? Hits that not off the back foot, almost off the front foot. It's short of a leg, yeah, off the front foot, that pull shot goes wide of long on, so he has seen that length so early. And dismissing South Africa's pick of the bowlers as well, who probably comes into Ngidi probably comes into his own more at the back end with those cutters and slow balls. Will we see a cutter here? That one was pace on, but Bennett dismissed it wide of long on.
All right, will we see a change up here from Ngidi? No, he goes full pace, quite full length as well. Bennett drives on the up, straight to mid-off for no run. I'm enjoying watching Bennett at the moment because he's just such a nice timer of the ball. And when you saw him in that test match, you know, he was, well, not defensive, but, you know, he was conservative. And you just thought, well, does his game translate to T20? And it very much does. He doesn't really do much different. He just creates a few more angles. He doesn't hit loads of sixes. He hits some, but largely hits the gaps. Second leading run scorer at the moment, 287 behind Sahibzada Farhan, who's got 383 now after those 2 centuries in this tournament. So he's 100 here to keep up with him. There's the change up from Ngidi, very full. It's driven to point. Shai comes in at the stumps at the bowler's end. No run.
Yeah, and I think for a player like Brian Bennett, who he's not sort of a bludgeoner and potentially won't have the most amount of power, but actually he may have enjoyed the extra pace that he's faced in this tournament, obviously against India and the likes of West Indies as well, also Australia. So with that extra pace coming onto the bat, paired with flatter wickets and quick outfields, that is where, you know, you don't have to hit those sixes to have a high strike rate, and that's what he's done so well.
Back deep in his crease, there's another slower ball from Ngidi, sliced away behind square on the offside. Brevis comes around from deep point and they come back for 2, but already you can see with Ngidi's change-ups, they just seem to dip that off cutter. They have a real dip at the end, and he's got a couple of runs there, but he's much harder to time the ball, isn't it, when he delivers that dipping off cutter.
Yeah, and it's got really good disguise in it, because the slow balls that you normally see dip is maybe the knuckleball or the back of the hand, but the fact he's able to get that off cutter to dip, especially when there's probably going to be no movement off the wicket whatsoever, and it is that deception that's so good.
It's ball of Ngidi's first over again. It's that dipping off cutter. It's a full toss, actually, low full toss, but it deceives Bennett again. He tries to heave this over the leg side and it almost hits the Q end of the bat, dribbles out to mid-wicket for no run. So good end for Ngidi. His first over only goes for 6. Zimbabwe 24 for 1 off 3 overs. And we just saw in the crowd there another dance from the Zimbabwean fans. This time they're sort of not facing the action, arm in arm, shuffling along side to side. They've got loads of different routines. That was almost like a Poznan at Manchester City, but like a Zimbabwean twist. They've really added to the tournament, Zimbabwean fans.
They really have, and I was actually recently in Zimbabwe for the Under-19s Men's World Cup, and the crowds there, especially when Zim were playing, were incredible.
Here's Parker, second over for him, full. Myers can't take advantage of the width, thick inside edge, back to the bowler, no run.
Just the atmosphere that was created over there, and they've brought that to the World Cup as well, and they have been treated to some brilliant cricket from their team. Obviously they started the tournament with those 3 wins brilliantly, and the crowd have just been absolutely loving it. So it's great signs for Zimbabwe, obviously, if you have that support in your home country, and then they also follow you as well. Obviously we're so used to the likes of the Barmy Army, but the Zimbabwean fans have just been brilliant.
Slip in for Parker, good slower ball, real change of pace there. Off cutter, rolled his fingers across it, outside the off stump, spinning away almost from the right hander Myers, who just swishes at this, and the ball goes through to the keeper. Another dot ball.
Yeah, that's really well bowled from Parker, because it looks like Myers does struggle just sort of that 5th, 6th stump line outside the off stump. So he looks like he wants to go leg side, so Parker did well there, just to hang it outside off, pace off as well.
Just a good period these last few balls for South Africa. This will be a chance, possibly. Miscued pull. No, it lands safe. It was a pace-on delivery from Parker, pushed across Myers, who went for a pull, but he was really cramped for room. Got it high on the bat, thick outside edge almost, and the ball just spiraled over the running backward point and deep third coming in and landed in between them.
Yeah, that was really strange because 3 fielders ending up sort of 1 or 2 meters away from where that ball hit the ground, and I felt maybe Dewar Brevis at backward point could have gone for that, but just a lack of communication there.
Good luck for Myers. Bennett back on strike, and this is a Jaffa from Mapaka. Beats him all, ends up again outside the off stump. This one just back of a length, and he just pushes at this, doesn't really move his feet. Bennett just tries to defend, and he can't even do that. This is an excellent over from the young man so far.
Yeah, and you can just see on the replay there, he is holding the ball sort of in a wobble seam position, so that's almost in between seam up and cross seam. He's not looking to swing this ball, he's looking to push it across the right-handed batters here.
Right, what's Bennett got here? Here's Mapaka. Bangs this in short, and Bennett pulls him, not out in the middle of the bat, but over mid-on, who has to run back. Anrik Nortje reins the ball in right by the boundary, and they come back for 2. But again, good bit of bowling by Mapaka. Moral victory for him. And so Zimbabwe just have stuttered a bit in the last 10 balls or so, a few dot balls, but mainly it's been good South African bowling, really.
Yeah, it has, and they're realising that this is a very good pitch, so the way to go is to make sure you keep changing your pace, you don't get too predictable with that pace on as well.
Can he close out the over, Mapaka? He can. Hard length on off stump. This time Bennett manages to angle the ball into the gap behind square, and he gets a single. So Bennett's 15 off 10. Myers is 5 off 7. Zimbabwe, having won the toss against South Africa, 28 for 1 off 4 overs. And even though Zimbabwe got hammered, really, didn't they, in the last 2 games? The 2 games in the Super 8s, as you mentioned, in India, conceded over 250 in both of those games. Despite that, this feels like a big comeback on the world stage for them, doesn't it? Because they didn't qualify for the last 2 World Cups. This is their first World Cup, the world event, since 2022. Missed the 2023 World Cup, the 2024 T20 World Cup. And they've never actually got to the Super 8s before. They got to the Super 12s. It really feels like this is a big moment. Zimbabwean cricket's just been latent for a while. And this could really help them kick on.
Yeah, and they won't have the stress going forward of having to qualify for the next T20 World Cup. They've obviously got that automatic qualification now, so they won't have that stress of looking forward to the next T20 World Cup.
And Rick Nortje, the raw pace, bangs the ball into the pitch, and all Bennett can do is defend off the back foot, straight back to the bowler, no run.
And, you know, even the skipper, Raza, at the toss even said, you know, this has given them the confidence, even though they haven't gone the way they wanted to in the Super 8s. It's given them the confidence to make sure, I think his words were, to be a strong sort of middle table team. So just those 3 wins at the start, and also that, obviously, that huge win against Australia, that's just what a side needs to give them the confidence to kick on, as he said, in the next 18 months.
Bennett backs away from Nortje, who follows him to the leg side. Good bowling, and Bennett had no width. He was trying to create width, but he was cramped up by Nortje, and he defends out into the offside for no run. So he starts with 2 dots. It's amazing, isn't it, that Anrik Nortje can't even get into the South African bowling attack, because they've got so many tools, haven't they, with Jansen and Gidi, Rabada, Mapaka, Nortje, Bosch, arguably the best seam attack of the competition. Nortje's the quickest, probably. Bennett's out. He's hit him straight to mid-off. Hit high on the bat. He was trying to go up and over mid-off, who is in the circle. I think he was beaten by the pace there, really. Ball hit high on the bat. Catch taken by Aidan Markram, and Brian Bennett is gone for 15 off 13 balls.
Yeah, that extra pace, 90 miles an hour, that ball from Anrik Nortje, who hasn't had much game time at all in this tournament. But as you say, Matt, the extra pace, and Bennett does like to play the pull shot off the front foot, but that's pretty hard to do against 90 miles an hour. So, as you say, just high up on the bat. I actually thought he got a little bit more on that than he actually did, but an easy catch for the very good fielder Aidan Markram. And that's a huge loss for Zimbabwe, because Brian Bennett has been their man with the bat. Obviously, that brilliant 97 against India in the last game. So that's a huge breakthrough past South Africa. And Nokia, he'll be happy with that. Only played one game in the tournament. Took 2 for against UAE, so he'll be happy with his start. And it is just that extra pace that he possesses that is probably going to look to struggle these Zimbabwean batters.
Yeah, it's a real point of difference, isn't it? Sikandar Raza, the captain, coming in at number 4. Now, he is probably the most experienced of the Zimbabwean batters. Well, he is. And definitely in terms of franchise cricket, he's become a bit of a fixture on the franchise circuit, so he should be able to handle this pace. Here comes Nortje. Oh, wow. I tell you what, he did not handle that first ball. Nortje has banged that in, and that looked awkward. He jumped and almost backed away a little bit. Sikandar Raza, it's hit him on the body, maybe somewhere around the hip. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, yeah, he kind of jumps awkwardly and then chops the ball onto the top of his pad, and the ball goes over the top of the stumps and through to the keeper.
That ball was 88 miles an hour, but it just stayed a little bit low. I think Raza obviously was expecting the short ball, but I think that's...
He's Nortje batting in again, and this time Raza made room. He backed away because he wanted to create some width, and Nortje just bowled the ball fast and outside the off stump. He couldn't reach it, so another dot ball, but he looks uncomfortable here, Raza. I gave him the big build-up, said he's playing all this franchise cricket. He'll be fine against pace, and he's looked awkward.
Yeah, he has looked awkward, hasn't he? You know, coming in, that's probably the last thing you want. I think that his first ball's just hit him in that really painful region where it's in between the pad and also the thigh pad, so that one's
horrible,
probably absolutely stinging.
Especially at 90 mile an hour. He backs away again. He's followed by Nortje, takes a quick single down to mid-on. Good running by Sikandar Raza, but I'm sure he's quite relieved that first Nortje over is done and dusted. Very good over. Goes for just 1, and he picks up a wicket too. Zimbabwe 29 for 2 off 5 overs. Tash, you can have a think about how much pace you're going to see on this wicket, or we're going to see from South Africa in the next few overs, how much spin they will use as well, and then Steve Finn will pick up the commentary.
Yeah, there has been a bit of extra pace in this Delhi pitch. South Africa played 1 game here at this ground, and Arnott Nortje, he enjoyed the pace and bounce in that game, and he's definitely going to in this game. So I think Zimbabwe, they're probably not going to want to face much of Nortje with that newer ball, but what a start from him. Now Bosch is going to come on from the other end.
Corbin Bosch, another big fast bowler that South Africa have, starts with 1 on off stump. It's outside edge, beats the diver short third, and it will be cut off by a deep backward point. Very well fielded by Mapaka down there, I think it is, and keeps it to 2. 31 for 2 the score from 5.1, and they just have a conveyor belt of unbelievable fast bowlers. Their production line is ridiculous.
Yeah, I know, they're all so good. And also Bosch has been almost the find of the tournament for that sort of death overs, because they have a lot of bowlers who like to bowl with the new ball. Obviously Ngidi has got brilliant change-ups, but then Bosch, he's in the side as that all-rounder, but he's been brilliant at the death for South Africa.
Well, he's banged it in halfway down, and he's been hammered 3/4 of the way up the stand at the Arun Jaitley Stadium by Sikandar Raza, who moves on to 11. That ball's gone for 6, the score 39 for 2. The previous delivery had retrospectively been given 4 as well, so 4-6 changes the complexion just slightly. 39 for 2.
Yeah, great shot from Raza. He looked uncomfortable against Nortje, but this time he just shuffles across to the offside a little bit, because then he's just able to help it on its way round the corner over fine leg. And once again, didn't look to overhit that ball, just timed it. It's a very good wicket here.
Bosch short again, but defended off the back foot by Raza, back down the pitch. The Zimbabwe fans are in full flight there after that shot.
Yeah, they love that. They love that one. I think also in Zimbabwe, just for the 19s World Cup, they were cheering absolutely everything. Singles with the full dancing as well. So any boundary here today is going to be well appreciated from a crowd that seems pretty heavily in Zimbabwe's favour, just creating a really nice atmosphere here, in particular for Raza. He has really led from the front in this tournament.
He's got 11 from 6. And facing Corbin Bosch over the wicket, banged in back of a length and just nudged up towards a wide mid-on when Nortje does the fielding. Can't stop the single though. Raza moves on to 12. The score on to 40 for 2 from 5.4 overs, and it's hard to know what a good score looks like yet, but it looks like a decent pitch, doesn't it? They're not really stopping. Be interesting to see when the spinners come on, whether those bare patches do just create a little bit more turn. But certainly at the moment, if you slam it in halfway down, you're going to get met.
Yeah, looks like a good pitch. Also paired with a really quick outfield as well.
Bosch. Slip still there. Myers is on strike. He turns this round the corner out towards deep backward square leg off his hip. Nice safe long barrier piece of fielding by Stubbs out there. Keeps it to a single. 41 for 2.
Yeah, it looks like probably going to have to make sure they get a decent score on the board here, Zimbabwe, because obviously South Africa's batting lineup has been in unbelievable form, and then Zimbabwe's bowling, they have struggled in particular on these flatter wickets in India, so they're going to have to make sure after choosing to bat at the toss they get something decent on the board here.
Last ball of the power play. Raza's on strike, drives this firmly towards cover, misfielded for another nice strike from Sikandar Raza. That's a nice way to round off the power play. Good pace, 90 miles an hour. But it races away for 4 when it finds the middle of the bat. 45 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Raza. He almost plays that cover drive but off the back foot, but he's just got that lovely flow of the bat, hasn't he? And a bit of flair in that shot as well. So another good shot from Raza. Now he feels that he's getting the pace of this wicket. He did struggle in his first couple of balls from Nortje, but he looks like he's reading the pace of this pitch. That does look like it's got good pace and bounce.
Well, Nortje is the kind of bowler that, it's a drinks break now, so we have a couple of minutes to chat, but he just looks angry.
Yeah.
He looks perpetually angry, doesn't he? I don't think he is like that as a person, I don't know, but you hear him speak and he's quite softly spoken, but when he gets the ball in his hand and he's got that big moustache on his top lip, I'd be inclined to back away towards leg as well, I think.
Oh, absolutely. So would I, Finney. And, you know, he's not sort of slight of stature as well. He's a big, bustling guy, and he's got that long run-up as well. And he's definitely would be a scary sight when he's running into in your first couple of balls. And also, he'll have a bit of frustration about him as well, only having played. This will be his second game in this World Cup. So, you know, just that extra bit of fire in the belly for him as well, so proving difficult for the Zimbabwean batters. Yeah,
but certainly a point to prove. I think it just highlights the strength of the South African bowling stocks. The fact that you can say, no thanks, Anric, it's all right, you warm the bench. I think most countries in this competition would be jealous of the riches that they possess. So, yeah, they just seem to have everything covered at the moment. They were my pick before the tournament, but obviously with a degree of trepidation with their history in world tournaments over the last, well, forever. But I think that the way that they won that World Test Championship final should calm their nerves, I think, going into the latter stages.
Yeah, I was just about to say that actually as well, Finney. I think even though obviously extremely different formats, but you do, the South African side, there are quite a few players that play all formats. We'll probably see that slightly differently in different countries now, but for this South African side, they've obviously got people who won that World Test Championship in England just recently, so that will have given them confidence. So when they get over, into the semi-finals, and then obviously they're looking to hopefully get into that final once again, they'll have that slight positive thought of that World Test Championship to hopefully, for them, get them over the line potentially this time.
Yeah, right, the drinks break is done. The perspective Myers is ready to go. He's going to be facing up. It looks like George Linder is going to be bowling. He bowled the very first over of this innings. Interesting to see now, as the field goes back, how the spin plays, because the fast bowlers, even though they've bowled well, if they've got it wrong, it's come onto the bat nicely and offered scoring opportunities. So South Africa looking to use their spinners through these middle overs. Maharaj not playing today, replaced by Linder. Means that it's a good opportunity for Linder to come in and get some overs under his belt. Now, Richard Illingworth signals that is the end of the power play. We're into those middle overs, and Linder conceded 13 from his first. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Dion Myers. He's come through the umpire, his back of length, and it's cut out towards deep cover. There is a fielder there, and it's a nice sedate start, a single. 46 for 2.
Yeah, we saw that first ball of the game. Linda obviously a little bit leg side and the ball just raced away for 4. But Lindrazel, he's been in and out the side. He'll have something to prove today. Obviously Maharaj probably a #1 spinner, but if he does well here, can he put a few question marks in the selectors' minds?
Raza, 16 from 8, rocks back and nudges this into the onside. Firmly, though, off the middle of the bat towards wide long on. Another single added to the score, 47 for 2. And that's the motivation, isn't it, for these players? I mean, clearly, Rabada, Yance and Maharaj, they're 3 of their linchpins, but you just want to pique the interest of the selectors. And what have you got to lose going into the latter stages?
Pick up a 3-fer or a little 4-fer, then you're definitely going to put the question marks in their heads.
Myers waits, eyes level, taps his bat, rocks back and punches off the back foot towards backward point where the fielding's done smartly. But it keeps it to a single. Good diving stop there. David Miller, 48 for 2. I always say there's not a day of the year that David Miller's not playing T20 cricket somewhere in the world. Maybe the odd T10. But my word, he racks up games and air miles. Distinguishable stand at the end of the Arun Jaitley Stadium. Jaggedy. Linda stands underneath it, and this one's cut by Sikandar Raza out towards deep extra cover. Nortje does the fielding well, slipping and sliding his way away to his right. He'll keep it to 2 though. 50 for 2. The 50's up in the 7th over. And after 4 overs, it looked inconceivable that Zimbabwe would reach 50 this quickly, but they have, and mostly thanks to the middle of Sikandar Raza's bat, because when he's hitting it at the moment, it certainly is staying hit, actually. Anrik Nortje didn't lay a hand on that. He stopped it with his thigh. Raza rocks back and hits this firmly towards wide long on. Another single added to the score, 51 for 2.
Raza just looks so calm every time he comes to the crease, and he's come to the crease in that middle order where you have to adapt to different situations of the game. But every time he comes to the crease, he looks so calm, and he must be such a great influence as a captain. He's obviously played franchise cricket all over the world now. Such an important leader for the Zimbabwe side.
Linda to end the 7th. Myers pushes forward and it's inside edge onto his pad. It dribbles into the offside. It's a dot ball to finish, so just 6 runs coming from that George Linda over. He's gone for 19 from his 2. Zimbabwe 51 for 2 from their 7. Now, Tash, that's the end of you. We're going to say hello to you around the 15th over, and for the first time today on commentary, my pleasure to bring in Ryan Campbell. How are you doing, Ryan?
Yeah, very well, thanks, mate. How are you going?
I'm all right, thank you. I'm all right. I want Zimbabwe to do well here. They did so well in that group stage, and then they've just run out of steam, haven't they, here? But if they put up a good showing, it's something to take home and work into their future as an international team. Yeah,
100%. I think that's the beauty of these extended World Cups now, that we've seen almost the little guy. There's always been a story somewhere along the line. The last tournament was the Netherlands, and this time it's Zimbabwe doing really well.
Well, Nortje's back. Very mechanical run-up, steams in towards Raza, who drives this beautifully, steps outside leg and creams it through straight extra cover for 4. Lovely start, 55 for 2.
He looks in great touch, Sikandar Raza. I'm just interested in Zimbabwe. Obviously, they're using him at number 4, and when we talk about Raza generally playing around the world, he's normally in that role as a finisher where, it's just a one-way street. You're trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6, but here he has to use more of his batting smart, so to speak. So, yeah, just interested to see. He's obviously always going to try and hit boundaries, but look, he's carrying more responsibility at the minute.
Nortje starts that long piston-like run-up again, pauses and bangs it in halfway down, and Raza pulls hard for 6 over deep straight mid-wicket. Nortje bowling quicker, and the ball coming quicker off the middle of the bat, 61 for 2.
Bat 4, bat 7, who cares? You're trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6. It's just an interesting role, because I think, the more we watch T20 cricket, the role clarity of each player is being used, and some of these players, Tim David is one that springs to mind, who is used lower down the order in most parts around the world, but now Australia are trying to use him higher up. So maybe extending the amount of balls that these hitters can face, which makes it hard work for the bowlers.
Yeah, who'd want to be a bowler in T20 cricket now? 61 for 2. Nortje under a bit of pressure here. Raza waits, steps outside leg and has a big mow across the line against the slower ball. Del Brevis does the fielding inside the ring, and it is just a single. So Raza skips through onto 31. 62 for 2.
Obviously, you know much more about bowling than me, but for me in T20, if I'm a bowler, I'm counting down from 24 as quick as I can. That's my only silver lining.
It is certainly. It's hard not to have that mindset, especially with some of the power that some of these guys have. And how deep. We've seen some really deep batting lineups. You think of England in this tournament. Nortje over the wicket to Myers, down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Umpire Damasceno outstretches his arms, 63 for 2, but the depth of the batting is terrifying at times as well because of the lower order's ability to hit the ball and the way that they practice now. But it just means that those batters at the top can go even harder.
Yeah, 100%. It's the inventor of the dog stick is a lot to answer for with the old coaches that are spending a lot more time with the tail enders, and every bowler now wants to bat.
I think it was, I think Graham Gooch was involved in the inception of that. Nortje over the wicket to Myers, who drives without timing towards short extra cover. Miller does the fielding, dot ball. Yeah, I think Graham Gooch has got a lot to answer for there to you coaches.
Yeah, I reckon he saved a lot of our arms, that's for sure. But yeah, look, every fast bowler or spinner now wants to bat, and they spend more time in the nets. But it does, lengthen your batting, gives a bit of freedom to your top order and middle order. It's going to be interesting what Myers, obviously a bit more a calmer, slower sort of batsman, what his role can be here to make sure that Raza can be facing most balls.
Yeah, Myers is waiting. 2 deliveries to go in this 8th over, pulled towards wide long on. There is a fielder there. Stubbs does the fielding. He does it well as well. Taps that inside the rope. He'll keep it to 2, but Myers, who has now 10 from 13, score on to 65 for 2. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Myers has to try and be that calming presence at the other end, but he doesn't want to starve Raza of the strike when he's hitting and finding the middle of the bat so well.
Yeah, rotation of strike so important. He just cannot afford, with only 4 people in the ring, to be facing a dot ball.
Nortje to finish the 8th over. Bowls back of a length, and it's defended into the offside. There's a bit of a stop and a start from the batters, but they do easily trot through for a single. The score moves on to 66 for 2 at the end of the 8th over. Myers has 11 from 14. Raza has 31 from 14. Very contrasting innings so far. And is that something that you notice as a coach, even in domestic cricket, Ryan, that those guys coming in off the academy, and you have a lot up at Durham, a lot of homegrown players, that those lower order players are much more proficient than they might have been 10 years ago?
100%. It's two things that stand out for me nowadays in the modern game, and I hate to sound, because I saying that I sound really old, or I sound like my dad, but batting and their fielding. It's the 2 things now that, in the past we've all seen, fast bowlers maybe not so agile in the field. All that is gone.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Ryan. Linda round the wicket, bowls to Myers, who comes down the pitch and inside edges it onto his boot. It just dribbles back towards Quinton de Kock, the wicket keeper. A dot ball, but certainly. But in my day, when I was younger, in my day, now I sound old, and I'm 36. I just didn't practice my batting when I was a kid, and I regret it so much. You just bowled. I just bowled and bowled, and now I've got a couple of knackered knees and a knackered back. So Linda round the wicket. Ball short. This is pulled up in the air, but there's no timing. There's a fielder settling underneath there. Will he catch it? Yes. Brevis just holds on like it's a scoop of ice cream on the top of an ice cream cone, but he holds on to it nonetheless. And Linda has the breakthrough, and Myers, who was looking to break the stranglehold that South Africa had upon him, doesn't manage to do so, and Zimbabwe lose their 3rd with 66 on the board.
Yeah, that's a shame, because this partnership was really starting to build, and to be honest, it's almost a half tracker. He got into position, but just didn't get through on the pull shot, tried to hit it for 6, top edge, and only just holding on here, Brevis. That has not gone into the mitts very well at all, but he's done enough to hang on, and it's a big wicket for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Myers, he's done. It's looked as though, I mean, the sensible thing to do there is, rather than try and moose that for 6, is just nudge it into the onside and let Raza have the strike and make sure that he faces at the moment as many balls as possible. But he opted not to, and it was hit out or get out, and he is out. So Ryan Burl is the new batter. who's going to come in and support Raza. Left-hander, so it should be easier in theory for him to rotate the strike against the left arm spin of George Linder. Coming in at number 5 today.
And again, Ryan Burl's probably another guy who's better suited a little bit lower down the order, because he again loves to hit 4s and 6s. So these two, it will be fun if they get going, both of them. But again, Zimbabwe probably going one battle light in this match. Hence, the knock-on effect is some of their hitters are going to come in a lot earlier.
They're going to have to negotiate some good bowling here. Linder 1 for 19 now from his 2.2. He's going to be bowling around the wicket and through the umpire to the left-handed Ryan Burl, who faces up. This is full outside off and driven firmly up towards long off. Single to get himself off the mark. Zimbabwe 67 for 3. And it's been a good tournament. I think you're right, Ryan. The extended tournament, it creates a shop window for players and teams, and something to aspire to for the smaller nations. And the narratives and the storylines that we found throughout this tournament. Linder round the wicket, down the leg side, but off the pad of Raza. Dribbles towards square leg, no run. And we didn't have that huge upset, because I don't classify Zimbabwe beating Australia and Sri Lanka as they did as upsets, but I do think that we weren't far away. Nepal nearly beating England. It's probably the biggest one, the biggest shock that there would have been in this World Cup had they managed it. Linder round the wicket again. Raza rocks back and cuts this towards deep cover. Single, 68 for 3.
Yeah, you think about it, it's always the good stories, the associates, so to speak, and it was an almost tournament for a lot of them. You know, like you say, Nepal have got a lot of people talking about their cricket now because of the way they played, and again, to be honest, they played some matches that they weren't at their best. We expect that from the Dutch. We saw the USA have a really good tournament, unleash a couple of great batsmen.
Burl round the wicket, nudged into the onside by the left-handed Burl. They set off looking for 2 in the first instance. They don't manage to come back for it, so just 1 run added to the score to close out the 9th over. 69 for 3 is the score. Raza has 32 from 16, Burl 2 from 2, and Linder now has bowled his 3 overs, 1 for 22. But it's something to aspire to as well. There are people that we've learned about in this tournament that we didn't necessarily have all that much knowledge about before as well. Yeah,
100%. Coming from the associate world, World Cups are the pinnacle and trying to qualify, and like you say, suddenly an airy from Nepal has been picked up in the Pakistan Super League, which is a really good story. The Islamabad United lads grabbing hold of him. But again, there's knock-on effects. For instance, Zimbabwe making it to this far, suddenly the next qualifier, Uganda and Namibia are almost the big winners there.
Now Markram has brought himself into the attack. Burl steps outside leg and cuts this hard towards deep point. Mapaka's out there. Keeps it to a single, 70 for 3. Yeah, it creates opportunities, doesn't it? Zimbabwe qualify now for the next tournament, don't they? So it opens that door for another team from that region to make it through.
Yeah, 100%. And then you look at conversely, Europe becomes a pool of death, because Ireland, the Netherlands and Scotland all didn't get through. So only 2 of those can go to the next World Cup at the minute.
Markram round the wicket to Raza. Attempted sweep. There's a big appeal, but that pitched about 3 miles outside leg. There's a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end, and there is no run. And Quinton de Kock is usually outstanding at saying whether it should be reviewed or not, and he's half interested. Markram, the captain, because he's the bowler, really wants to send it upstairs, and he has captain's prerogative. Surely that's pitched outside leg.
That's about 1.5 foot outside leg, surely.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me, it has happened before, but let's listen in and see.
Decision is not out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Looking at the split screen here.
That's an awful review. I mean, Markram's laughing here and everyone's walking back to their fielding positions. To be fair, if I was captain, I'd be sending everything upstairs.
No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Been replaced by the bowler's hat there.
Look on ball tracking.
Pitching outside the leg stump.
Is that as bad as
stay with your
Nathan Lyon's
decision.
one against in
You're
the
on
heavyweight
screen
test?
signal.
I think it's on a par, yeah. It's on a par. That's the sort of review that you'd expect Stuart Broad to go to if he was captain. Quinton de Kock, he doesn't look that surprised by that decision. Markham round the wicket. A scoop sweep by Raza up over long leg. And we'll check whether that's gone for 4 or 6. My eyes couldn't tell me, but it was scooped nicely and timed well by Raza. And umpire Damascena signals 6. Lovely shot. 76 for 3.
Brilliant knowledge of where the field is. Fine leg, well, he's inside the circle, so he's got to go up and over him, and then there's deep square. And just the ability to make sure that you're hitting that ball where you want it. And the modern player, they think they can hit every ball for 6.
Markham again is swept by Raz, but there's not the timing out towards deep mid-wicket. He wants to come in and try and stop it, but can't. And it's dribbled away for 4. Mapaka thought that he could make that and then had to pull out of it at the last second because he couldn't get there for the catch, and a bit of bounce off the turf has taken it past his hands, and it goes for 4. So back-to-back boundary for Zimbabwe, 80 for 3.
A little bit more momentum. It's one of those horrible ones for a fielder. Do you want it? Not really. You got to try and look it because it's the captain's bowling. You're trying to make an attempt.
Markram floats this one up, full toss, hit nicely towards cover by Raza, but it's straight to the fielder where Brevis does the work and keeps it to a dot ball. 80 for 3, 9.5 overs. Just 1 delivery to go until the halfway stage, and Sikandar Raza has found the middle of the bat a lot in his innings so far. 42 from 20 he has, and Markram floats this up Yorker length and just dug out by Raza. Back to the bowler, and a sedate end to an interesting over. It's gone for 11. We're at the halfway stage in the first innings of this match. Zimbabwe won the toss and batted first. 80 for 3 is the score, and Ryan, a couple more thoughts from you, and then Matt Floyd's going to come in and take over from me.
Yeah, the Zimbabwe story, it's a good one. It's almost like cricket there hasn't quite hit the lofty heights of what we expect from them, probably in the last decade, to be honest. And this group of players, they found a way. They played so well in the qualifying stages, and they deserve their spot in the Super 8s. And you know, they're getting more and more games into young bodies, which is really important. And hopefully the story doesn't end here for Zimbabwe, because, like I say, I think they've been probably guilty of sliding back into almost against the best associate world. They've never been a guarantee to beat the likes of the Netherlands and Scotland and these sort of teams. But here they are on the world stage doing well.
Zingidi around the wicket to the left-handed Burl. He taps and runs into the leg side. They might come back for 2 here to long on. They do. That is really good running on a short boundary. There aren't loads of 2s around here, but that was hit perfectly, really, just dropped on the ring. But going back to your point, Ryan, actually, about Zimbabwe, I think most neutrals kind of want to see them do well, don't they? Because when you see the latent support that they have of cricket there, they've got a first-class structure, they've got a long history in the game. Here is Ngidi, big LBW appeal, finger goes up, full delivery to the left-handed Burl, who tried to clip to the leg side. Now they might review this. The South Africans are celebrating. What do you reckon, Ryan? Possibly going down leg or
That's
clipping?
as out as can be. As bad as the review from South Africa in the previous over, I reckon this one's going to be a wasted one too for Zimbabwe, because I reckon that's the slower ball again. It's dipped. He's tried to work it across the line. I'm saying hitting in front of middle and off, and cannoning into middle and leg.
All right, I think I'm going to guess
it.
leg. I'm going to say leg. Let's see, shall we?
There's a gap.
No bat on the ball. Very, very full.
Gap as the ball passes the bat.
Yeah, he was done by the slow ball there, wasn't he? Brilliant Ngidi dipping slow ball, so hard to handle. It's just a question of line here.
Ball tracking coming up.
Here comes the ball tracking. That's hitting that sort of middle and leg, and it's hitting leg stump pretty flush.
Please stay with your decision of out.
Ngidi slow ball strikes again. Ryan Burl is out. LBW for 5. Zimbabwe now 82 for 4 after 10.2 overs, and it just seems that they're losing wickets at bad times here. Someone's got to stick around and support Sikandar Raza, who's 42 not out of 21.
Yeah, 100%. The skipper's doing really well at one end, but he's just not finding someone to stay with him at the minute. That's another. Ngini's, that slow ball, I know you guys were talking about earlier on. It's probably one of the reasons why traditionally the South African team play a lot of fast bowlers in their T20 lineup, and that's not normally the case in somewhere like India. But their fast bowlers have adapted brilliantly to the conditions and the use of this slower ball, especially that Ngini has. And again, it's not a knuckleball, it's not a back of the hander, it's actually, he's got massive hands, which I've met once before, and they are massive hands, and his ability to wrap his fingers around that ball and put some, you know, side spin on it. It just, the way it dips is unbelievable weapon.
Well, Monty Panesar's got massive hands, hasn't he? He's got these really long fingers, and you say for a spinner it really helps, but those off-casters are basically spin deliveries anyway, so it must help him to get the dip. Here comes Ngidi. This is pace on, and actually beats the new batter Tony Munyonga for pace there. And I guess with that delivery, Ryan, you can see, can't you, the value of the slower ball, because then when you slip in the full pace delivery, often the batter's not ready for it.
Yeah, it makes your on-pace delivery a lot faster, that's for sure. And it's, look, there's good carry there. That's I hate to say it, that's almost Australian carry on that pitch. It's getting through to the wicket really nicely. It looks, to be honest, a beautiful batting wicket there at Delhi, and traditionally it is once you get in.
Well, Sikandar Raza isn't having many problems. Munyonga, second ball, he's beaten by the slower ball, and he just chips this. He was early on the shot, chips this into the vacant gap between sort of gully line and cover round towards point, but no one can handle this at all, can they?
Well, the interesting thing is that, you know, you before the game, I've no doubt they would have sat for, I don't know how long, but teams do now, watching over and over again. The analysts would be identifying, this is the danger ball. Let's watch it, and watching it on video. Let me tell you, it all stands for zero. Until you get out in the middle and actually see it in, you know, live up, there's not a lot of signals to say it's coming, basically.
Just got to watch the ball intently, and even then it's very, very hard. Once more, the dipping slower ball, this time on the full. Raza clips this to long on and comes through for one. He continues on his merry way. He's looked very calm. He's 43 not out now. And Ngidi now has the most wickets for South Africa in T20 internationals. He's got 90 in 63 matches. Goes past Tabraiz Shamsi, who's got 89. He's got one ball left in his second over into Tony Munyonga. Here he is. It's a slower ball, but into the pitch this time, outside the off stump. Munyonga tries to cut, misses, and Quinton de Kock collects the ball on the bounce. So an excellent over from Ngidi, 1 for 10 off 2 overs for him. I mentioned Tabraiz Shamsi there. If you look at this South Africa side, Ryan, do you think that maybe the one thing that you could say might be missing is there's no wrist spinner?
Yeah, 100%. You know, but looking at it, I guess this is the way they've gone. They feel that their finger spinners have done a really good job. I'm with you. I'm a massive wrist spinning fan, and I think the different surfaces, obviously, you know, you're trying to get a leg spinner in. For instance, in England, leg spinners and wrist spinners generally do better in the blast than the finger spinners, because they get more out of the wickets. Yet it seems in India that the finger spinners have done really, really well. So again, it's a weighing up that situation.
Robin Bosch coming in for his second over. He's worked into the leg side for one by Raza. He can't get much of the strike at the moment. Munyonga is now back on strike. He's one off his first 3 deliveries. How does Sikandar Raza play this from here, do you think?
I'd like to say smartly, but I've just got the feeling that he knows one way, that I think he wants to put pressure on the bowlers. I think he's still going to look for his boundary balls.
Munyonga still bat up, defends down the ground, smartly takes one, gets Raza back on strike.
And I think if he sees a matchup that he likes, he's going to go for it. And I think, for instance, Corbin Bosch is one of those guys that he would think that maybe is the weaker link out of the whole fast bowling attack, although Bosch has been absolutely outstanding. But when you're looking at Ngini, you're looking at Nokia, which one do you have a crack at? I think Bosch is probably the one that you're looking at. So, look, at the end of the day, Zimbabwe needed another 4 overs of Raza.
Raza comes down the track, meets the ball almost on the full, drives down to long on for 1. He's got an interesting style, hasn't he, Sikandar Raza? What do you think, as a coach? I mean, he backs away a lot, doesn't he, to the pace, to create angles. He's very unorthodox in some ways. Is that a good thing, or do you rather see your batter sort of get in line a bit more to the extreme pace?
Yeah, look, there's different ways to go about. What I can tell you is that he's an absolute student of the game. His conversations with people around cricket is really interesting.
Bosch to Munyonga, bowls him! Leg pole out the ground. Big celebration from Corbin Bosch, who looks serious now as he takes the low 5s from George Linder and Aidan Markram, who was angled in to leg stump. And Munyonga similar, really, but this time a right-hander, to the dismissal of Marumani from Mpaka, just beaten by the angle and quick enough to uproot that stump. Very full delivery. Just missed it, really, didn't he, Ryan?
Yeah, you know, you talk about techniques now. That's just playing down the ground. He's just probably playing that a little bit too square, just like the opening batter. Just not playing down the ground. You think T20, oh, I've got to rotate. Mate, the technique still stands for, you know, good batters can play good deliveries. You know, fast bowlers are still trying to bowl their best ball as often as you can, and you've got to be able to rely on your defence just as importantly as being aggressive. And Zimbabwe continue to slide, and at 5 for 87 are in real trouble.
To be fair, there is a lot of pace coming their way at the moment. You know, Norkia, Bosch himself can get up to 90 mile an hour, and just occasionally you just get the feeling that some of these batters are troubled by the pace. Maybe not so much Sikandar Raza, but some of the others, and that means Munyonga, the latest to go, 2 of 5 for him. Zimbabwe 87 for 5 off 11.4 overs. The new batter is Clive Madande, one of 3 players who've come in. Here comes Bosch, full length, defended by Madande, out to cover for no run.
Yeah, and that's the thing that, you know, when you're preparing for some of these teams like a Zimbabwe, and again, I say this from the Dutch, it's extreme pace is what you can't prepare them for. You know, you try, you do your best. You know, I remember we played, I think, some of our players in the Netherlands were coming off a mat and then had to face Jofra Archer the week later against when we played England, which you just can't prepare them for that. It's pace and it's really good spin are the 2 things that you just can't prepare them for.
Nice ball for Bosch, who's punched nicely off the back foot out to deep point by Madande, who gets off the mark, but he will keep the strike. 88 for 5 off 12 overs.
And again, you know, you're just hoping, and again, I'm sounding like a really bad coach here, but as a coach, you're sitting there going, okay, we're trying to prepare them, but we know there's a shortfall here, but you have to survive the first 10 balls. You've got to find a way, because once you can face it, you get used to it. Everyone gets used to pace. Batters can get used to pace once they face it. It's your skill set. You just start to move faster. You get into the groove, and you go, okay, this isn't so bad. Of course, you cop a couple around the ear roll, and you think, oh, yeah, I'm alive. But I've got to just hang in there, and it gets a little bit easier. And that's, unfortunately, in T20, you don't have a lot of time to face those 10 balls because you need to be, you know, 9 or 10 off the first 10, really, to get going.
Here's Quainer Mapaka, 1 for 9 of his first 2 overs. Gets a leading edge from Madande, who tries to clip him to the leg side. Leading edge down to deep third for a single. That was 86 mile an hour. So even Mapaka's a little bit slippery as well. How about cranking up the bowling machine? If you crank up the bowling machine to, you know, 85, 90, and you do that consistently enough, does that help a lot, or do you need to have a bowler running in and bowling that pace?
Yeah, you kind of, look, and we do, you try and simulate it as best you can, but unfortunately a bowling machine doesn't give you a cue of when it's coming.
Sikandar Raza goes deep in his crease, punches off the back foot to cover for no run.
And again, you know, sidearms, a lot of the coaches now throw really fast, to be honest, and trying to make them uncomfortable as you can. But again, unfortunately, there's no substituting getting out in the middle and facing it and, you know, doing the best you can. But Mapaka is an interesting one for me. I watched him in the T20 and I really enjoyed watching him as a... I think there's... Look, we all enjoy fast bowlers.
Mapaka down the leg side, that's going to be 4, a little bit loose. The line is just helped around the corner, very fine by Sikandar Raza off the back foot. He moves to 49 off 26.
Yeah, another good shot there from Raza. But just saying that, you know, fast bowling, there's obviously we all enjoy watching great fast bowlers, but I still think there's something special about a left-arm fast bowler, just because we don't see them very often. You know, the Mitchell Johnsons of the world and Mitchell Stark, obviously. But again, there's just something poetic almost, watching a left armer steaming in.
Here is one in Mapaka, and he defeats Raza there, a long way outside the off stump. Raza says, come over to my side, or he tries to pull him through the leg side, and the ball scoots under the bat through to the keeper for a dot ball. It looks like he's put on a bit of pace as well, Mapaka, since the last time I saw him.
Yeah, again, I think now he's in the system. He's working really hard in South Africa. They've brought him into their test lineup and into that South African fast bowling click, so to speak. And yeah, he looks like he's going to improve very quickly.
Well, that's an excellent slower ball from Mapaka. Gives Raza a big stare. Raza smiles back, but that really did the batter. Gripped, it was an off-cut and it bounced as well past the outside edge. Another dot ball. And
again, I know I'm harping on it a little bit, but I think that's why the fast bowlers of South Africa have been so very good in this tournament, that it appears that every one of them have a slow ball that they trust and they go to, and batters just can't line them up.
And Raza line up and Parker here. Oh, slow ball, this time very full. And he managed to squirt this off an inside edge out to deep backward square leg for a single, and that is a half century for Sikandar Raza. He's been solid all the way through this tournament. 25 not out v Australia, 45 v Sri Lanka, 27 v the Windies, 31 v India, but this is his first half century, and it's come off 29 balls, and it's the 17th time he's got to that mark in T20 internationals. He's such a key player for them now.
Yeah, 100%. He's, as we've spoken about, he's playing T20 tournaments all around the world now, and him as a player, like I say, he is a student of the game. We'll always be asking questions and chatting to people about his game and about their game, and picking up little nuggets of information. And like I say, I think he's now a staple of most T20 tournaments around the world.
Right, he's got extreme pace now in the shape of Anrik Nortje to deal with. What's he going to do? He's going to back away again, try and side him through the offside. He goes deep in his crease and tries to heave him into the stand over deep mid-wicket off the back foot, and this goes over the top of the stumps. Quinton de Kock throws his head back, almost says, how did that miss?
Well, this is going to be an interesting next 5 balls, because I get the feeling that Raza's going to try and hit this as far as humanly possible, and Nortje is going to try and bowl faster and faster and be more and more evil, so to speak. And yeah, these are the contests that we love watching. Fast bowler versus aggressive batting. Game on.
Yeah, Steve Finn described Nortje as angry looking before. Slower ball this time, beautifully played by Sikandar Raza, very full, about leg stump. He backs away, creates some room, and then just eases the ball between the gap, off the front foot, between the gap of mid-off and cover. That is quality and touch as well.
Yeah, he tried to outsmart Raza. All I can think of is that Major League movie about Ricky Vaughan. Forget about the slow ball, mate. Give him the heater.
I reckon this is going to be full pace. I don't think this is going to be a slow ball. Let's see, shall we? Here is Raza waiting, goes back in his crease, and he cuts uppishly down to deep third. Got a bit of width, one bounce to Ngidi. What was the pace on that? That was a full pace delivery, I think. He's off strike anyway, 99 for 5 off 13.3.
Yeah, it's this is the thing when you're batting with someone like Raza who's stepping aside and swinging as hard as you can. Fast bowlers get angry, and you as the new bloke at the other end seem to cop it, because you're going to be the one standing here now. This could be a bouncer or an aggressive delivery into the ribs to the new batter.
You annoy the fast man and then get a single, get off strike, let the other guy deal with it, which is Madande. This is into his hip, and he gets off strike. He just clips this down to deep backward square leg for 1. 2 more balls in this Nokia over. 100 up for Zimbabwe, 100 for 5 off 13.4 overs. Sikandar Raza has 55 of those off 32. Someone's got to contribute with him, otherwise they probably won't have enough here. As Ryan says, this pitch looks pretty decent. It's a short boundary. Fans, though, Zimbabwean fans, they don't care what the score is really. They are still going, chanting, dancing in the crowd. Here comes Nokia, pumping his arms full, and Raza backs away and then plays him down to long on for 1.
Yeah, been lucky enough to be in Harare and watching Zimbabwe play a few times against either the Dutch or even Durham. We used to tour there, and what goes on off the pitch is some of the most exciting and fun stuff you'll see. They love their cricket in the country. They've always got a smile on their face, and that's the little things that make these World Cups such a big deal. That when you see a little team like Zimbabwe, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit disrespectful there, but a little team going well on the big stage, their fans get so much out of it.
Last ball of Nokia's third over is punched off the back foot by Madande for a single. 14 overs done, 102 for 5 are Zimbabwe. What can they get off these final 6 overs? Thanks to Ryan Campbell, who's going to have a break. You'll hear from him again at the start of the next innings. Tash Farrant has come back in for these final 6 overs. And what's a minimum for Zimbabwe from here, do you think? I mean, 5 down, 102 on the board. They've got to worry about the wickets column as well, and someone's got to contribute with Sikandar Raza.
A minimum here would be probably anything above 150. That's going to be pretty tricky 5 down. But if Raza does stay in for sort of another 3 overs, then that would be on. I think that's still going to be well under par. I do think sort of a score of about 170, 180 would be par. It looks a very good wicket, but obviously you've just got to work in the situation that you're in. But if Raza can bat out at least 3 of these 6 overs, then that 160 mark may be on the cards. But someone just needs to stay with him. Madande's 3 off 5, but if he can just stay there for 2 or 3 overs with Raza, just be a bit of a calming presence, rotate the strike, get Raza on strike as much as possible, then can be looking for that sort of 9s, 10s and over leading into the back 4 overs here.
You do sense that Sikandar Raza's got a big over in him here. If he gets 6 balls on strike and he targets a bowler, feels comfortable against them, possibly even the pace, really. He seems to enjoy the pace on, picks up the short ball well. You do feel they've got a 20-plus over in them if they can get him on strike against the right bowler. But obviously it's a big if, and he needs to be there. So he's in a slightly difficult situation too, because if he gets out in the next over, all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, well, 130, 140 might be difficult. But it's T20, isn't it? You can't just go in your shell. You've got to keep taking risks.
And he looks like someone who doesn't look too phased by, you know, those 5 wickets down as well. I think Ryan alluded to it earlier. Obviously, he almost has one mode of play, but that's not necessarily a bad thing in this situation, because you wouldn't really want him to go in his shell, because if he sort of rotated it for a couple of overs, then he lost his wicket, then Zimbabwe would be in a more difficult position than they would be if he just carried on the way that he's going, 56 off 33. But he just does need Madande to stay with him, because if there keeps being wickets at the other end, that's when that pressure may mount on the skipper. So this partnership can build for 2 more overs, then Raza can, if he's there for the last 3 or 4 overs, that's when, as you say, Matt, he could find that sort of a big over, sort of 16 plus, and put Zimbabwe in a decent position going into the back end.
If you're wondering why we're talking for the last 2 minutes or so, just having the usual 14 over break as we do, and that is done now. And Ngidi's back, 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. Madande shuffles down the track. Ngidi bowls this wide of the off stump, too wide, and the arms are out from Richard Illingworth, so that is wide given. 103 for 5 of 14 overs. If you look at the bowling figures, Mapaka 3 overs, 1 for 15. Ngidi 2 overs, 1 for 10 till the start of this one. Norkia 3 overs, 1 for 23. And 2 of those guys have come into the side. There's so much depth, South Africa, in the seam bowling department. Here's Ngidi. It's that slower ball again, and that was a neat example of how much it dips. He smiles and laughs, Ngidi, because he's completely deceived. Madande comes down the track, tries to drive him through the offside. The ball dips at the last minute, goes underneath his bat, straight through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, it's that dip that makes this slow ball so brilliant, and you see he loved the fact that he's outfoxing the batters here, and he does look to go really full with that slow ball because of the dip, and actually
almost Yorker.
Yeah, and he would prefer to bowl a low full toss that dips at the last moment than anything short of a length as well, so really well bowled.
Here he is again, and it is that full length again, very full. This time Madande manages to get bat on this and glides it to deep third for 1. How does he get that dip then? Where does that come from?
Well, I guess it's potentially like a spinner as well. Obviously, he's bowling that off cutter, so his arm is going down the right side of the ball, and instead of it being around the side of the ball, it's slightly over the top as well. And because he's coming diagonally down on the ball, those revs in the air, that's just what makes it dips at the last moment. So with off cutters, you normally want to come around the side, but because he's coming slightly over the top, that's where he gets the dip like a spinner would as well.
Again, he bowls the off cutter. It's a wide Yorker length. He laughs because it's left by Sikandar Raza. It's an excellent bit of bowling. It was just inside that blue line. It's a dot ball. And again, as you say, it's right on that full leg. That was basically a Yorker. It's impossible to hit that.
Yeah, and you do have a sort of normal trajectory of your slow ball, so it's important to know as a bowler where your margin for error is, and his margin for error is going as full as possible, and he's absolutely loving bowling them, and he's almost bowling them as his stock ball as well, and the change-up is the pace on.
There is the change-up, the pace on. That's a good delivery too. It's full into the pads of Raza, but well run. He digs this out to the leg side. And one of the boundary riders has to come in from deep mid-wicket, and they come back for 2 there. Good bit of running.
And that is so well bowled, because, as we were saying, his slow ball, he likes to bowl it full, and then that field will be sort of in the right place for that full ball. So the perfect combination ball as well is that Yorker, because he's got the field, and he doesn't have to change the field for that as well. So that's a really good bit of combination bowling from Ngidi. He knows that he's bowling those slow balls pretty much 80–90% of the time, and then that change up will be the pace on, but also going full as well. Really well bowled.
Here's Ngidi again. It's a slower ball, which this time Sikandar Raza is equal to. He comes down the track and drives this in the air just over cover. He dives, can't get there, and it goes away for a valuable boundary. 110 for 5. Sikandar Raza up to 62 not out.
Yeah, and he is so good through that offside as well, in particular that extra cover region, because he does back away, as you said, Matt. He likes to give himself room to go over the offside, and this one from Ngidi just almost was in that no man's land. It wasn't straight enough to sort of block him off, or what he has been doing is hanging it out wide, so he's not able to reach those balls outside the off stump. But that one just outside off and right in Raza's arc to go over extra cover.
Yeah, it was a big dive from Dewald Brevis, but couldn't quite get there. Here goes Ngidi into the pitch. Slower ball bouncer. No timing from Raza. He chops this down onto his pad. The ball dribbles back to the bowler for no run. So 15 overs done. Zimbabwe 110 for 5. Sikandar Raza, is it all on him? Possibly is. Stephen Finn will pick up the commentary in a moment.
Yeah, I just feel that there is a lot of pressure on him, but it doesn't look like it's getting into the skipper's mind. You know, Ngidi has been South Africa's pick of the bowlers in the tournament, but that 4 there off the last ball was so important. And if he can sort of get 8 and over in the next over like the previous, and then he can find that big over somewhere potentially against Mapaka, he's probably the least experienced in this bowling attack, then that's when they can maybe get up to that 160 mark.
Yeah, that'll be the hope, won't it, for Zimbabwe here. 62 Raza has. Madande is on strike, though, to Corbin Bosch, who's over the wicket. It's a lovely check drive down the ground over the bowler's head, and it picks up pace, but not able to beat the fielding of Tristan Stubbs, who runs around from long on. There's 1 run added to the score, 111 for 5. That was an attractive shot.
It was very attractive. It almost felt like it deserved to go for 4. He held the pose straight as an arrow over the bowler's head, but didn't quite time it. But because Madande's just spent a little bit of time at the crease, he looks a little bit more comfortable as well. So it's not just on Raza, he also needs to get that strike rate up as well. He's 5 off 8.
Raza on strike, bat raised, big mo across the line. It beats the inside edge and the leg stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Dot ball. Now Raza has almost thrown himself off his feet trying to hit that out the stadium.
That's actually hurt my back watching that shot. It was angled in from Bosch, nice and full. And Raza, he does not leave anything in the tank, does he? As you say, Finney. He swung himself literally off his feet there. And Bosch isn't quite sure how that's missed everything. Missed the bat, missed the pad, and missed the stumps as well. But Raza, he's in one mode here, 62 off 38.
Bosch over the wicket. Yorker length, driven firmly on the full toss out towards extra cover, deep extra cover, and it's gone for 4. A nice strike by Raza, met on the full toss. Zimbabwe 115 for 5.
Now, I don't know what you think, Finney, but Raza is so good at hitting through extra cover, and even though Bosch is trying to go in at Yorker length for the base of leg stump, it's interesting that they've got that sort of conventional cover. Could they potentially bring it to a straighter extra cover on the boundary?
Force him to hit square, I think. Especially his mode of batting as well, as he steps outside leg, doesn't he, to create that space to hit the ball through extra. Raza stands a Yorker length by Bosch, just inside edged out towards the square leg region. 1 run added to the score. Raza moves on to 67, Zimbabwe onto 116. But certainly when you're hitting through extra, you're using the full face of the bat, whereas when you're looking to hit square it, you're trying to hit with half a bat, which is a win, especially if someone's hitting it as well as Raza is.
Yeah, and I guess that's just the sort of mindset that you need to have. You obviously want to make sure, first and foremost, you want to do what ball you want to bowl with the field that you want to have, but you do have to take into account, especially in T20, what the batter's strengths are.
Bosch goes across the crease, Madande, and tickles this one round the corner, scoop style towards fine leg 4. I mean, unconvincing and unconventional, but effective. Madande moves on to 9, Zimbabwe 120 for 5.
That is really well played from Madande, because he went pretty early into that scoop position. He was nice and front on, almost holding the bat like a frying pan. But Bosch followed him outside the off stump. So Bosch, to be fair, did all he could, followed him outside the off stump. But Madande did so well, because in that situation as a batter, that's where you might want to change your shot. But he kept going with the ramp and got it nice and square to the boundary.
A good over for Zimbabwe. Madande goes across to try the same again, but Bosch follows him outside off, and the attempted reverse scoop from Madande doesn't connect, and it goes through to Quinton de Kock. So 10 from the over, 16 gone, Zimbabwe 120 for 5.
Yeah, I like that from Madande. Didn't quite get the second one off, but he's just trying to make the bowlers do something differently here. But Bosch, who has bowled really well at the death in this World Cup, what he's doing so well is he's making sure he's got a ball in his mind, but he's also watching exactly what the batter is doing right until the last moment where he releases the ball. So he sees Madande going into the scoop position, so he hangs it out wide once again. So a nice little battle in that over, but Madande is doing a good job. He's only 9 off 10, but he is sticking with Raza here and just putting the bowlers under a little bit of pressure. I think also this is the over. Mapaka coming back on. He's bowled well, 3 overs, 1 for 15, but the inexperience, I think Raza might try and go at him here.
Well, let's find out. Mapaka round the wicket to Raza, starts with a Yorker outside off, playing a missed dot ball. Great start. I'm excited about this lad. It's such a shame. Well, it's a shame for him that Marco Jansen exists, because if Jansen didn't exist, the left arm pace, 90 miles an hour, able to swing the ball, got really good disguised slower ball, and he's put on some bulk, hasn't he, which means that pace will hold.
Yeah, he does. Obviously, he's still so young, played in that Under-19 World Cup in 2024, but you have just noticed that he has obviously been in the gym. He's bulked up in the last couple of years.
Mapaka to Raza, short ball pulled hard, bang, that'd be a huge 6 into the second tier from the middle of Sikandar Raza's bat, and after giving Mapaka the full torque-up treatment, he's hammered for 6, 126 for 5.
Yeah, what a shot that is from Raza. He nailed his Yorker in the first delivery, Mapaka. It almost was like Raza knew exactly what that ball was going to be, and he just gave Mapaka a little bit of side-eye there, just letting him know who's boss here in this battle. 88 metre 6. What a shot from Raza. That was hit with real fury.
Pressure on the young man, Mapaka. How does he respond? It's an outside edge. It's gone miles up in the air. Fielder settles underneath it, takes the catch. David Miller at backward point, and Raza's gone. Mapaka gets his revenge after being hammered for 6 over deep mid-wicket. The young man responds with the important wicket of Sikandar Raza. A brilliant innings, but Raza's gone for 73. Zimbabwe 126 for 6.
Well, Mapaka, he wins the battle. He's just been pummeled for a huge 6 over mid-wicket in the previous delivery, but this time going nice and full, straight and fast. Raza looking to go through the leg side. Just gets that outside edge. So really well bowled from the young bowler who we were just bigging up, Finney. But what an innings from Raza once again. 73, a great strike rate as well. He has been so important for Zimbabwe in this World Cup and also in this game. But that is a huge wicket for South Africa. Just feel that now 6 wickets down, they're going to go in for the kill here. Zimbabwe without their skipper out in the middle, are they going to play these last couple of overs?
Well, Brad Evans is the new batter. He actually hit some huge 6s against the West Indies last week. Really did come in, and it was a losing cause because they were chasing so many runs, but he came in and had some fun. So he's able to clear the ropes, but he's going to be in the face of some good bowling here. Mapaka, it looked like he just took a bit off that, but when you watch the replay, it was a seam-up pace on delivery, but Raza was through the shot early. So I'd like to see that again, actually, but it certainly was strangely through the shot early, wasn't he?
Yeah, I thought it looked like a slow ball as well, but it didn't look like it on the replay.
Mapaka round the wicket, beats the edge of Evans' dot ball.
Yeah,
this is the lovely feeling, because you've got the danger man out, and now you've got a number 8 coming to the crease, hasn't faced many balls. Just a lovely finish to your spell.
Yeah, and that just shows, you know, it was a very small period of play, but just shows the little bit of fight that Mapaka has as a young lad as well, because he got that was a huge 6 from Raza.
And then stared down by Raza as well.
And
Raza
stared down as well, but just to have the composure, just to come back with that next ball and pick up the wicket.
Mapaka round the wicket, Yorker length, playing a miss again by Evans, dot ball.
And also he showed us that he's got really good skills as well. He's obviously got that left arm angle, didn't get the swing today up top, but we've seen some good Yorkers like that previous delivery, and he also himself has got a really good off cutter as well, and he's bowled that slow ball at the right time as well. Looks like he's got a good understanding of when to bowl which delivery, so he's got the pace, he's got the left arm, and it looks like he's got some skills up his sleeve as well.
Well, he's going to be finishing his allocation here. 2 for 21 from 3.5 for Mapaka, who bowls a cutter into the pitch, and Evans is through the shot way too early. And it's 3 dot balls to complete his allocation. Well bowled, young man. 2 for 21 from his 4 overs into the team at the expense of Kagiso Rabada or Marco Jansen, depends how you look at it. But he's in and he's made his mark on the tournament. Zimbabwe at the end of the 17th, 126 for 6.
Yeah, he's bowled really well today. Obviously, we said why. He's used his pace, he's used his skills, but really important for him, and I think Ryan alluded to it at the start of play, actually. I was a little bit maybe surprised that South Africa had changed it up for today, but as Ryan said before, it's really hard to keep the spirits high of those players that, have only played sort of 1 or 2 games in the tournament, and that will leave Mapaka. He probably won't come back in the semi-final, but he'll be feeling more positive.
Nortje playing a miss outside off to Madande to begin the 18th over, dot ball. We're looking at the stats from the tournament, and Kakisa Rabada, amazing bowler, he bowls the hard overs, but he's only took 4 wickets in this tournament so far. His economy rate's 8 and over, which is acceptable if you're bowling the hard overs, but it's not groundbreaking, and averaging just under 50. So
are you dropping him?
What is there a conversation to be had? That's the question I'm asking.
And that's what these players who haven't played much, like Nortje and also Mapaka, that's what they need to do in this game.
Nortje full of a length, driven beautifully by Madande through wide mid off for 4 runs. It's like something out of a test match, slightly over pitch, bang for 4, 130 for 6.
Yeah, what a shot there. That was brilliant, because the pace of Nortje, he has troubled a few of the Zimbabwean batters today. As you say, Finny, that's just a beautiful shot, just showing that in T20 cricket, don't have to bludgeon the ball, in particular on these really quick Indian outfields. You can get it past that inner ring, and it's pretty much 4 every single time.
It's a lovely feeling. Madande moves on to 13. Nortje, big long run up, pumping knees, comes in, slower ball, leg cutter, hacked into the onside by Madande. There is a short mid-wicket fielder where Brevis collects, tumbling away to his left, keeps it to a single, 131 for 6. And Zimbabwe, I mean, a lot depending on Sikandar Raza there, didn't it? It felt, but just think, you give yourself a fighting chance. They scored 10 and over here for the next 2.5 overs. It gets them somewhere near 160. If it does slow up, like they spoke about, they want to bat first and make the most of the day, the daylight, make the most of this beating sunshine on this surface, see if it does slow up for the spin. Graham Creamer back into the team. Masakadza too. Gives themselves a fighting chance in this game. Nortje, angry face, concentrating, bangs one in halfway down, but a slower ball, and Evans attempted scoop. Can only scoop thin air, dot ball.
Yeah, and it will be interesting because they do have a bit more spin than obviously South Africa, just with George Linder and obviously Markram's bowled 1 over as well, but Lind and Markram they bowl at that quicker pace, whereas the Zimbabwean spinners, they will give it maybe a little bit more air as well. So it'll be interesting to see, will it slow up in that second innings? You do feel they're quite a way off par here, but if they can stumble up to that 150, 160 mark, it's something to bowl at, in particular for their slower spinners, which we've not seen on this wicket so far.
Nortje over the wicket to Evans, who stands and thrashes this into the onside towards deep mid-wicket, but no real timing. Brevis does the fielding. 1 run added to the score, 132 for 6. 1 delivery to go in the 18th over. And actually, for Delhi, the square's really lush. So you think of India, you think of subcontinental pitches, you see in your mind these dry, bare surfaces, but actually Delhi, a lot of grass across the square, so the ball maybe not getting as cut up as it might do in other parts of the country, therefore meaning the ball stays harder and firmer for longer throughout the innings. Nortje, that was a proper bouncer, slammed into Madande. The square leg umpire, who is at point, has said nothing doing, so gives that a dot ball to finish the 4. So, or Nortje's 4, he's 1 for 29 from his 4 overs. Not as emphatic a performance as Mapaka, but a good performance nonetheless. 18 overs gone, Zimbabwe 132 for 6. Madande has 14 from 14, and Evans 1 from 5. In a dream world, 160 is the utopia, isn't it? But with 150 looking more realistic now.
Yeah, I think so. And, that will be, we think, under par. Obviously, it looks a really good wicket. And as you say, Finney, a really lush, quick outfield as well. And the ball staying a little bit harder. But if they can stumble up to 150.
And Guidi starts with a shoulder-high slower ball. It's been top-edged out towards fine leg, but Linder does the catching. And I'd imagine that's going to be given no ball. And Evans is top-edged that towards short, fine leg. Going to have a look upstairs. The catch was taken cleanly, but it was so clearly a no ball up over the waist. Matt Floyd saying he's not so sure. It dips, doesn't it? It was a slower
Yeah.
ball, so it dips. But if I'm an umpire here, it's a no ball, go and bowl it again.
I think, well, in the Women's World Cup in October, they had that technology where
measurement.
where you have every batter's height, and then you know exactly where that waist measurement is. So I'm sure that that's what the TV umpire will be using here, just to see if that was below or above that waist height.
Talking about earlier, I think it was you, Tash, talking about his slow ball. He has the ability to try and go fuller because of that dip.
Looking at the graphics.
Tried to go too full. We're going to have a look with the TV umpire here to see where this has travelled past the waist of Brad Evans. Yes. Nipple high, that one.
Original decision was a fair delivery, calculated decision.
I mean, it's saying
was
it's
a
only
no ball.
12 centimetres above his waist. He is crouched when he's playing the shot. And it was an attempted pull, but clearly above the
Pure
waist.
on-screen signal, no ball.
Signal no ball. Richard Illingworth outstretches his left arm, so Lungi Ngidi is going to have to bowl that one again. I mean, the annoying thing for Evans is he's not going to be on strike for it.
It's fuming.
It's going to be at the other end. Now, there is confusion about who faces here.
Yeah, that's the first one that Ngidi, probably in the whole tournament, that dipping off slower ball off cutter that he's got wrong. But as you say, Finney was trying to go in at probably that Yorker length, but just slips out. The ball slips out from his hands just at the wrong time.
Okay, I'm going to commentate this ball and then explain what's happened. So, first ball, the over, indeed, free hit wide, slower ball, playing a miss, and inside the wide line, so it's a dot ball. So, the first delivery was a no ball above the waist, and it was caught by the short fine leg fielder. So the batters did change ends, but because the catch was caught, the ball is dead. So therefore, just the run for the no ball is put onto the score for the first delivery. And then Ngidi bowled the second delivery to Evans, and that dipping slower ball pitches on the blue wide line. So perfectly executed. Ngidi's got away with it. The game can continue. 133 for 6, 18.1 overs gone. Evans on strike to Lungi Ndidi. The length ball arcing in past the inside edge. Dot ball.
I'm glad we've got you here, Finney, because I hadn't got a clue what went on there. So.
Well, I hope it was succinct enough. It felt a bit waffly, but that is what's happened.
That was well, everyone was sort of confused about who was going to be facing that next ball there. But Ngidi, after that first no ball, he's just bowled two of the perfect slow ball off cutters as well. So just a little mistake from him with the first ball, but he's just come back to his best here.
Ndidi over the wicket to Evans. Slow, wide, and hit firmly up over extra cover. That'll go all the way for 6. Beautiful strike from Brad Evans, who'd been flailing in his 9 deliveries up to that point, but lashes a 6 up over extra cover. 139 for 6.
Well, Evans, what a beautiful shot over extra cover, but he was berating himself after he hit that 6. He's still so fuming at himself that he missed out on that no ball free hit and then the couple of balls after. But Ngidi once again going for the pace-off option. Hasn't really changed it up much, but Evans, he's got a good feel of that pace now. That's a beautiful shot over extra cover.
Ngidi, what will his response be to Evans? Pace on Yorker, inside edge, out towards short fine leg. Quinton de Kock fields with his foot. 1 run added to the score. Evans on to 8. Zimbabwe 140 for 6. So, like, bowling, seeing a cartwheeling stump to me is the most beautiful thing for a bowler. So if I go to bed at night and I think about bowling, which is infrequently, and I'm lying there and I think of the times that I made the stump cartwheel and I'm like, oh, that makes me feel happy. I think the batting equivalent is an inside out up over extra cover for 6.
Yeah,
it doesn't get better than that.
I'm going to throw another one in the ring. An on drive.
Yes, Ngidi, slower ball, full outside off, and one hand off the bat. Madande hits this out towards deep mid wicket. Linda comes in, does the fielding, can't stop it being 2 though. 142 for 6, 18.5 overs gone.
Just holding the I mean, that's because I never hit that shot. I could only hit it on the offside, so maybe that's why I favour that sort of, just the punch down the ground that just sails for 6 over mid-on. I think that's a beauty.
I'll give that one to you.
But I think over extra cover is nice as well.
Yeah. I think I did that once in my career, and I've still got the clip on my phone.
So you don't go to bed thinking about cartwheeling stumps. You go to bed thinking about your shot over extra cover.
Yes, yeah, frequently. Ngidi To close out the 19th over, wide of the crease, slower ball, one hand off the bat again, out towards long on, will it be caught? No, drops 5 yards short of Tristan Stubbs running in. From there, Madande retains the strike for the next over. He moves on to 17. Zimbabwe with 1 over to go in Delhi, 143 for 6, and Ngidi slaps his wrist, ruining his misexecution off the very first delivery, but a fairly decent outing for him, 1 for 29 from his 4. Now, 150 is definitely in sight, should be doable easily, but 155, 160, still the dream here for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, if they can try and hit this over for at least double figures, then if they can just get that over that psychological battle of over 150, I feel that they've had a pretty good finish here, in particular when they lost Raza. Madande has almost taken over that lead role. He's going to be facing up in the last over against Bosch, who has been really good at the death for South Africa. So he'll look to go for those Yorkers and chuck a couple of slur balls in there as well. So Madande can just get deep in his crease here.
Bosch to Madande then to finish this. It's hit firmly down the ground. Lovely shot. It's gone directly past the stumps. Will it split the fielders down there at long on and long off? No, but the batters do manage to come back for 2. Madande adds 2 to his score. I've lost my train of thought because we've been interrupted by a slow motion montage of players doing headshots, but we love it anyway. 145 for 6, 19.1 overs gone. Madande has 19. Bosch 1 for 32. Full Yorker length again, hit firmly up towards long on, but straight to the fielder this time. 146 for 6. No good. What I was going to say, Bosch is the second fastest bowler in this tournament behind Nortje, so that's a decent notch for him over the course of it, and the fact that he has that pace plus those slur balls, probably why he's been effective at the death.
Yeah, I mean, that 90-mile-an-hour Yorker, especially coming in at lower order batters, is probably not what they want to face, but he's been really effective, and the whole of the South African bowling unit, really.
Bosch, Yorker bowled, attempted sweep by Evans, and it misses everything in the big celebration from big Corbin Bosch. He takes his second. Evans goes for 8. Zimbabwe 3 balls to go, 146 for 7.
Yeah, well, there's that pace, Finney. Full, fast and straight, cartwheeling into middle stump.
That's a nutmeg.
Little nutmeg through the legs as well. Tried to go for the nutmeg, didn't quite come off, and Corbin Bosch, we were saying that facing up to Nortje must be a pretty worrying sight, but Corbin Bosch as well, he looks like he's an angry fast bowler as well, but he's just nailed that Yorker time and time again at the death, and it's been really interesting to watch actually almost how the death bowling has sort of evolved in the last couple of years. Almost in the last T20 World Cup, no one really bowled any Yorkers at the death. They were so worried of bowling it in the slot, but in this World Cup, it's almost seemed like the go-to ball at the death. We've seen Sam Curran go to the Yorkers at the death as well, and Corbin Bosch as well, who's been brilliant. So it's just been interesting to see how, you know, you have to sort of develop with the game in the way that T20 develops at such a rate as well. So the comeback of the Yorker, and perfectly executed by Bosch there.
Yeah, beautifully done. 3 balls to go. Wellington Masakadza is in at number 9. He's going to have his opportunity to try and drag Zimbabwe up beyond 150. Corbin Bosch is hunting wickets here, left-handed Masakadza. Partnering Madande, he might be wise to just try and nudge a single here and let Madande face the last 2 balls. Bosch over the wicket to the left-handed Masakadza. Good Yorker. It's hit firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll just trot through for a single and not contemplate the second. 147 for 7 now in this, the last group game of this group for the Super 8s, and both these teams. Zimbabwe's tournament will finish today. Be proud about what they've done, secured their place in the next T20 World Cup, which is very important for them. Seeing the development of players, Brian Bennett in particular, the 22-year-old, has been outstanding. And Corbin Bosch over the wicket to Madande, who goes to scoop. Beautifully done, reverse scoop. And Nortje will try and cut it off, but he can't. Steaming round from a fine leg, and Madande's played that wonderfully.
What a shot from Madande. We've seen the sort of conventional paddle to the leg side come off, but this time he gets into position really early, and what is so important, he angles that back towards the third region. But most importantly, he is just absolutely still at the point of contact with the ball. His head does not move when the ball hits the bat, and Nortje nearly cuts off the fall, but not able to.
151 for 7. Last ball, Bosch bowls back of a length, pulled off the splice of the bat by Madande. It goes up towards long on. The batters want to come back for 2. Can Tristan Stubbs run them out? No. So 2 added to the score off the very last delivery of the 20 overs. Zimbabwe will finish on 153 for 7. Madande finishes on 24. He played a couple of really nice shots towards the end of his innings there. Sorry, he finished on 26. With the 2 added for those 2. Corbin Bosch, he finishes with 2 for 40. As South Africa will be happy with their work. They lost the toss, asked to bowl first. Zimbabwe lost wickets throughout. Sikandar Raza was outstanding. But 154 runs to win to maintain their impeccable record for South Africa in the second innings.
Yeah, and South Africa will be pretty happy with that. It looks like that's going to probably be at least 20 runs short of par. It looks a very good wicket here at Delhi and a quick outfield, and in particular with Aiden Markram at the top of the order, he has been unbelievable leading from the front for South Africa, and they have an extremely long batting lineup today, in particular with Corbin Bosch in this side. So it looks a little bit under par, but Zimbabwe will be pretty happy with their efforts. I think they're going probably into their weakest suit here with the ball. They've struggled on the flatter Indian wickets, but a good little finish from Zimbabwe there. But they're going to have to get the early wicket of Aiden Markram if they're going to want to go on to win this game.
Yeah, he's had an outstanding tournament again, hasn't he? Aiden Markram, the captain, really does lead from the front. Outstanding innings in that World Test Championship final as well, which within the context of South Africa's history at the knockout stages of white ball tournaments, that win in the test match arena may just calm the minds as South Africa make it through to the latter stages. Sikandar Raza was the outstanding performer in the first innings for Zimbabwe. His 73 from 43 set the innings up. Kwena Mapaka, the pick of the bowlers today for South Africa. 16 dot balls out of the 24 balls that he bowled, the young man. 2 for 21, and Gidi 1 for 29, Nortje 1 for 29. George Linder, he took 1 for 22. And just the solitary over from Aiden Markram, going for 11 and 153 for 7 is the score. And let's hear from Mapaka now.
But in an incredible atmosphere in Delhi, how do you assess that performance with the ball?
Yeah, I think it was really good. The boys really just stuck to the processes. I think we kind of had an idea what was going to happen out there, and we just did it really well. So I'm really pleased with the performance from the boys.
You picked up your first wicket here, where your mum's here watching as well, your first World Cup wicket. Talk to us about that dismissal.
Yeah, I think it's really special, obviously, getting my first World Cup wicket, my mother being here, family watching back home. Yeah, I think I just really tried to put the ball in the right area, and it came off today, so I was really happy with that.
You started your career in India in the IPL a few years ago. It feels like your success has been really fast forward. Where are you at with your bowling, and where do you want to get to with it?
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to work on with my bowling. Obviously, quite a bit of progress since the last time I was in India, but I think there's a lot more to come.
Did you love taking the stumps over?
I do.
Now, in terms of batting here, an opportunity to finish unbeaten in this Super 8 stage. What's important for the batters? What's the messaging to them?
Yeah, I think really strong positions and just hitting the ball in the right areas. It's a good wicket, so I think the boys will do really well here.
All the best in the chase.
Thank you.
Well, that's Kwena Mapaka. Excellent bowler. You'd be disappointed if a fast bowler didn't like a cartwheeling stunt. I'd fly over to him and have a word with him if that was the case. But outstanding young bowler, and he's put South Africa in an excellent position. But later on today, after we finish here, we'll take you to Kolkata for the mouth-watering winner-takes-all clash between India and the West Indies to decide the last semi-final spot in this T20 World Cup. And we can join Henry Moran now to look ahead to that game.
Well, here in the sweltering heat of Kolkata, it's almost time for a de facto quarter-final between India and West Indies. The results that we've seen building up to this game have made things quite straightforward, which in many ways is a bit of a relief. It keeps things easy for the fans to get their head around, and it builds up to what should be a really exciting contest. Prakash Wakanka is looking forward to it, and you were relieved that it is this simple, because once we start getting into the realms of net run rates and chasing things down in a certain amount of time, it loses a little bit of the potential drama, because this is straightforward.
Well, at the moment it does look like that, but we all know this game of cricket, isn't it? All kinds of things can happen. But yes, I think the India-Windies game in that sense is a clear knockout. I think it makes life simple, not just for everybody else that you mentioned, but I think most importantly for the two teams. They just know win by 1 run, win by 100 runs, doesn't matter. The prize at the end of it is a semi-final spot, and that's what both these teams will want to play for.
It's an India side that has had ups and downs in this tournament and selection uncertainties, but they seem to really find their rhythm in the last game with that remarkable performance against Zimbabwe down in Chennai.
Yeah, it was a good performance, Henry, no question about it. But by the same logic as you alluded to up front, I think this campaign for India has been, I would say, very uncharacteristic of Indian performances in tournaments. I mean, either they've been horrible throughout, or they've been very dominant as they were in the 23 World Cup. But this has been one of those, as you said, ups and downs, twists and turns, selection, performances, not so many injuries, mercifully, but there is this little cloud, isn't it, over this Indian team. Maybe it's just the weight of expectation that's weighing them down. Who knows what it is? But they will do well. I mean, they've got to start thinking about, obviously 1 game at a time, but 3 games really is what's in it for them and the West Indies, and indeed for England.
And what about this sense of expectation on India? Because it was dampened a little bit after the game against South Africa in Ahmedabad, but it has ramped back up again with the number of runs that were scored against Zimbabwe. Where are we now with that?
Look, you're asking me a question about the psyche of Indian cricket fans. I mean, Indian cricket fans are probably some of the most mercurial in many ways, isn't it? Takes them a moment to take people or the team and put them on the highest pedestal in the world, and takes them by the same logic maybe less time to just bury them. So I think the expectations will now be replaced more, I think, by hope that they can consistently now perform. The West Indies will be no pushover. They've played some brilliant cricket. And at the end of the day, again, head and heart, you actually do want to see the West Indies do well. They are sort of that one team in world cricket which, when they do well, I think world cricket is in a better place. So it's going to be a cracker of a game, I would imagine. And the Calcutta crowd we've seen before, Henry, one of the 2 or 3 venues where they've turned up irrespective of neutral or Indian teams. And I think it'll be an absolutely brilliant atmosphere when the two teams come across each other. Indian fans have to just hold their breath. I suppose there'll be lots of prayers going around the ground.
It is a venue as well that has fond memories for West Indies. Let's not forget, 10 years ago, Carlos Brathwaite, remember the name, those 4 sixes at Eden Gardens, to lift the trophy for West Indies against England in that incredible conclusion to that T20 World Cup. So there'll be a side that has a bit of confidence at this place too.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think we talked about it right at the beginning of the campaign, Henry, when we talked about what Darren Sammy brings to the team as their coach. Well, we had Carlos Brathwaite, who's been with us on commentary, telling us in the first game that he was a little concerned about the bowling side of the West Indies team. But they've actually performed quite well. They've had options, they've played them around a bit. And I think the Windies will come here, again, playing, knowing that this is an opportunity at a ground that many of them, of course, know well because of the IPL, but also memories and history. So I think both teams are going to go in there and give it their all, as you'd expect in what now, as you said, is a straightforward knockout quarterfinal.
And the reason that we're in this position is because of what has happened up to now with India's campaign. With South Africa beating West Indies, that has simplified things, because India then just needed to win the 2 matches that followed against Zimbabwe, which they did very comfortably, and then by winning the game against West Indies. In theory, if it was going to be washed out, then West Indies would qualify by dint of a better run rate, but the forecast is sunny and clear, so that's not going to be a problem. Take us inside Eden Gardens. What's it going to be like? What's the atmosphere going to be like? And what's it going to be like around this city?
I think we just have to be careful that it's not throbbing to the point where you know, we are shaky as we walk up that gangway into the press box. I think it'll absolutely be throbbing with excitement. It'll be a chock-a-block full house. Lots of people will be praying and hoping that India can bring their A game and will be just about better on the evening than the West Indies. But don't count the men in maroon out yet.
Can't wait for it to begin. 1:30 start UK time. What a way to conclude the group stages. Huge match, huge venue, huge occasion.
Well, it's going to be throbbing in Kolkata later today. It really is going to be an amazing match. So much on the line there. India hosts. People expected them to just walk to the final. They're on the cusp of going out the tournament, and that game really is difficult to call. An Indian team that hasn't quite hit their straps in this tournament, and a West Indies team that, as everyone knows, are just so dangerous and can be so explosive. 6 hitters all the way down the order. It's going to be mouth-watering, and you can catch that on here with us straight after this game here. Now, this game that we're commentating on is less significant in Delhi, but South Africa, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first, bowl first, have restricted Zimbabwe to 153 for 7 from their 20 overs. Sikandar Raza scoring 73, the linchpin, as he is so frequently with the bat today at number 4. 73 from 43 balls. I'm joined by Ryan Campbell, Durham coach. How do you read that first innings, Ryan? Maybe I'm not quite joined by Ryan Campbell just yet, so we'll keep walking and talking you through as Zimbabwe in their huddle, dishing out the instructions. Sikandar Raza went round the park against the West Indies. They won't want the same to happen here. How did you read? I think we got Ryan now. How did you read that first innings, Ryan?
Look, again, just listening to your guys' comments, I agree that they're probably 20 or 25 at least under par. But, you know, at the end of the day, this is what they got. Now you've got to find a way to defend. Yes, their bowling has probably not been to what the standard that they want to be in this, you know, Super 8 section, but I just think it's a great opportunity. They've got nothing to lose, so, you know, they might have to think outside the box. Do they open the bowling with spin, for instance? Do they shuffle their cards as much as they possibly can? You know, obviously these two walking to the middle have been absolutely outstanding in any form of cricket, let's be honest. But look, they've got to find a way. They've got to somehow manufacture, if it's a run out, if it's an unbelievable catch, it's, you know, you've got nothing to lose. And again, you know, seeing Raza take his hat off first, you know, the skipper likes to lead from the front, and, you know, possibly, you know, he can bring something different to the table. But again, at the end of the day, Zimbabwe have absolutely zero to lose, and they should just go out there and give it everything they got.
Yeah, an opportunity to be tenacious for Zimbabwe here. They are in the face of the form team in this competition, and in particular this partnership, Aiden Markram, the captain, and Quinton de Kock, the wicket-keeper. Both marvellous players. Great opportunists at this stage of the game, with only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. The right-left-hand combination as well is something that's so effective in T20 cricket, vastly experienced. And both these players will have bad memories of what's happened before in ICC tournaments, but they'll be confident with how well they're playing that they can make it all the way in this iteration. Sikandar Raza, who's wearing some rather leery boots there, the pink, half yellow, matches the kit. You wouldn't lose him in the dark, I don't think. He's going to be opening the bowling to Aiden Markram. Starts with the back of length ball, and Markram just clips this up towards wide long on for a single. 2 fielders out are at deep mid-wicket and long on. So 1 from the very first delivery. The strike ticks over, and de Kock's on strike now.
Loves his fashion, Sikandar. Loves it. Every time you get a chance to talk to him, he's always talking about his new kit or his clothes or something.
And are you impressed with it? Is it your sort of fashion, Ryan?
Well, mate, I'm 54.
Hey, we can all cling on to our youth. That's absolutely fine.
My kids, Jake and Emily, but he laugh at me every time I walk out the door. I think I'm quite presentable.
We might dig deeper into that. Raza, slower ball outside the off stump, is cut by de Kock towards extra cover. Dot ball, but what is it in particular that they're embarrassed about?
Oh, I think they're dad. I think I'm presentable and cool. They think I'm too old to pull something off, which is fair enough.
Oh, I think back yourself. I've got a 14-month-old daughter, and I think that's coming at some stage. Raza round the wicket, outside edge, caught. De Kock's gone. And the skipper, who did it with the bat in the first innings, has started doing it with the ball in the second. And Raza has got the important wicket. De Kock's gone for naught.
Massive scalp. The ball, brand new ball. It's an off spinner, but it just skids on the surface, goes straight on. Good catch from the wickie. Sometimes you just expect wickies to take those. It's a big deflection. The keeper has done so well there. The hands are nice and open, and the left hand mitt has pouched that. That's a great catch. A big wicket for Zimbabwe, and South Africa in early trouble.
He must have humongous hands, that wicketkeeper, because that is a massive edge. That would have been caught to first slip's left hand, standing to the left-hander. So to anticipate that and catch that so firmly in the left-hander, that is outstanding.
I've got to say, being an old wickie, those things warm your heart, because you know, you go through the exercises and drills, and you know, you're really conscious of trying to present the full face of your gloves, basically, to give yourself the biggest catching surface that you can. And you still got to have nice soft hands and give with the ball, and you know, you can practice and practice and practice. But that is an amazing catch. And like I say, generally from the outside you just think, oh, he's nicked it, he's out. Whereas the old wickie, you know, seeing the size of the deflection, it's beautiful glove work. And every now and again, you got to give the old wickie a rap, and that one is definitely a tick the boxer.
Right. It's good to see you standing up for wickies out there, and I like the fact you call them wickies as well. That's old school. I love it. Maramani, Tadiwanashe Maramani, who's taken that catch. That's brilliant.
Well, that's the wicket we spoke about, wasn't it? Something different, change it up. You know, Raza opening the bowling. It's a big breakthrough.
Ryan Rickleton's the new batter, left-hander as well. This is down the leg side and just clipped towards deep mid-wicket. Rickleton will get off strike very first ball. 2 for 1 from 0.4 overs, and Razi's got a bag of tricks, hasn't he, Raza? He's bowled off spinners so far this over, but he runs up with the ball hidden behind his right thigh. So therefore the batters at the very last second will get the cue of what delivery is coming down. This one's a swinging delivery to Markram, who rocks back and clips it towards long on for a single. 3 for 1.
And again, I think that's a result of him playing so much T20 cricket franchise, you know, the franchise world. You have to come up with some tricks. The old adage of just bowling off spin, you know, a Nathan Lyon traditional off spinner, you know, those days are gone.
Fuller and slower, clipped by Rickleton out towards a straight deep mid wicket to close that over out with a single. So Markram has 2, Rickleton has 2. South Africa 4 for 1. Reminder, they need 150 more runs to win this match from the remaining 19 overs. And Sikandar Raza, he just does it all, doesn't he? He's so important to the Zimbabwe team.
Yeah, fantastic fielder. Like I say, a real cricket tragic. Loves the game. In all senses, absorbs everything that goes on and wants to have conversations. You know, again, I'm sounding like a real coach here, and I'm sorry for it, but I often say to our players, it's okay to be a cricket nuffy. Ask questions. Ask, you know, you've got literally in the dressing room almost an encyclopedias of cricket in the knowledge that all these people have around the room, and if you're not asking questions of those people, you know, you're selling yourself short, to be honest. And yeah, he's one of those definitely who loves having conversations around the game to as many different people as he can, and takes it all in and absorbs it, and, you know, hopefully becomes a better player for it.
Blessing Musvarabani is going to be bowling the second over the wicket, back of the length to Rickleton, who defends this towards extra cover. Now, Musvarabani spent a bit of time in county cricket, Northamptonshire, I think 6 or 7 years ago. He played there. He made a mark, but he was a long way beyond the perpendicular and only really moved the ball into right-handers and across lefties. But he's really straightened himself up now, and his arms perfectly at 12 o'clock and can threaten the outside edge of both. And he's had a good tournament as well, bowling with this new ball. Big figure beats the outside edge of Ryan Rickleton, pushing forward on the front foot. Another dot ball.
Well, I think one of his greatest strengths now is he presents the seam so nicely. I know that we all talk about the wobble seam in today's game, but you know, sometimes if you look there, the seam is bolt upright, giving it every chance to, you know, do something either way. I think sometimes bowlers are becoming too reliant on the wobble seam. And again, I'm sorry for saying this, Vinny, sometimes I think the wobble seam came out with blokes who just weren't skillful enough to hit the seam.
Musrabani. It's a thick outside edge, but there's a gap at point, and the ball trickles away to the deep backward point field. The batters trot through for a single. Rickleton moves on to 3. South Africa 5 for 1.
And he's such a tall lad. Look, bowls 137, 138 kilometres an hour, which is fast enough if if you're very skillful. And again, he's been one of the reasons why Zimbabwe cricket has been on the up. Putting together a fast bowling brigade that we know is so important to be, a good team in world cricket.
Yep, agreed. Aidan Markram is going to be facing the hulking figure of Musrabani, about 7 foot tall, back of a length, and Markram up on his toes, inside edges this towards mid-on. Raza does the fielding, and batters trot through for a single, 6 for 1. And it's that bounce, isn't it? Because he's not expressed, that one at 83 miles an hour, but good players struggle with bounce, and because he's so over the top and his wrist is now fully behind the ball, he gets that steepling bounce.
Yeah, 100%. It's look, he's had his injury problems over probably the last 5 or 6 years. He's never been consistently on the park, and that's really curbed his, I guess, progression.
Rickleton heaves this into the onside, up over deep mid-wicket off the front foot. 6. Landed in the dugouts, out towards the leg side of the ground, and Rickleton almost predicting that Musrabani was going to continue with that back of a length, and he pressed forward and hit up on the ball. It travels all the way for 6, 12 for 1.
Well, that's a beautiful cricket shot. This bloke here is one of the reasons South African cricket is on the up, because if you look at his last 12 to 18 months in all forms of the game.
Musrabani goes the same length again, and this one's off the right Q end of the bat from Rickleton. A misfield at mid-on, but the batters don't come through for the single. 12 for 1 at the end of the second.
Yeah, if you look at guys like him, his progression in the game, I think, is one of the big reasons why South African cricket are so strong in all formats now. We'll also talk about Brevis, Tristan Stubbs, these younger players who have been exposed to so much cricket around the world. Brevis and Stubbs, for instance, were in I think a Mumbai Indians academy almost, that were playing a little bit before IPLs and stuff, and they had talent spotted them from a mile away. But now South African cricket are just cashing in on these young players.
They certainly have depth, and Raza's going to be bowling to Markram, who rocks on the back foot and clips this towards deep mid-wicket with control. Out the middle of the bat for a single. 13 for 1. 141 more runs for South Africa to win, and they just have a conveyor belt of everything, don't they? They've got the powerful batters, the fast bowlers in particular. Right? South Africa, for me, when I played, it was my favourite place to bowl fast. It was so encouraging. Raza bowls, steps outside lead, Rickleton hits it firmly towards mid-off, but straight to the fielder. Dot ball. The only thing this team is missing is a wrist spinner. Shamsi didn't make the squad. But other than that, they just seem to have everything covered.
Yeah, and again, I guess it's a good lesson for everyone. You got to look back at the domestic game. That's where they must be all coming from, and the competition. And if you have your domestic competition in order, that's the good things that come from it.
Raza round the wicket to Rickleton, angled in towards leg. Rickleton looking to turn it into the onside, leading edge it towards extra cover. It is a dot ball, and the SA20s, I love watching that tournament. The atmosphere at the grounds, the buy-in from everyone, the quality of the cricket is outstanding. The pitches are good. There's a lot to like about it. Stepping outside leg again, Rickleton, but Raza follows him, and it hits the pad and dribbles into the onside. The batters run through for a single.
Yeah, I think, again, when you look at franchise cricket around the world, it's the strength of domestic players that make the competition. Yes, the overseas players are almost the cream on top, and you know, you look at the Big Bash, you look at the South African League, you look at the T20 Blast. I look at those three leagues, and that's where the standard is.
Raza bowled! A scuttler from Sikandar Raza. Markram goes back, and it goes right underneath the bottom of his bat. And Sikandar Raza, like he did do in the first innings, is doing it again. He has 2 for 6, and South Africa are in a bit of trouble, 14 for 2.
Game on. Raza, what's this one? That is a knuckleball. Well, it is brilliantly bowled, hasn't bounced a lot, but this guy has just got so many different skills, and he cannot be categorised as just a regular off spinner. Whereas we talk about mystery spin, normally it's wrist spinners that we say mystery spinners, but he has adapted to this game so well, and it's a massive wicket. The 2 openers are gone.
Yeah, huge. Markram, he looked completely befuddled by that. He stared at the pitch as if it was the pitch's fault, but the knuckle ball of Sikandar Raza just, it's like the moon coming down at the batter. It just wobbles around a little bit, but no bite out of the surface because there's no revolutions, there's nothing on the ball, it's just hanging in the air, and it scuttles through and goes right underneath the cue end of the bat. And Markram's on his way up the steps towards the dressing room. Now that brings to the crease Dewalt Brevis, who had an outstanding SA20. You talk about domestic tournaments and people growing into themselves. He certainly did that in this SA20, forced his way to be a mainstay of this South African T20 team. Marvellous T20 player, billed as the baby AB de Villiers. He's going to have to live up to that today, because South Africa need 140 more runs to win this match. They're 14 for 2, and he's facing Sikandar Raza, who is on one, and he punches off the back foot towards backward point. It beats the dive of that backward point, and Blessing Musrabani has pulled the ladder up on that one as it goes over the ropes and heads away for 4. So Brevis has 4 from 1. Rickleton at the other end has 10 from 10, and South Africa 18 for 2.
Yeah, great start from Zimbabwe, but I've got to say that's disappointing from the fielders. Your skipper's doing it with the ball, and what you need is to be backed up by every single guy in the ring, and he sort of dived over that one. An easy boundary, especially to a new batter. You don't want them starting, you know, with an easy boundary. You want to try and build up a couple of dots on the new guy. Disappointing way to finish, but Zimbabwe in this match after 3 overs, you know, getting the 2 openers out who have done a bulk of the batting for South Africa for this tournament. So the game is on, that is for sure.
The game's on, and South Africa under pressure. David Miller shadow batting in the dugout. He's pulled South Africa out from a few precarious positions in this tournament and in his career. An outstanding player, vastly experienced. Now Brad Evans, the new bowler, is hit strangely by Rickleton up towards mid-off. It was almost like a clip, but it went to mid-off. Dot ball.
Well, Evans has had another one who's had a very good tournament so far. Quite skillful, obviously not massively fast, but we'll try and do a few little things with the ball.
Right arm over, bowls a back of a short ball. It's hit the helmet of Rickleton, who's looked to pull, and that struck the helmet very firmly. The umpire's immediately calling the physios onto the pitch, and he looks hurt here, Rickleton. We hope he's okay. It's hit him on the right temple. It was a quick bouncer from Evans. We've got a loping run-up, a good angle on it as he comes in to over the wicket, and the physio here has got a hold of Rickleton round his shoulders, and this might take a little bit of time because that rushed onto him very quickly.
Well, I think that's Evans' effort ball, what he tries to do, and that's hit him right on the badge, cross seam, so it might have skidded off the new part of the ball, and that has hit him flush on. And generally these helmets are so good nowadays. You know, our guys go through a 3D system that actually makes sure your helmet fits to your head exactly perfectly, and I've no doubt that these guys will have gone through that as well. But you know, getting hit nowadays generally the old helmets always gave a clatter, but you know, with obviously the new technology used, but again, you can see there's a bit of a spot on his forehead that you can see that's where he's hit it, and I'm sure they'll go through all the right concussion tests and asking questions of, I'd see, this is where I would always fall out. I'm not sure, I've played with a few blokes, they ask the normal questions when they're fully sober and fully with us, would we be able to answer the questions, let alone once they get hit in the head.
Well, they're as simple as what day of the week it is sometimes as well. I know a few people who'd get that wrong. Certainly has hit Rickleton hard there. I think the way these helmets work as well, they're very hard shells, and I think it disperses the hit across the entirety of your head. So I think you're more susceptible to being concussed when you're hit with these modern helmets than in the immediate future than maybe the older ones that would take the blow on one particular part of the helmet, and that would compress and crack on the inside, and then might cause some problems later down the line. But Rickleton here, I'm going to say, doesn't look quite comfortable, I don't think. David Miller is warming up on the side of the pitch. We can say he's standing up and he's conversing with the physio. So the 12th has put a cold bottle of water on his forehead as well. I think that would help him. But he's been a brilliant player, hasn't he, Rickleton? He's had a good tournament. His power and his ability and range of strokes. It'd be a big miss for South Africa if he were to have to walk off. I think with concussion substitutes, if it were to come to that, they can replace him with one of the batters who isn't playing in the game.
Yeah, so I think what happens here, if they think he's okay to continue on, I think in a couple of overs time that they'll come back out and double check him. But again, with these concussion protocols, sometimes it's a 7-day thing. So this could have implications down the line for South Africa if if he does have full-on concussion.
Yeah. It looks as though he's going to be staying out there at the moment. He's got 10 from 12. Zimbabwe have started this second innings really well. The target is 154, and they've reduced South Africa to 18 for 2. This has just halted their momentum slightly, but it's important that all the checks are done to make sure that a good decision is made on this. We've seen instances before the proper protocol came into place where this would be rushed and the player would say they're fine and they would continue, and then down the line that causes problems. So important that the correct protective equipment is brought out to him, important that he is okay, and important that the physios and doctors follow the correct protocol to make sure. So that's why we have a slight hold up here. South Africa, would you have them as favourites? Actually, let's move away from South Africa, Ryan. What do you think about this West Indies-India game that's coming up later today? Because India haven't quite hit their straps, but they're scrapping away, and West Indies are so dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be an interesting game of cricket. I think India, obviously, you're thinking, well, they'll come good. They've got so much batting talent all the way through, and then they've got the bowlers to back that up. Bumrah obviously is probably one of the best bowlers in the world, clearly. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think the West Indian power game is going to have to be at their very, very best. They're going to have to out-six India, if that's actually a sentence, and I'm sorry if it's not, but you would think that the West Indies are going to try and come out all guns blazing, and as we've seen, sometimes it doesn't quite work, and if that's not the case.
Now Rickleton is continuing, and Evans has bowled one full outside the off stump, and it's misfielded by mid-off, and Rickleton gets off strike, so 19 for 2. So he's passed his test, he's got a new helmet, and he's going to continue.
Yeah, but you would think that India are going to go in warm favourites, and you would back them in their own conditions to get through to the next round. But again, I'll throw in England here. I think England have been absolutely outstanding at not being very good, but managing to win, and that's something that we can't say they've done for a long time. So I think England are going to go through the next round pretty confident too.
Yep, agreed. Evans over the wicket to Brevis, defended towards extra cover, dot ball. And there's certainly something in not hitting your straps until the right stage of the tournament, because we've seen teams burn brightly at the beginning and then fade away. You just want to be building at the right stage. It feels as though England are doing that.
Yeah, tournament play is all about that, trying to get guys in the right form at the right time. You know, when you look at England, and again, this is the Aussie speaking, so I'll be kind.
Evans down the leg side, clipped into the square leg region by Brevis.
You know, if I had said to you, Finney, that they're going to make the semi-finals and Josh Butler wouldn't have made a score, you know, Salt's been in and out of form, we're not quite sure about this bloke or that bloke, but you're still going to get the semi-finals, I think you'd snap my hand off if I had said that. And I think that has been lacking from England for a little while in their white ball game, and, you know, being ugly but winning. And that's a really important trait.
Yep, 21 for 2 here in Delhi. Evans bowls back of a length to Brevis, who just defends towards extra cover, and it's a dot ball. 4 overs gone. South Africa in response to Zimbabwe's 153, needing 154 to win, a 21 for 2. But certainly as an England fan and someone who watches England a lot, there were a couple of scary moments in that group stage, I'll be honest, and the power game in particular. They should have lost that, but managed to keep their cool. But I think actually the way that Harry Brook has kept his cool in those moments for quite, in terms of his captaincy, he is a young captain. That's been one of the most impressive things, how he's negotiated those tricky moments.
Yeah, 100%. And he's a player that we all know how good he's going to be, but I just start to get the feeling that everyone else is believing now as well that, you know, they probably, let's be honest, they're coming from the Ashes, losing the way they did. And I know it's different teams, different formats, but you still got a bit of it in your head. There's still a couple of guys there that are very much involved. So they've done very, very well.
Raza's going to be bowling his 3rd over on the spin, and Rickleton backs away and just Q-ends this back towards Raza with dot ball.
And the exciting thing for England, if you are an England fan, is there's so much scope for improvement. And that's the scary part for the opposition.
Raza round the wicket. Rickleton steps outside leg and hits this firmly up over long on. 6, big 6 into the second tier of the concrete sponsored stand behind the bowler. Rickleton moves on to 17. South Africa 27 for 2.
I just got to say, I was just thinking about this before the start of this over, and I know he's done such a good job, but bowling 3 overs in the power play is very tough. And I just wondered if he might want to keep this over up his sleeve.
Raza. Rickleton rocks back and just nudges this calmly up towards long on for a single. 28 for 2. 3 deliveries to go of the 5th over. It's certainly tricky, and also Blessing Musrabani has bowled well in the power play as well, so it wouldn't be remiss for him to bowl this over.
I guess Raza was thinking, okay, just get Rickleton off strike, bowl to the new batter, which is the opportunity he gets to do now.
Brevis has faced 4 balls. He has 6. Raza over the wicket, bowls a knuckle ball, and it's punched towards square cover. Fielded inside the ring, though. Dot ball, 2 deliveries.
I always find that with mystery spinners, and we got to say Raza is one of those, if one batter can stay in and face a bit of it, he gets to start knowing his tricks.
He has lots of them. Raza knock a ball again and just clipped into the onside by Brevis. The fielder at mid-wicket in the ring, trots round and collects, but can't stop the single. 29 for 2.
And that's where Rickleton has faced an over or over and a half of him, and might be just starting to understand what's going on. Like I said previously, analysts are very good, and you can watch it on TV.
That's clipped off the back foot by Rickleton up towards wide long on to complete the 5th over. South Africa, the 30 for 2. They're chasing 154, so they need 124 more runs to win this game and maintain their perfect record. Rickleton has 19, Brevis has 7. Raza has bowled 3 overs, 2 for 19. And I'm going to make way. Ryan, a few more thoughts from you about what we can expect to come, and Matt Floyd's going to take over from me.
Yeah, just that mystery spin and fast bowling. Sometimes you can watch enough on TV and you watch, the analyst tells you all what they can do, but until you actually see it in motion, in live action and facing it from 22 yards, not quite the same. And I think Raza has been outstanding throughout that power play, and he'll know that he's only got 1 over up his sleeve, so he's going to have to find different combinations once they get outside this power play to continue to put pressure on these South African batters.
Well, he's going to go back to Brad Evans for over number 6, last of the power play. Here comes Evans, and he's picked up by Rickleton in the air, over, wide, long on, 4-6. Very similar area to the shot that he played previously when hitting his first 6 of the innings. Not quite as out the middle, this one, but he likes that area. Good shot.
Yeah, that's length. That's onion bag for Rickleton. He loves hitting over mid-on. Just has so much confidence in his game now that if a guy gets it anywhere in what he believes is his area, he's just going to trust himself and go with a full swing of the bat. And like I say, these modern players, all they think of is, don't care where the fielders are, I'm going to hit you for 6 if I hit it in the middle.
He's got 3 now. 25 not out, no 4s, 3 6s. Slower ball from Evans. Fuller, it's picked up again, out to the leg side. It's gone all the way again. This time slightly squarer. I think he just flicked his wrists a little bit to bring the ball more towards square leg. Same result.
Once again, slower ball, but that's what we would say is a step hit. And he did not get anywhere near the middle of the bat there. But so good are these modern bats that get it anywhere near its full swing of the bat, they just trust it's going to go for 6.
Wow, 4 6s for Ryan Rickleton now. He's 31 not out of 19 balls. Slower ball again from Evans, outside the off stump, a long way outside the off stump, and that is called a wide. So this is about as bad as you can start an over. 6-6 wide, and he's now under a bit of pressure here, Evans. 43 for 2, South Africa, after 5.2 overs. What I like about Rickleton is, I know he hasn't middled that one, or even probably the previous one, but he never tries to overhit, does he? It's just a nice, clean swing of the bat.
Well, and to add to that point, what I love is that he's a traditional batter.
Around the wicket, Brad Evans, that's the response. Goes past the inside edge of Rickleton this time. Through to the keeper, no run.
You know, for all that everyone says about the T20 game, and we saw a great example of Sikandar Raza, very unique, backs away, out of the ordinary, whacks it, all that sort of stuff. But what I love in our modern game, that I can show Rickleton to any kid, especially my 10-year-old who wants to be a cricketer, it's a traditional technique that he just adapts.
Banged in short by Evans. There's a pill for caught behind. Rickleton early on the pull shot. The keeper goes up. Marimani, he's having a chat now with Evans. Evans not very interested. He's just turned around and walked back to his mark. And they're having a bit of a conflab now with the captain. Ryan Burl's getting involved. Marimani saying, look, I heard something. And he was early on the shot. So if there was an edge there, it would have been a Q-ender, I guess.
Might be a creaky handle. But yeah, the wiki obviously heard something.
Let's have a look at Ultra Edge now. He's well early on that. It's nowhere near the bat. And Brad Evans says, yeah, I didn't hear anything. Bangs in short. It takes on the hook shot out towards deep square leg. Fielder coming around. Takes a brilliant catch. It's actually deep mid-wicket. Ryan Burl, who looked like he'd run in too far initially, and then he had to go back on himself. Took a fantastic diving catch high just inside the rope. And that is a big wicket. Rickleton gone for 31 off 22.
Yeah, well, we had seen him get hit in the head earlier on, and Evans had started this over with 2 full balls which got deposited, and then he went to the short ball theory. One he played and missed at. This one, he's Q-ended. Burl is in all sorts of wrong positions there, but somehow he is a very, very good fielder, has managed to find a way to hang on to that, and that's a massive wicket. 3 wickets now in the power play. We know the one stat in cricket, in T20 cricket, that sometimes, well, a lot of times comes true. Lose 3 in the power play, you're in trouble, and South Africa at the minute are in trouble.
They are. This is going to be a test, isn't it? Target's only 154, but it's looking quite a long way away at the moment. with the top three all gone. Markram for 4, Quinton de Kock for a second ball duck, and now Rickleton, who was just getting going. 31 off 22, so it's over to Dewald Brevis. The veteran David Miller coming in now, and you still got Tristan Stubbs in reserve. So you think those three, one of those three, is going to have to play a fairly significant innings here to make sure that South Africa get to this score. And it is important, this, because if they lose this, it is not out of the realms of possibility that the West Indies could wallop India, like South Africa did, and go above them on net run rate. So they want to make sure here, you would think, wouldn't you, that they'd rather play New Zealand in the semi, South Africa, who they've already beaten comprehensively, than England at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting time for South African cricket here. They've played this tournament so well that this game, I guess, was almost a free hit for them, and they've changed up some of their bowling, but it's their batting which has been so good throughout the tournament, is now going to be tested. Now you've got a situation where David Miller, again, is a guy that is used to batting down the order in the franchise world and being a real finisher. And again, we know he's a much better player than just being a finisher, but his technique in coming into the crease in the first 6 overs is something he wouldn't be quite used to. And it'll be very interesting to see how he adapts his game to make sure that he can bat, the next 6 or 7 overs with Brevis, to make sure that they set a platform for the back end of this innings. And we know that at times in Delhi, it does get harder to bat towards the back end. So, hitting 6s and 4s becomes a bit more problematic, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? You don't often see David Miller in the power play at all. Often it's the last 5 or 6 overs rather than the first 6. They could have sent Stubbs in. He's more used to batting up the order, but I guess they want the left-right combo, so that's why they've gone with Miller. I'm going to give you a stat, though, in a moment, Ryan, which, if you're South African, probably make you feel a little bit better, as David Miller faces up. Last ball of the power play, wide stance, lets it go. The rarely seen leave, particularly from David Miller. I wonder when the last time he left the ball was. Power play done. South Africa 43 for 3. This is the stat, Ryan, that I'm going to ask you, actually. When do you think Zimbabwe last beat South Africa in any international?
2008.
You're 8 off. 2000. Ooh, that's a long time ago.
That is a long time.
And they've only won 2 of 58 internationals against South Africa across the formats, which again sort of blows my mind, really. You'd thought the sides have been a bit closer than that over this, particularly in T20s.
Yeah, the gap definitely closes in the shorter form of the game, but I think South Africa make it very clear that they are the dominant African team, and whenever they come up against Zimbabwe, they don't give them any wriggle room. But again, they are under pressure here.
They are, as the sun goes down in Delhi. Lovely evening. The crowd has really swelled now. I mean, it's pretty much full. Leg spin for the first time, and Brevis welcomes Graham Creamer to the crease by smacking him. Massive 6 over deep mid-wicket. That was right in the slot, though.
Oh, my goodness. What's beautiful about this, when you look at Brevis, he doesn't look where the ball goes. His contact point is what he's looking at. And he knows that if he hits the ball, as long as he makes contact, it's out of here. And Kramer, who's been brought into this side, straight away knows that he can't float up half volleys.
Well, this one's a little bit shorter into leg stump. Brevis clips him to deep backward square for 1. Yeah, it's almost like dismissive, isn't it? The no-look 6 like that, when you just look down. But you're saying he's not doing it to sort of be arrogant. He's just looking at the contact point.
100%. That's what a lot of the players forget about when they sweep, when they hook. They're almost looking at where the ball's going to go for that last metre or half a foot, so to speak, of the ball's travelling, and suddenly they're not looking at the ball right onto the bat.
Miller defends. Graham Creamer back to him. No run.
And Brevis, and I've noticed this in the T20, the South African League, how he bats. He's obviously been, sorry if I'm bringing up a coach, it's not all about coaches, but he's obviously been coached, and his guy, that's the thing that they work on a lot, is his contact point.
Contact point was pretty good there. Bit of turn for Graham Creamer. Thick inside edge from Miller, trying to play more to the offside. The ball squirts out to deep backward square leg for a single. That will encourage him. Don't worry, you can mention coaches as much as you want. Absolutely.
It's just really important that, especially for young players, that when they're trying to overhit the ball, often it is simply because they're not watching the ball onto the bat is where they're getting themselves into trouble.
Shorter, skiddier to Brevis, who goes back and punches him beautifully through the gap at cover. Mandanda does really well coming round on the boundary edge, slides and prevents a couple of runs, but nice shot that from Brevis, who's 16 off 9 balls already.
And again, I'm going to give him the commentator's curse here, but every time I watch this kid bat, all I can think of is this guy could be one of the greats of the game. Harry Brook we talk about as I guess the flag bearer of modern batting. This guy is equal to Harry Brook in my opinion.
Oh wow, okay, some praise. Here is Creamer, very full, and Brevis pumps him down the ground, high over, long off. He got hold of that all right. It was very full. He had to get underneath it. Didn't go that high. He went hard and flat, but a long way. So that's 2 massive sixes off the leg spinner in his first over, and South Africa now starting to get going here.
Again, step hit. That's the way of the modern game, is if you want to bowl in that area, every batter is going to think that he can hit it for 6, and he trusts his technique. He watches the ball onto the bat, and it's going way back. the old mid-off, mid-on, whoever they are no chance of getting anywhere near those balls.
59 for 3 off 7 overs now. That was a big over. 16 off Graham Creamer's first over. The fans are loving it. We've got South African fans all over the place, and plenty of Zimbabwean fans, and a lot of Indian fans too. And they're all dancing, having a good time. It's a good atmosphere at the Firoz Shah Kotla ground, aka the Arun Jaitley Stadium. I think a lot of the Indians have sort of gravitated towards the Zimbabweans, who are doing their usual dance routines and enjoying that. But the South Africans as well are really enjoying the vibe. I would say it's probably 90% full now. Here's Muzarabani, who's clipped nicely off his legs by Miller, but straight to mid-wicket for no run. Muzarabani, 6'8". I think he'd even make Stephen Finn look fairly sort of average height. How tall are you, Finney? You're 6'8". Really? He said he's just in proportion. Bit rude. Tell you what, both get a bit of bounce, don't they, Muzarabani and Finn. This is a good start, Ryan, to this over. Back of a length, just defended out 2 point, no run.
Yeah, just trying to bowl to the new batter as much as he can, because as we've seen, Brevis, he's a guy who's so dangerous in so many ways. And again, without harping on it, I was talking about Rickleton. That's the beauty of some of these modern players, but also it's important that their technique is just as good as how hard they hit the ball, because they can play all formats, and that is the modern player. You don't have to just be a one format guy and be pigeonholed.
Hard length. This time Miller gets off strike, drives down to long on, and they come through for 1, which gets Brevis on strike. What's noticeable about Brevis as well is from his early days in the IPL, he's really beefed up, hasn't he? He looks at a different character. He's got the long hair now, and you can see the work he's done in the gym.
Mate, South Africa, eat meat.
They are a big team, you know.
They're big boys. Whenever I go to South Africa, I just look and go, oh my God. I'm glad I was never a rugby fan or anything like that, because I would never want to play rugby against a team like South Africa.
Neither would I, to be honest with you. You can imagine packing down against that 8. No thanks. And the cricket team, pretty big as well. Here is Brevis on strike, goes deep in his crease and drives beautifully, threading the needle, the gap through cover and mid-off. That was all about timing.
and technique. And again, I'm sorry if I'm harping on it, but that is a straight drive, cover drive, extra cover drive that you would see in any format. And that's the thing that I think some people forget in the modern game, in the T20 world, that they're trying to overhit the ball. But if you get in the right position, you trust yourself, trust your technique, mate, that's just a beautiful cricket shot.
He showed everything the last few deliveries: power, touch, quality, technique. What's Mazarabani's response? Just a little bit shorter. Brevis goes back and clips into the leg side. He wanted 2 initially, but Miller says no. Probably would have been a run out there. They come through for 1.
And again, I'm going to question the bowler there, and I'm sure Finney would be much better to answer this than me, but, you know, you have mid-off up, so can you afford to bowl that length to a batter and be driven down the ground? I'm not so sure. That's where maybe fine leg needs to be up and mid-off back, but if you're setting your field, you can't make your captain look silly, and that's, unfortunately, if you're bowling with mid-off up, your length has to be hard length into the wicket to avoid those drives.
Mazarabani, incidentally, he's got 12 wickets, so he's 1 off leading wicket taker Shadley van Skulkwake, and he goes past the outside edge of David Miller. Half an appeal. Again, Maramani's interested. I think Mazarabani just kind of followed the appeal of the keeper. He wasn't that keen. Sikandar Raza's coming in to have a chat with his bowler, and he doesn't look like he's interested in the review. Good ball, though, to finish. So 8 overs done, 65 for 3. Thanks a lot, Ryan. Just chipped in an extra over there. And Tash Farrant's going to come in and pick up commentary for the next few overs. What do you reckon? Interesting start, to this run chase?
Yes, it's been a really interesting start, but Daryl Brevis, he's just sort of calmed the nerves, haven't he? Not by sort of knocking it around, by hitting a few huge sixes as well. And I think, you know, after a little bit of a wobble in the early stages in the power play, South Africa would be, I think they'd be pretty chilled on that bench. They obviously know their position, but also in their state of this game as well, they love chasing. They've won 5 of their last 6 T20 games chasing, so it's definitely their strongest suit. Aidan Markham said they wanted to bat first just because of the nature of this day game, but I think while Brevis is in at the moment, 27 off 12, even though they lost a few early wickets, they'll be pretty comfortable.
First look at Wellington Masakadza, left arm spinner. Devol Brevis backs away, cracks him off the back foot out to deep cover for 1 run. 88 needed off 71 balls here, with South Africa 65 for 3, trying to chase down 154.
Yeah, and I just feel we've been speaking about a couple of times today that batters haven't overhit the ball, and Brevis doesn't look to do that, but he does. He puts almost every ounce of his strength into each shot, even off the back foot there, just punching it to deep cover. He doesn't look to just place it into the gap. He makes sure he full-blooded blade of the bat.
Lovely swing from David Miller. Hoiks this over wide, long on, hard and flat for 6, right into the stands. That was effortless. And Miller clears the boundary for the first time.
Yeah, another slot ball from a spinner as well. And David Miller is not going to miss out on that. Left arm spinner to left-handed batter as well. So this is the matchup for David Miller. That's why it's so important that South Africa, they can keep that left-hand, right-hand combination. Miller obviously coming in above Stubbs, a great shot.
That's his area. The response is a shorter delivery, which Miller misses, hits him on the back pad. Half an appeal, but it would have pitched a mile outside leg stump. Although we have seen one of the more ridiculous reviews we've seen. So you never know. Something pitching outside leg stump.
Well, that was Markham, and he was the captain. So I don't think Masakadza's going to get that one from Raza. Just a appeal in hoping there.
Masakadza again into the pitch, outside the off stump. No timing from Miller off the back foot, and the ball finds its way out to cover for no run. Masakadza, you can see after that 6, he's just thinking, right, I'm not going to bowl it that full in Miller's arc, because he's so dangerous, isn't he? Anything remotely full, he just targets that area from long on round to cow corner. And he's such a good timer of the ball. Oh, there he goes again. This time he doesn't get all of it. In fact, he drags it very square, but still for 4. Couple of bounces over square leg. I think he was trying to go more sort of deep mid-wicket, but he won't mind. A 6 and a 4 in that over. 78 needed off 67 balls now.
Yeah, that was just slightly too full. Definitely wasn't a half volley and a bit streaky from Miller. And you actually saw Sikandar Raza, the captain there, just encouraging his bowler because he knew that that wasn't a terrible delivery, wasn't in the slot, but David Miller, he's really looking to target that leg side. Anything full is going over that leg side.
I would suggest hang this outside the off stump. No, he's gone short and he's been dispatched into the stands again, into deep mid-wicket by David Miller. You cannot bowl there to this batter. He is so strong in that area. 2 sixes and a 4 in that over, and that really helped South Africa in that run chase.
Yeah, well, he's just making the margin for error for the spinner so difficult. Left arm spinner, just bowling it almost two. They've either got to get it right into his sort of back heel, or also they've got to get it out wide and just get him off strike, hitting into that offside. But David Miller, because he hits off the front foot so well, that's why the bowler went slightly short. But Miller almost knew exactly what was coming. He knew it was going to be flat. He knew it was going to be slightly short of a length. And he's eyeing up that cow corner region. So a brilliant over and a really good partnership between Brevis and Miller, building nicely, going at a good rate as well, and just putting these spinners under a huge amount of pressure.
They have targeted Creamer and Masakadza. Creamer's first over goes for 16, Masakadza's for 17. How important could those 2 overs be come the end of the day? Beautiful sunset we are seeing just through the back of the stand in Delhi at the Feroz Shah Kotla ground. Blessing Muzarabani back in, bangs us in short and is pulled in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, over deep mid-wicket by Dewald Brevis. Excellent fast hands from him. And South Africa now, well, that run rate, required run rate, is down to 6, 66 needed off 65.
Yeah, and Blessing Muzarabani, he was looking a little bit confused there because, I mean, I thought he hit that high up on the bat of Brevis, but actually looking at the replay, don't listen to me because that was right out of the middle, 86 metre 6, but it just didn't even seem like he got hold of that one fully. He's seeing them nicely.
Wide stance and he goes back, and this time he punches off the back foot. Lovely back foot punch, textbook, out to deep point for 1, and it feels like just the last few balls South Africa have stepped up again, just taking this game away from Zimbabwe a bit.
Yeah, and this will be good for them also going forward, obviously already in that semi-final. And so, you know, getting that middle order to have a good bat in this game leading into that semi-final, and obviously they're going to look to push on to get into the final as well, is really important because in particular Markram has done the bulk of the run scoring in that power play.
Dabbed down by David Miller. Short ball on about off stump, but he can't get it past the keeper for a single. No run.
So losing those early wickets, the 2 openers in particular, it wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world for South Africa because, you know, then their middle order, who have been batting well as well, just to have a bit of time in the middle leading into that semi-final. So it wasn't the worst thing to get a couple down early.
Yeah, you want to go into a big game, don't you, with most of your 11 having had a bit of a go at some stage. Glorious cover drive from David Miller now, in between mid-off and cover. He's also got class as well as power. Says to Dewald Brevis, anything you can do, I can do as well.
Well, that was just a glorious shot. It just wasn't a half volley at all. It was hit it on top of the bounce, and it was just timed beautifully through extra cover, and he held the pose as well. He liked that one a lot, and why wouldn't you? That's a beautiful shot, and I think that shot, hitting it on the up, is just showing how good this wicket is.
One of the shots of the day, without a doubt. And then he loses his shape a little bit wider outside off stump, tries to hit it a bit harder, misses, and it goes through the keeper for a dot ball.
One of the most beautiful shots, followed up by a pretty rank shot after that, but this partnership, 50 runs of 24 balls. They just got South Africa out of a spot of bother there when they're 3 down early. But these two have brought calmness to the crease, but also they found the boundary with ease.
Seeing a replay of that cover drive, it's absolutely perfect from Miller. You don't get to see him play that shot too often because he often comes in so late. Oh, and this time he's out. He's guided the ball off the back foot, just outside the off stump from Muzarabani, straight into the hands of short third, who was up in the ring. He was trying to just get it past him, which would have been 4, but he picked him out. It was almost like catching practice. David Miller's gone for 22 off 16. Talk us through that, Tash, and then Steve Finn's going to pick up.
Yeah, I think you nailed that description there. You know, if you see in the warm-ups, the coach is giving the slip fielders practice catches where they just run it off the face of the bat, and that is exactly what David Miller has just done to Muzarabani. It was good back of the length ball angling across the left-hander. And as you say, just a bit of catching practice for short third. They're not the easiest catches at short third because the ball does come to you quickly, so a good catch by the fielder. And we feel that South Africa are really in the driver's seat, only need a run of balls 61. Just a little bit of hope there from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, something for them to cling on to at the moment. It was a destructive couple of overs against the spin by Brevis and Miller. Brevis in particular, the shot where he just looks at the floor or looks at where he intercepts the ball and it goes so far. It's such a bizarre thing to see it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It does almost seem like they're doing it a little bit for show, but it also makes perfect sense that you're just making sure you're honing in on the ball and you're not, you know, you're playing the shot anyway, so you don't really need to see where the ball's going to go because you're trying to hit it for 6. But you're right, Finney, it's something that we're not used to, but we're also seeing a lot more batters starting to do it in the game as well.
I think it would annoy me if I was bowling.
I would be fuming if someone did that.
But then you'd have to kind of think to yourself as a bowler, well, he's just spanked me for 100-metre 6.
You can't do anything about
can I
it.
sledge him? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Well, Tristan Stubbs is the new batter. He's going to be at the non-strikers end because we've flipped over for the beginning of the 11th over, and Sikandar Raza is saying, I'm going to do it myself, as he comes in and is hammered down the ground by Brevis. 6, flat, hard, same result, 99 for 4.
What a shot that is. It's almost pretty much in the block hole there. Raza would have been pretty happy that he hit the Yorker line, but because Brevis is just so strong, he's able to sort of short arm jab it over long off, and he didn't almost do the no-look shot there, but you can see he's just watching the ball so closely onto the bat here, and that is a brilliant shot. Punch that over long off.
Well, Raza needs to respond. The thing that I find crazy is that, like, you look at the game situation and Miller's just got out, they're 4 down. Sikandar Raza over the wicket to Brevis, who just clips this into the onside towards deep wicket. There's 2 fielders out there and they've converged and managed to stop the 2, so Brevis moves on to 42. South Africa make it to 100 for 4 from 10.2 overs, 54 more runs to win from 58 balls, but there's no fear, is there? Like, he sees the ball to hit for 6, and even given the fact that David Miller was dismissed last ball, still hits it for 6.
I guess it's almost now it's so hard to probably get out of that 6 hitting mindset that when you do need to sort of run a ball, it's actually probably harder to go out of the gears, whereas it probably used to be harder to get into the gears. So you're right, Finney, it's so impressive, and it just shows that they obviously back their batting lineup as well. They know they've got a couple of good batters to come as well.
Stubbs is one of those, facing his first ball, rocks back and clips into the onside towards deep wicket, almost identically to the way that Brevis did the ball before. 101 for 4 from 10.3.
And I guess he's just taking the responsibility on himself. Obviously someone else has just got out who was set, and so now he knows, okay, this is my time to be the aggressor, and I can just let Stubbs just feel his way for this pitch and just get himself in. If I'm able to keep finding that boundary, then you take the pressure off the person who's just come to the crease.
A big round-armed one from Sikandar Raza has been one hand swiped down the ground, and it's caught. Diving forward from long on, sprinting inside the 30-yard circle. The fielder takes an outstanding catch. And Brevis has gone. And when it comes off, you look brave. When it doesn't, and you've just lost the senior partner at the other end, you can look a bit silly. South Africa lose their 5th. Still 53 runs to win.
Yeah, really round-arm delivery from Raza, almost under the perpendicular. But this time, what Brevis has been doing so well when he has been going for the big shot, he's been really still. He hasn't really tried to overhit it, but this one was pretty rank. That bottom hand coming off the bat, and a really good catch there from the fielder running in. Is able to keep that head nice and steady. And actually Raza, he loved that wicket. He gave it a huge selly. He was being taken down by Brevis, 42 off 18 for him, but Raza coming back with his variations as well, and that's so impressive for a bowler who normally bowls conventionally, as you would normally think of an off spinner, but this time really round on just to change the trajectory of the ball, and it's dumbfounded Brevis.
Yeah, and now that leaves South Africa in a spot of bother. 101 for 5. They need 53 more runs to win. But it's around about a run a ball, maybe a bit less than a run a ball now, so they can consolidate. They can afford to do that. If I was the South Africa coach, I'd be having a word with Brevis. I know we've just been lauding him for being willing to take on the risks, but Raza is a dangerous bowler. He has 3 deliveries left. He's put a big round arm. It's like a spinning version of Lasith Malinga, the undercutting off spinner that isn't going to bounce. And he's just spooned it straight up in the air. But Ryan Burl took the catch. It was an outstanding catch, sprinting in from long on. He diving inside the 30-yard circle. Raza down the leg side is clipped by George Linder, who's the new batter, out towards deep backward square leg. There's just 1 run there, 102 for 5. But you have to recognise the risk in situations, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Obviously, I think that's probably where it is hard for him maybe to get out of that 6th gear, where he is finding the boundary with ease. But you're right, Finney, it's just recognise. Maybe if it was one of the other spinners and not Raza, who's only got 1 ball left in his spell, but yeah, maybe chose the wrong option there.
Yeah, Stubbs sensibly rocks back and pushes this with a straight bat towards a straight long on. The fielder runs to his left and collects, and Stubbs moves on to 2. Linder has 1 at the end of the 11th over. South Africa 103 for 5, the most important number of all of those being the 5 wickets that South Africa have lost. Sikandar Raza, his day is complete from a cricket skills delivery perspective. He's batted outstanding. He scored 73. He's taken 3 wickets there in his 4-over allocation, but he's going to have to marshal the troops through these last few overs, or few overs, 9 overs in Delhi. The sun just fading in the distance, and Sikandar Raza 3 for 29 from his 4. A good day out.
Yeah, a really good day out, and he's not just done that in this game, he's done it throughout the tournament, in particular with the bat as well. He's played in some different situations, and you know, that experience just from all around the world is just proving on this World Cup stage, and he must just be so pivotal off the pitch as well for Zimbabwe, bringing all that experience to players who potentially haven't played all around the world like him.
Creamer's in, starts with a slow delivery that turns outside off to Stubbs, who punches off the back foot towards deep extra cover. Batters through for a single, 104 for 5. Yeah, he has to be pivotal. And as Ryan Campbell was saying earlier, he's a cricket nuffy, so he loves cricket, talks about cricket. It's important you have those characters inside your dressing room. It keeps everyone together and connected and heading towards the common goal, and they've kind of achieved it, haven't they? They made it through that group stage, a tricky group to come through. They came through it, cemented their qualification for the next World Cup. They have struggled in the Super 8s, but with experience and with this experience, they'll be better for it. Creamer over the wicket to Linder, who rocks back and cuts this towards deep cover. 1 more run added to the score, 105 for 5.
He's also got a bit of flair as well. The spikes that he's wearing are yellow and red as well, and it almost looked like they're a continuation of his trousers, so showing a bit of flair as well. But you're right, and obviously he is a student of the game, and you'd hope that he would pass it on to his teammates as well.
Creamer to Stubbs, who goes back in his crease and just clips off the back foot towards deep mid-wicket. Saunters through for a single, 106 for 5, 48 needed. What I will say about this tournament as well, the crowds have been outstanding, even for neutral games. We're almost at full capacity here at Delhi today. It's just a smattering of empty seats in the top layer of the stand all the way round the Arun Jaitley Stadium, but it really has been fantastic. Full bunger, hammered up over mid-wicket. Will it go for 6? Yes. An absolute gift from Creamer to Linder, who doesn't say no to that opportunity to biff it for 6. 112 for 5. 42 needed now.
Yeah, that one was always going to go for 6, wasn't it? Not using the facilities, full toss. Creamer coming into the side today. He has really struggled. Pretty hard to bowl leg spin on a good pitch, short boundary to the left-hander as well.
How will he respond? Creamer drags one down and Linda drops back and clips towards deep square leg where the fielder collects safely. 1 run added to the score. 113 for 5, 41 needed. Which is tricky, isn't it? You're in and out the team. You snatch at your opportunity sometimes to, you want to make an impression. It's your last chance in this World Cup to make an impression. Maybe just try too hard sometimes. He still has time to make up for it though. Creamer drags one down, is cut hard by Stubbs. Excellent fielding there by Sikandar Raza at short extra cover, who scampers and collects the ball, saves his teammate 3 runs. And that's 1 run from the final ball of the over. 114 for 5. South Africa need just 40 more runs to win this contest and make it through to the semi-finals unscathed. Creamer's got 2 overs for 27.
Yeah, I mean, coming in that on the side is hard anyway because of your confidence, obviously, of not being in the team. Then you come in, you know, each game is absolutely huge at a World Cup, so he has struggled today. But just going back to the first innings, South Africa's bowlers who came in today, Nortje, he bowled pretty well, took 1 wicket, but in particular Mapaka, he bowled beautifully, bowled with good pace, but also real good smarts as well. Used his slow balls at the perfect time. We've obviously seen Ngidi doing that really well, and we brought it up earlier, Finney. It'll be interesting. Obviously, Rabada has struggled a little bit in the tournament, but Mapaka, he might have just put a few questions in the selectors' minds.
Masakadza is back into the attack after being spanked for 18 in his first 17 in his first over. A single off the first ball off the back foot from Tristan Stubbs to long off. 1 run added to the score.
I guess obviously we were speaking about also earlier that, you know, South Africa would have taken a lot of confidence from winning the World Test Championship, and you want as many in your side who won that World Test Champion going into the semi-finals and finals potentially. We know obviously South Africa's struggles at just getting over the line in recent times, so we want as many of those in the side going forward.
Masakadza round the wicket to left-handed Linda, who turns that round the corner to short fine leg, but straight to the fielder. A dot ball. And now what I have wanted to ask you about, Tash, how does it feel to be retired?
I thought I was going to go unscathed.
Absolutely not. I'm amazed it took us 32.2 overs to get there, but
yeah, well, I've been on holiday, so
Masakadza back of a length clipped by Linda towards long on. 38 needed now for South Africa.
No, I've been easing into retirement nicely, actually.
That's the way to do it.
But no, it's been really nice. It's obviously, I've had a lot of really lovely messages and calls and stuff like that over the last week or so. Quite overwhelming, actually, but yeah, no, just been a nice time as well.
Masakadza is punched by Stubbs off the front foot towards long off. 1 run added to the score. 37 now needed.
I've been trying to switch off, you know, my family have been saying switch off from the cricket now. You don't have to sort of be as involved in it. But
so you've come to join us?
Yes, now I'm just chatting rubbish about cricket instead. But no, it's been nice, Vinny. You know, tricky time, but also an exciting time as well. So
well, you should be proud.
I'll follow in your footsteps and really enjoy retirement.
Yeah, don't get overweight like me, though.
I wasn't saying that.
Far better athlete than me. Down the leg side from Masakadza, wide ball signalled by umpire Illingworth. 36 needed from 44 balls for South Africa. Yeah, it's a funny period in your life, isn't it? It was young to retire. I was young to retire as well from cricket. You've got this whole next chapter. Masakadza, full of a length, hit by Linda in the air, out towards wide long on, 1 bounce, and it makes it to the fielder, who tumbles away to his left, fielding smartly, and a bit of relay fielding down there with his deep mid-wicket teammate. 2 added to the score, 34 needed from 43. But yeah, like when you're waiting to make the decision, you've got so many different things, or I did anyway. I had so many different things going through my mind, and if it feels right, it usually is right. Masakadza, back of a length, hit firmly by Linda towards short cover, and a dot ball to finish the over. So Linda has 12 from 8. Stubbs has 7 from 7. South Africa 120 for 5 with 7 overs to go, meaning with 42 balls left, they need just 34 runs. So it feels like it should be easy for them, but a couple of wickets can put a cat amongst the pigeons. And that'll be a busy summer ahead for you then. There's lots of cricket to talk about.
I'm really excited for the summer. Obviously, I won't have the pressure of playing or trying to get back on the park. But yeah, no, I'm obviously, it's been a busy time for ICC events, hasn't it? There's so many World Cups and a Women's T20 World Cup in England. I cannot wait. I'm speaking to the likes of sort of Beth Wild, and I know how much effort they've put into this. Obviously, the girls are going to be playing at the Test match grounds, the semi-finals at the Oval and the final at Lords. It's just going to be, and then also a Test match against India at Lords as well. So there's just so much cricket in general, but obviously I'm slightly biased. There's so much women's cricket this summer that just there's so much to be excited about. I know some of the grounds are already sold out for those games. So yeah, it's going to be good.
Evans back into the attack to Tristan Stubbs, who defends with a straight bat towards short extra cover, dot ball. And we think England are going to do well in the tournament. They certainly seem to be playing well.
Yeah, and they've had an interesting build-up. No international cricket actually since the World Cup in October. But I don't think that's a bad thing because obviously everyone speaks about how busy the schedule is, and you know, under Charlotte Edwards, they've had a really good training block now. They've been on various different camps.
Evans to Stubbs, who punches nicely towards mid-off, who's inside the ring, but the batter's set off quickly, the fielder doesn't. 1 run added to the score, so 33 needed from 40.
So it's been a good time for, you know, the likes of Lottie and the other coaches just to maybe have a look at some different players. Also, you know, when you're just going from game to game, it's really hard to get any sort of training in, and it's, you know, they're obviously focusing on T20 in particular. So I think it's been a different build-up, but also a really good build-up for the England girls going forward. And then obviously they're going to have the home support. Obviously the likes of Australia, Alyssa Healy's just retired. She's just scored 150 in her last ODI game.
Regretting her decision.
Yeah, regretting her decision. She might come back. You know, so England won't be the favourites, but they'll be quietly confident.
Yep, Evans round the wicket to George Linder. That's a nice steepling delivery. Beats the outside edge. The bowler thinks it's kissed the edge. The keeper has taken the catch. And I think this is going to go upstairs. The keeper's convinced. Huge grin on Maramani's face. He took a really smart catch earlier in the first over. And they've sent it up. Linder's shaking his head. Let's find out.
I think they're all convinced, apart from the bowler, actually. He shook his head. He didn't think that was...
Check the feet, it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen here.
Rising up around the gloves. It looks to me as though there's...
The ball is passing close to the bat. Can you have ultra edge, please?
Well, this will be the telling bit of technology, ultra edge.
Bowler's looking a little bit more interesting now that he's seen the replay on that. That has passed really close to the bat.
Ultra edge coming out. Flat line of the ball passes the bat.
That was pretty close, so you can't sort of have a go at them for going upstairs there. They've obviously heard something, but
yeah, flat line.
Bowlers always know, don't
they? No bat involved. Stay with your decision of not out your on screen.
So it was a nice delivery that lifted. The Zimbabwe bowlers have bowled a lot of cross-seam deliveries. Maybe that one just kicking off the seam and rising more than Linder thought it would. The round-the-wicket angle as well, cramping him for room. The wicketkeeper covers his face, Maramani, with his gloves, as if to say, oh, did I really send that one upstairs? But why not?
I don't think it was a bad shout. It was quite hard to see on the replay there.
They've got another one as well. They've still got one review remaining.
I find it so... I think 2 reviews in a T20 there should only be 1.
Feels like a lot, doesn't it? It certainly does. Especially when you only get 2 for a whole 80 overs of a test match.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
You don't ever really use both your reviews in a T20 innings, do you?
No, you have to have had a shocker to use them both. Right, the game continues. Evans back of a length is hit firmly towards backward point, but there's a nice bit of fielding off the bat of George Linder. Doesn't manage to stop the single though, as Blessing Musrabani does the tidying up there. Linder moves on to 13. South Africa on to 122 for 5, 13.4 overs. 32 needed for South Africa to make it through this tournament to the semi-finals, having not lost a game. Their closest scare was that double super over against Afghanistan. What a game. Penny for Jonathan Trott's thoughts at the end of that, but that was remarkable. It seemed inconceivable that South Africa could win it, but it's moments like that, I feel, that when you get to the crux of a tournament, Evans over the wicket to Stubbs, who pulls without timing towards deep the wicket, immediately sets off and calls two. The batters tap and come back. Will there be a run-out chance? No, Stubbs makes it easily back to the striker's end. So 124 for 5, 30 needed. But sometimes that scare touch is kind of a good thing to know and give you the confidence that you can make it through those tricky moments before the knockout stage.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, I watched the press conference of Ashwell Prince before this game, and he was actually just alluding to, obviously they've won really well, but sometimes you want, like he actually mentioned England, where obviously they've had a few more closer games, but just saying that obviously they're really glad to have won, but they would have liked to have maybe a few more closer games. But
Evans is nudged into the onside by Tristan Stubbs, looking for that 2 again to deep mid-wicket. It does seem as though they've got the time to do so, and they do. So 2 added to the score to finish the 14th over. South Africa 126 for 5 and looking calm out there at the moment. Just 28 more runs needed from 36 balls. The orange sun setting in the distance as the smog disperses the orange colour across the sky. It really is beautiful in Delhi. Wonderful stadium. It's been a very clear day. And we witnessed some good cricket. There's been a little bit of toing and froing, but on the whole it's been South Africa and Zimbabwe have showed fight and character. Tash is going to take a break. Thank you for her efforts and contributions. And Ryan Campbell's going to come in alongside me to take us through to the conclusion of this game. And South Africa look calm, Ryan, at the moment.
It's all about being calm, staying calm in this final little bit for both Zimbabwe in the field and coming up with plans. They need one good over, whereas conversely, South Africa will be thinking, well, we keep our heads on here. We can almost dink our way to victory, or one good over, and then it really is over. And that's, I guess, the beauty of T20. There's always a line. There's always a moment where you're thinking, could we go this way or could we go that way? And one over either way can really affect the outcome of a game. And I guess that's why we love the game so much.
Exactly. Well, it's never a foregone conclusion, is it? And the ability to drag yourself back into the game as well is something that that is exciting. And we've seen it many times throughout this tournament, actually. Teams looking as though they're on the brink and then dragging themselves back in. And the jeopardy and the trepidation that comes with games like that are what have made this tournament, for me, a really interesting and fascinating one. It is just such a shame that we didn't see that one big giant killing, as that would have been a fantastic story.
Yeah, it would have been great to watch Nepal beat England.
Oh, well, hold on, let's not get carried away, Ryan. Hey.
Well, I thought we saw plenty, because Australia were poor in this tournament, let's be honest. You know, them going out before the Super 8 stage is something that they're not very used to at all. And you know, we can say they had their fair share of injuries going into the tournament, but they never played their best cricket and found themselves out of the tournament. And that's, I guess, one of the scalps that you wouldn't have expected. But again, that's also the beauty of tournament play. If you don't come ready to go, you can find yourself in big trouble very early.
Yep, Australia, they were on that plane home about a week ago. My heart was bleeding when that.
It's all right, the Ashes were still in the plane, weren't they?
That's a
had
fair
to get
point,
it in there.
and I will stand down on that front. I forgot about the Ashes, to be honest. It feels like a lifetime ago. And the conjecture around English cricket has changed a little bit in that time. There's clearly things that need to be worked on, and linking the domestic game with the Test match game is going to be an important component of that, and especially for you as a coach at Durham, enticing those players to let them dream that they can play for England is something that I think is important for the English game. Anyway, Burl is into the attack to the left-handed Linder. Clips calmly out towards deep mid-wicket. 1 run added to the score.
Well,
27 needed from 35.
I guess this is the Zimbabwe rolling their dice now, that you know, bringing on a leg spinner who can go, but also has the capacity to bowl wicket-taking balls. And, you know, they know that they just need to break this partnership, and they're into the tail, who haven't had a lot of batting, let's be honest, throughout this tournament.
No, they're going to be tested if this partnership can be broken. So Burl floats one out googly, darts in sharply towards Stubbs, who defends towards extra cover. Dot ball. It looked like he half-foxed him there.
Yeah, nice wrong un. I'll give you a little story. I nearly had Tristan Stubbs playing for the Netherlands. There you go.
Okay, here we go. Burl beats the outside edge. Beautiful, beautiful delivery from Ryan Burl. The keeper's gone up. Aramani to ask the square leg umpire whether the foot dragged. I don't think it has. Okay, so Tristan Stubbs almost played for the Netherlands. Continue.
He has a Dutch passport.
Okay.
Was playing cricket in the Netherlands. Hadn't played obviously for South Africa, or even domestically was playing in and out of the teams.
Burl to Stubbs. Stubbs rocks back and punches towards short extra cover. Another dot ball.
Yeah, so he was pretty much lined up to play at the World Cup in Australia. He was going to, and I spoke to, you know, Robin Peterson was his provincial coach.
Stubbs steps outside leg, and the quick ball is clipped up towards long on. One added to the score, 128 for 5.
And for those who don't know, if you haven't played for a full member, as an associate, if you're from that country or you've got a Dutch passport, whatever it is, you can play. But then you can play for South Africa the next day.
Right.
But then you can't go back to the Netherlands for 3.5, 4 years, I think the ruling is.
Yep. Burl to left-handed Linda, who clips this in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, but it split the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, so it just goes on the one bounce to the fielder running around from deep mid-wicket. One added to the score to finish the 15th over. South Africa 129 for 5. They need 25 more runs from the remaining 30 balls. I have to depart to bring Matt Floyd in, but Tristan Stubbs could have played for the Netherlands. Ryan Campbell, continue again.
Yeah, so he was all lined up, and then I'd even spoken to the South African head coach at the time. We just said it was a great opportunity for him. But then all of a sudden he got selected in a provincial T20 game, literally because someone got injured, went in, made 100. Suddenly everyone was talking about Tristan Stubbs. We weren't allowed to use him. It's the same with young Mark Chapman when he was playing for Hong Kong when I was there. He played at the World Cup for Hong Kong and then ended up, you know, he was doing university in New Zealand and had obviously New Zealand heritage as well. And suddenly he got picked for New Zealand. That was the end of that. Michael Rippon's another one.
Here's Brian Bennett, first bowl for him, off spinner, round the wicket to Linda, who hangs back and pushes him out to the offside for a single. What might have been, eh,
What
Ryan?
might have been. Jeez, he would have fitted into our team, the Dutchies, nicely too.
Oh,
Excelsior he was playing for in Netherlands.
Excelsior, one of the top clubs, isn't it?
Yeah, good
Out
place.
There. Yeah, I actually don't know the Dutch club scene too well. I probably should go out there really and have a little look around. Is Brian Bennett short? Stubbs goes back and pulls out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Are you still in touch with the domestic scene out there?
Try to. Obviously, you know, we spent 5.5 years. My kids grew up there speaking Dutch, and my wife also has a Dutch passport. So, you know, we kind of stay in the loop and see how everything's going.
And again, crosses into the pitch short. Linda swings this around the corner past a diving short fine leg for 4. South Africa now need just 19 off 27 balls. They're almost there.
I just get the feeling that with the start of this over that Sikandar Raza might have run out of options trying to bowl any spinner now, to thinking that's their best bet. But when you don't bowl too often, you can drag one down every now and again.
Yeah, this does seem like the last roll of the dice, doesn't it? Again, it's short. Linda goes back and pulls out to deep mid-wicket. Do you think South Africa actually will be quietly pleased that they've been tested a bit today by Zimbabwe?
Oh, yes, for sure. But, you know, when you lose a toss, they said that South Africa said, oh, it would have been nice for us to bat first. But, you know, you're thinking, OK, we want to be put under the pump here. 154 is a good standard. We can lose a couple of wickets.
Stubbs just pushes this down the ground for 1. to long on.
You know, guys who haven't had much of a bat, you lose your 2 openers early. So the guys who haven't had much of a hit have really spent some time in the middle. The other pleasing thing is that they brought 3 bowlers into the lineup and they all performed really, really nicely. So, you know, your backups are in good order. Well, I think they're in as good a position as they can be.
And it drags down again, and Linda pulls well in front of square, but straight out to deep mid-wicket for 1. South Africa 138 for 5 off 16 overs, so they need 16 more off 24 balls. So would you say, really, I mean, they are the only unbeaten side, South Africa are the team to beat right now?
Yeah, 100%. I came into today really, really excited with what South Africa brought to the table. I think their performances have been of the quality that you would think, gee, that's the team. Generally, we think that of India, or a lot of time we think that of Australia or England. But I think it's this tournament, it's been South Africa that's had the talking points. And like we said at the start of the show, there's always that, oh, but South Africa in ICC events, you know, there's that. But I got the feeling that this group of players have put that behind them. Winning the World Test Championship has calmed a lot of that nerve, and the talk's not so much about it.
Ryan Bell, the leg spinner, tosses one up down the leg side, and it's swept aerially. 1 bounce for behind square by George Linder, and they are now starting to really motor towards their target. 12 more required for South Africa.
Yeah, almost home. They're almost home. But like I say, I was a part of that, the match in the Australian T20 competition when the Dutch beat South Africa and basically put them out of the competition, and they look so nervous.
It's a full delivery down the leg side, and it's hit hard by George Linder, but straight to deep backward square leg for 1.
Yeah, that day they just looked almost a shell of a team, but now you look at them and you feel that they've got all their bases covered. They've got guys in good form. They're led well. They tick every box, and they're going to be very hard to beat.
Moves around his crease a little bit. Ball's fired into his pads. He just clips it out to deep mid-wicket. He's just ticked along here, Tristan Stubbs. He hasn't hit a boundary yet, but he hasn't had to. He's just calmed things down. He's currently 16 not out off 18 balls. Linda's 27 off 18, so he's been the aggressor. And haven't had to worry, really. These two, they've just inched towards the target and then occasionally come out the bunker and hit a boundary when needed. It's been very, very calm and collected.
You know, but don't get me wrong, it's a semi-final, anything can happen. But right now,
here's Bell. Driven hard down the ground to long off for a single.
The other thing I'll throw in, and you guys have probably watched a bit more of this tournament than I have, but I feel the toss of the coin isn't affecting the games as much as it can do in T20 cricket. So when you get to a semi-final, I don't think you just sort of, if we lose a toss and bowl first, we're gone. Or if we lose a toss and we bat first, we're gone.
It's a long way outside off stump from Ryan Bell. That's going to be a wide. I agree, yeah, I don't see the stats on it, but it does feel that way. The dew hasn't been quite as important.
Yeah, so that, again, when you're going into a semi-final situation, when you're playing well, you kind of have the feeling, no, we don't care, whatever. We'll do whatever we need to do. We'll chase, we'll bat first, it doesn't matter.
Tristan Stubbs waits, wide stance, gets another wide delivery, still can't find the boundary, through his hands at that, but the ball goes straight to one of 2 fielders behind square in the ring on the offside. He's 16 from 19, 8 more needed, a couple of big hits will do it. 1 ball left in this 17th from Ryan Bell. Again, it's very wide, and he cuts out to deep point. Stubbs, he'll keep the strike, 147 for 5, 7 more needed. So here's a question for you, Ryan. If you're England right now, I mean, they don't have a choice because it looks like they're going to play, well, they'll play India or the West Indies. Would you rather play India in the semi-final or this South Africa side?
I'm going to, this doesn't sound silly, I'm going to say you'd rather play India. Because I think India at the minute, yes, they've had some good games, and you know, we know them playing at home is always a daunting task, but I think you go into a semi-final against India with such a freedom that, you know what, this is a free swing, because we know India are really good, but we have to play at our best. So let's put our best performance forward by literally going for it. We've got nothing to lose. And like I mentioned earlier,
Barney's back into the attack. Back foot punch by Stubbs. Another single for him out to deep cover. 6 needed.
The beauty of England in this tournament has been they've been winning ugly. They have found a way, which is something that they haven't done for a while. The fact that Joss Buttler and Phil Salt playing against India, India will know that those two know the conditions so well. If they suddenly find form, it can get away from us very, very quickly. And that, to me, is a situation where England go in, hey, we haven't played that well, but we keep winning. And that's a great asset to have. But, hey, guys, what happens if we all play well?
Zarabani's around the wicket to the left-handed Linda, who cuts just behind square on the offside. Good bit of fielding by the fielder there. Restricts them to just 1.
And I know there's been a bit of talk around the traps about Buttler hasn't gone so well and this, that and the other, but mate, he's your best white ball player you've ever produced. He is going to come good at some point. You just got to hope that it's in a semi-final or a final. He's just too good not to. And again, don't get me wrong, there was some of his dismissals looked like he's searching for it, he's feeling for it. You know, the nick behind the other night was a clear indication where he looked a bit scrambled. He was trying to walk at bowlers early on, where Josh, to me, is when I watch him, he just plays good cricket shots.
That wasn't good cricket, really. That last ball, it was a short, wide, slower, long hop, really, from Mazhar Barney. And in the end, Stubbs does well to reach it, and he cuts it out on the boundary for 1.
And the other thing that I haven't mentioned, but I think the great thing that you've discovered about England is that Harry Brook is going to bat 3 in T20 cricket, and that's where he should be, and that's where he should be for evermore, basically. And that's something you've discovered during this tournament, and that is very, very exciting for England cricket going forward in the white ball game.
Oh, it really is. When he plays like that as well, that was a classic instance the other day of one player having an unbelievable day out and winning you the game. It's very hard to stop Harry Brook when he is in that mood. He was peak Harry Brook the other night in that game. He was sensational, some of the shots he played. Mazhar Barney round the wicket to Linda, just cramping him up, thick inside edge, out to square leg for 1. Will Zimbabwe today, will they feel like they've had a couple of opportunities in the match and just haven't quite taken them, do you think?
Yeah, I do. I think that to push South Africa to, the 18th over, again, they'll probably feel that they've, missed out by not scoring 170, 175 when Raza was going so well. They just needed to see someone hang in there. Again, for me, it's about, so what have we learned here? We can't just walk away from this tournament and go, oh yeah, good on us, we made the Super 8s. We've got to say, okay, how have we got better? How do we get even more better? If that's not even a word, but you know what I mean.
South Africa need 3 more, and it's still going to be 3. They almost take a single, driven down to mid-off by Stubbs, but they decide against it.
So my thing for the associates, who have been really good, and a team like Zimbabwe, and again, we know they're not an associate, but in the past, you have good losses, and everyone goes, oh, good on you. You've got to stop accepting that. Now you've got to go, okay, how do we win this? How does Nepal beat England on that day the other week? How does the Dutch make sure they beat Pakistan the next time they're in a close tussle?
It's a free hit, 2 needed by South Africa, and it's pulled hard by Stubbs. It's half stopped by the fielder at deep mid-wicket, but the ball runs away out towards the boundary, and he comes back for the second. And that will be it. South Africa get to their target of 154, 5 wickets down with 2 overs in hand. It is played 7, 1-7 for South Africa at this T20 World Cup. They are the only unbeaten side into the semi-finals. They will top their Super 8s group. It'll be either India or the West Indies to join them in second place. and it means that South Africa now will play in the first semi-final against New Zealand on Wednesday at Eden Gardens in Kolkata, and they're going to be very hard to stop, Ryan.
Yep, they are. They've, like I say, they've ticked every box throughout this tournament. I think their squad is deep. Every position that they have, there is a backup who can also do that job. And look, they go in with good form. I think they go in with a massive belief around the group, which is really important. And again, South African cricket, we can all talk about the bad days, but I think they are now starting to bask in the glory of some of these, the production of some of their younger players, the Brevises, the Tristan Stubbs, these sort of guys, Rickleton, who have come up and then been surrounded by guys like Markram and David Miller and these sort of senior players. And there's a real belief around this group that they can beat anyone. And, you know, they go into this semi-final shootout with New Zealand, who again have made a semi-final of a world event, which is such a great story, because they continue to just, you know, for a country with such a small population, they continue to, you know, to play and to win against the big boys, and they are one of the big boys, so they're not going to just fold over. But look, the four best teams you would think in this tournament are going to make it through to the semi-finals, and you know, that's an exciting time for all of us to watch.
Just to run you through then what happened earlier today, South Africa made some team changes, restricted Zimbabwe to 153. Sikandar Raza got 73 of that 153. And the bowlers all chipped in really. A couple of wickets from Mapaka, a couple for Corbin Bosch, one each for Linda, Ngidi and Norkir. And South Africa chased that down, 5 wickets down. They lost a couple of early wickets, both openers, Markram and de Kock, going for little. De Kock for a duck, in fact, Markram for 4. But then after that, numbers 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 all got to at least 21. They were all Brevis, top scoring for them with 42 off 18, a sparkling 42, and that got them to their score. Just 5 wickets down with 2.1 overs to go. So those changes I mentioned there, Ryan, is that giving them a bit of a headache, perhaps, you know, selection for the semi-final with the likes of Mapaka coming in, getting a couple of wickets, Norkir bowled with real pace today, or do you think they just go back straight to Rabada and Jansen because they are their go-to guys?
Yeah, I would have thought they're pretty comfortable with what their starting 11's going to be. I think they went with those guys for most of the tournament, but it is nice that their backups have done well. Mapaka is a really, really exciting young bowler, probably going to get man of the match, you would have thought, for 21 after 4. Look, if you look at Jansen, who's been such a good T20 player for them, who bats so well and obviously opens the bowling, he's the one that's probably gone at the most with his economy rate, has been the guy that he's gone around the park. So you could maybe talk about his position, but then you look at his batting and what that adds to this team as well. So I've got a feeling they're pretty confident that they know what their starting 11 will be next week. And, you know, today was all about getting some game time under those backups, just in case something happens to one of their bowlers in training or whatever. You know, I'm not sure they're going to train too much between now and the semi-final. I think it's just a top-up session here and there, so you would hope that they're not going to get too many injuries. Of course, Ryan Rickleton might pull up a bit sore and you know, after being hit in the head and with concussion. And again, those protocols are very serious nowadays, that you're not supposed to play within 7 days. So I guess there's a question mark around him, but I'm pretty sure he'll bluff his way through that sort of concussion test to make sure he's ready to go. But yeah, I would have thought that if you're in the South African camp, you're pretty happy with what's going on in your team right now.
Just a final word on Zimbabwe. I know that, you know, you said there that they've got to find a way of getting over the line in closer games and stuff like that. But have they been one of the stories of the tournament, really? It's been a comeback for Zimbabwe, this, hasn't it? To beat Australia, to beat Sri Lanka. You know, we're not as surprised, of course, as, say, if an associate side upsets one of those teams. But Zimbabwe have been in the wilderness a little bit. They missed the last 2 World Cups, and they've kind of announced themselves back on the big stage, haven't they?
Yeah, 100%. No, I think they have been a talking point, that's for sure. It's, you know, it's very easy in these big competitions just to think about the big guys, but you're always intrigued to see what the associate or little guy is going to do. And they have been absolutely outstanding. They were brilliant in the qualifying stage of this tournament. You know, they didn't lose a game. And for them, I think as a young group, I think you're looking at a team that's starting to get a bit of belief. There's, you know, a couple of guys got injuries and missed this game as well. But, you know, they're starting to get a squad. All about these sort of teams, it's about being able to build your squad a little bit higher.
Inspirational
Zimbabwe
captain
players
for
just
his
doing
wonderful
a
all-round
lap of
performance.
honour
Sikandar
right now,
Raza.
soaking it all in.
He'll
Apart
receive
from
his player of the
their
match
captain,
medallion from Rohan
fantastic
Jaitley, the
Sikandar
president
Raza.
of Delhi and
He is the
District
player
Cricket
of the
Association.
match.
73 from
What
43,
a performance
8 fours
from him.
and
He's
4
going to be
sixes,
interviewed now by
and a
Cass
wonderful
Naidu.
return of 3 for 29 in 4 overs. Sikandar, I know you would have wanted to be on the winning side today, but what a wonderful all-round performance from you. What are your immediate reflections?
My immediate reflection is that I shouldn't be here. I've never got a man of the match for losing the game, but I just think I can hold my head high. I think the way the boys have played the whole tournament, I know we took a bit of beating in the previous 2 games, but I think with each beating came a valuable lesson. And if you can see Zimbabwe, I think we have improved with every game that we have played. At least now we've got a taste of what it needs, what it takes and what it needs to be done for us to be a mid-table team in the top 6, top 7. We take these valuable lessons, go home and hopefully come back stronger and better.
I know you don't want the spotlight on you, but I am going to put it on you. 73 from 43. What was your approach when you got out there? You looked unstoppable.
To be honest with you, I thought 180 would be part on that wicket because I thought it was slightly on the skiddy lower side of the wicket. So I thought the square sides would be harder to hit. So I thought, listen, boys, if he can just get somehow 170, 175, I think it's a very good total on this wicket. And true to that, I think had we got to that, I think it would have been a very interesting game.
With ball in hand, you opened the bowling against the South African batting lineup that bat deep. How important was it to strike early in the power play?
Yeah, certainly very important, but without even striking, my immediate reaction was we've only got 2 seamers. If there's one guy who needs to raise his hand, it has to be the captain. So I said, boys, I'll open the bowling with the 2 seamers and hopefully we can, so that we can have a lot of their, or some of their overs in the middle and at depth as well. But alhamdulillah, it came really nice. We ended up bowling 3 in the power play. But without the wickets or the runs, the fact that if the leader stands up and raises his hand, I think it gives a lot of confidence to the team, and I think we needed to show it today.
Only the second player in T20 World Cup history to score over 70 and take 3 wickets. Our player of the match today, Sikandar Raza.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, he's had a very good tournament of it. Maybe not the wickets that he'd like. Sikandar Raza in his 6 games, he's taken 5 wickets. But with the bat in hand in particular, he's been outstanding, taking that responsibility. At number 4, 206 runs, at an average of 51, a strike rate of 164. Outstanding numbers those. Tash Farrant's such an important player for Zimbabwe, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hugely important, and not just what he does on the pitch, obviously. You know, what he brings to the team. He's the captain, he's played all around the world, and Zimbabwe don't have a plethora of players that have done that. So he's obviously been instrumental on the pitch, but, you know, he'll do so much off the pitch as well, and just bringing the knowledge that he's learned from around the world and from different players as well. And, you know, he knows that there's quite a lot on his shoulders, but he's handled that in this tournament brilliantly, hasn't he?
Yeah, and someone else who's had a brilliant tournament, Brian Bennett, 22 years old. His average took a massive hit today. It's gone down to 146.
Oh, Paul.
Only out twice in this tournament, 292 runs, strike rate of 134, that 97 not out against India as well. Outstanding performance from him. And some real green shoots of hope, Ryan, for Zimbabwe looking forward, and Sikandar Raza saying that he wants his team to be a mid-table team, consolidate themselves in the T20 game, and they've started to do that here.
Yeah, 100%. It's really exciting for these teams to perform well on the world stage in front of people, but the most important thing is what they do from now on, because I think what happens sometimes is you have a good tournament, everything's great, but then you don't play for 3, 4, 5 months because of the schedules, and you don't have, you know, opposition, or the world cricket schedule is so busy now that, you know, the big boys don't play against these little guys so often. It's really, really important now that, okay, this has been great, We know what we need to do. Our preparation has been really, really good. We've played well. What's next? So the next 3 months, the next 4 months, the next 5 months has to be really, really important that the organisers, I guess the managerial side of Zimbabwean cricket steps up and goes, okay, we know that we need to keep playing well. We need to expose our youngsters to the best cricketers around the world, and that's the way we're going to get better. So, yeah, really important time for them. Look, the pressure coming off that they don't have to go through a qualifier for the next T20 World Cup is so important, and that's also money that will come into their system as well that guarantees that. But now we just have to make sure that we see them playing more cricket against good opposition. And again, I think that's where, and I know without being too political, I know it's very busy around the world, but some of these big teams need to actually start going, you know what, we need to help out world cricket here. We need to, I don't know, if we're touring to South Africa, maybe we need to drop in and play against Zimbabwe. If we're going to play England, maybe we drop in and play Scotland and Netherlands on the way. It's only a couple of days just to give them an exposure. Who drops into the USA, for instance, now to play against them to try and give them a little bit more? Does India take Nepal under their belt and say, you know what, you need to come and play us a few times, even if it's an A team from India playing Nepal? They're the little things I think that I'd love to see world cricket be better at, and that's where the game will continue to grow if that's the case.
Yeah, completely agree. And actually one of the most charming things about this tournament has been the jeopardy in that group stage, the stories that have come with it, the development of those smaller countries, and the fact that they've been put on the map by this tournament that's been so well supported inside the grounds. I was at the Nepal versus England game, and it was like India were playing England. There was so much support in Mumbai for them, so it's a launch pad for the game to grow from.
Yeah, definitely. And just going back to Zimbabwe as well, you feel like it's a really key time for them to pounce on this, you know, that successful group stage of this World Cup. Obviously they haven't progressed through to the semi-finals, but they'll, you know, don't have to qualify for the next T20 World Cup. We've just had the under-19s World Cup in Zimbabwe, and also the 50-over World Cup next year is in South Africa, along with Zimbabwe as well. So, you know, they've had the results here, and they've also got the setting in the next couple of years where there's going to be a lot of, you know, world cricket played in Zimbabwe. So, you know, that is really important with trying to marry the two. So you hope that Zimbabwe cricket, and just what Ryan's saying, they can get, you know, potentially those bilateral series around the world tournaments as well. And, you know, countries like Nepal as well, how brilliant have they been? And they also have the backing in their country. They've got their own T20 league now as well. So those kinds of countries and teams, they've got to marry up the performances but also the support and the games back home in their home country as well.
Yeah, and the wider game can help support that as well, can't it? Distribution of funds, and without it all becoming too complex, certainly that financial support to be able to develop the players and create a more level playing field across the world is only going to be a good thing for cricket. Now, the story here is that South Africa, in winning this game today against the spirited Zimbabwe team, means that they top their Super 8 group 1 of this tournament. They go through to play New Zealand in Kolkata in a few days' time, and they'll be feeling very confident actually from the way that they've played in this tournament. You kind of had them down as favourites, or I certainly did when I was asked who I think will go far in this tournament, who I think will win it. I said South Africa, but the game that's coming up very shortly here on Radio 5 Live and on the ICC website and at the India versus West Indies game, that's a humongous one.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Like, I actually can't wait to get home and watch that game as well. And yeah, basically a quarter-final, and India in particular wouldn't have thought they may have been in this position, but obviously at Kolkata there'll be a huge crowd and they'll all pretty much be going for India as well. So that's a massive game. And West Indies, they've been dangerous in this tournament as well. So really looking forward to that, and it's pretty fitting actually that the Super 8 stage is finished with that game as well, and all eyes will be on that.
Yeah, and from a South African perspective, Ryan, going through the rest of this tournament, who is their most important player, you think, to make sure that they make the most of this opportunity they've got?
Well, look, my first initial thought is always Hayden Markram. because I think the leader, he opens the batting, he can bowl, he can do whatever. He looks like a calming influence around their team. If he starts well, I think that they just file in behind him. But the more I watch Brevis bat, I think, gee, that boy could take away a game anywhere at any time. And look, we know to win an ICC tournament, a World Cup, your best players got to play well, and you need probably one of your lesser knowns to stand up on the big occasion. So I'm really interested to see if South Africa can take that next step, because, you know, like we've said throughout, there's always that bit of banter about what they do in semi-finals or finals in World Cup events. But I'm just intrigued to see if this group of players can put the past behind them and go, you know what, that's not us. This is us now. We win stuff, and we're going to demand, you know, excellence from within the group, and we're going to win.
Well, let's hear from the captains. Here's Pommy and Bangma.
Reflections, I guess, is what I would ask for with regard to what's gone on. And sometimes I guess it feels all whirlwind as it happens. But can you put into words the journey that you've been on as a side?
Certainly qualifying was a big step. Getting a ticket to the next World Cup without the qualifiers, massive achievement. I think in this Super 8, as much as we have lost, Pommy, but I can assure you, the lessons we have taken on. After the first game, we got better. After the second game, we even got better. So these are the things that when I look into my team and I say, you know what, we are learning, we are growing, and as a captain, I couldn't have asked for more, and I couldn't be any more proud of the boys. So as a captain and as a leader, I'm very, very proud of this bunch of boys, because I genuinely felt that we got better with every game that went on, and hopefully when we come back to the ICC events next time, we'll be even better.
There's a World Cup coming. I know it's not going to be 2020 World Cup, but it'll be a 50-over World Cup, and that's not in 28, but in 27. The importance of what you've done here with regard to that, and those fans you're talking to, and those at home with regard to looking forward to that.
Yeah, certainly, very much so. It looks too far away for some of us, but we see where we are and we see how we go. But I just think, Pommy, the culture we have built in the changing room, whether we are there or we are not there, I think this team should be on autopilot, and things should be very smooth. Hopefully, if Allah wills it, all the senior boys are fit and healthy. We would love to be part of that as well. But having said that, the culture we have built, the relations we have built with the fans home and away, I just think we're on to something here, and the hope, most importantly, that we have given to people back home. The Chevrons have done something that hasn't been done before, and I think the hope to the parents to allow their kids to take cricket as a primarily sport, so that our depth can get better, our standards can get better. Because right now, immediate thing that Zimbabwe needs to do is to improve the pool of players. But I think what we have achieved now, Zimbabwe doesn't need to do anything. I think is going to happen automatically now.
Probably not for you to decide, but also what you do as a side with regard to playing between now and then, important fixtures, etc.
I can assure you one thing, that the Zimbabwe management, the MD and the chairman, has been very active behind the scenes. We have got 3 home tours and 1 away tour in 2026, and with a possibility of 2 more tours and 3 of A series as well. So management has been really busy behind closed doors. Without me revealing too much, I can assure you that you'll be seeing plenty more of Zimbabwe. I just think right now we need to go back and just take a breather, regroup, plan, draw a blueprint where we need to go, how we need to do about our 2027 World Cup business. But I can assure you that the management is busy, and you're going to see Zimbabwe more and more.
All the best with that hard work, and well done on this trip here.
Thank you very much, Pommy. Thank you.
There you go, captain of Zimbabwe, Sikandar Raza. Now time to speak to the victorious captain of South Africa, Aiden Markram. Aiden, how happy are you with what's happened there in terms of trying to ensure you continue on your way, seeing as you've been playing so well through the tournament?
Yeah, nice to get the win. Can be quite a tricky one when you change the team a bit. Some boys haven't been playing, but thought the bowlers and the fielders really stepped up today. Obviously with the bat would have loved it to be more clinical, but probably not the worst thing that the middle order was put under a little bit of pressure and came through. So some good things to take, and obviously very grateful for the win as well.
The difficulty of the fact that you qualify early, you want it and you want to tick it off and make sure you're there, but then you've also got to then sort of balance things, like you're saying, with selection and flexibility to just make sure you're taking over. What are the discussions with regard to all of that?
Yeah, it's tricky, but the least you can do is give opportunities to the guys that have been working really hard behind the scenes. You never know if you're going to need them. We could get to conditions and screams out to play one of them, and now they've got a game under their belt, which is a lot of value in. So really happy to have got the win. Happy with how the boys operate in the field and with the ball. Like I said, from a batting point of view, we'll take what we can from it, and yeah, just keep moving forward and looking forward to the next game.
Look forward for me.
Yeah, exciting. Really exciting. Semi-final, Kolkata against New Zealand, I believe. So the boys will be up for it a couple of days' time. You look at playing one really good game of cricket, and hopefully the result takes care of itself, and you hopefully can find yourself in a final. But still 40 overs of good cricket needed, and we need to give it that respect.
Okay. Congratulations on the qualification. You've probably been congratulated before, and all the very best over in Kolkata.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was the captains with Pommy and Bangwa there. The headline news: South Africa have won this game against Zimbabwe by 5 wickets. They topped the group, and they're through to a semi-final in Kolkata against New Zealand in a few days' time. And that's the end of our coverage here in Delhi, with thanks to Matt Floyd, Ryan Campbell and Tash Farrant for their contributions over the last few hours. We now go to Calcutta to join our team and Henry Moran for the blockbuster game between India and the West Indies.
Thank you very much, Finney. Top work team there, and what an occasion this will be. West Indies against India. It is a straight knockout. Winner progresses through to the semi-final, loser and their tournament is done. No worries about net run rate, none of that complication. This is a straightforward quarter-final between two sides who have at times in this tournament startled with their run scoring. At other times they have stuttered and struggled. Who will come out on top tonight? Much could depend on the outcome of the toss. Let's head to the middle. Ravi Shastri alongside the two captains.
Kolkata, Kemonacho. We are in the city of joy and the magnificent Eden Gardens, Calcutta. And it'll be the venue for a heavyweight contest. It's a knockout bout. It is two former champions who'll go head-to-head. It's India taking on the West Indies at Eden as we come up to toss time. For the Blues, ready to punch, is Surya Kumar Yadav. For the men in maroon, from the Caribbean, ready to counter-punch, is Shai Hope. Keeping an eagle eye on the proceedings is the seasoned Ranjan Madhukale. He's in the hot seat. And Wangu Hare for Hyundai is quietly watching the proceedings as he gives the coin to Ranjan Madhukale, who gives it to Surya. And Surya gives it a spin. Heads. Heads is the call. What's it, Ranjan? Surya, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We want to bowl first tonight.
Yes. I mean, you know this ground well. It's been a home ground for you in the past when you played for KKR. What do you make of this surface?
Looks good. The surface looks good. It has been a chasing ground. Wicket later on becomes even better. And also with the little bit of dew factor, I think chasing would be a better option.
Great venue for a knockout game like this. It's a quarter-final.
Absolutely. I mean, it's already very wild. The crowd is in. Hopefully we can give them a good show tonight.
And what's the mood like in the dressing room? Tension, apprehensions, anxious?
Of course there'll be tension, there will be nerves, but if there's no pressure, there's no fun. But the mood in the camp is good. I think we ticked all the boxes in the last game, and taking that positivity coming here in this game, I think it'll be a good one.
Any headache in picking the 11? What's your combination?
No, we're going with the same team.
Enjoy it. Have a great game, Surya.
Yes, thank you. Go well, buddy.
Shai, what would you have done? And you won the toss?
We would have done the same.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Your boys playing some fantastic cricket. You've had a really good World Cup, and as a team, just seem to be peaking at the right time.
Yeah, that's the key for us. You got to make sure you're playing consistent cricket all the way through. It's a big tournament like the World Cup, so you got to ensure you're playing best cricket when it matters most. And today is no better time to do so.
You're one of the most explosive batting lineups in this year's World Cup. When you look at your side, the amount of franchise cricket you boys have played around the globe, that's very handy, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, especially here in India. Most of the guys have been in part of the IPL, and I'm sure that's going to give them some confidence, especially playing against the opposition and playing in some, I would call it, familiar conditions. So you got to use that experience in your favor, and hopefully we can come out on top today.
Now, you're a very popular team in India. You won World Cups here before, and How are the boys looking forward to this? This is a great ground.
Yeah, like I said, it's a do-or-die game today, and the guys are up for it. Like I say, if this is what you play for, or you come to play against big teams, best teams, and in moments like this. So it's another big game. We know what we need to do to win this one, so we're looking forward to it.
Are you tinkering with your side, or what is your side for today?
Yes, we got one change. So Akil Hussain comes back, and Brian King misses out today.
Have a good one, Shai.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the center. It's India who won the toss, and they've decided to field first.
Our thanks to Ravi Shastri out there in the middle with the two captains, and it does feel like a big toss to win that one with the various factors mentioned by the captain Surya Kumar Yadav about you, typically a good ground for chasing, but we will wait and see. Somebody that knows this venue and the various nuances of it far better than I do is journalist and broadcaster Anisha Ghosh, who is with us once again. Anisha, what a city, what a stadium, what an occasion. And what a toss to win for India, potentially.
Absolutely. Going to have a decisive imprint on the proceedings and the outcome of the match, the toss, I can tell you, because dew is expected here at the Eden Gardens. I did speak to a few fellow journalists who were here yesterday on matchday -1. They did say there was a smattering of moisture towards the latter half of the evening, so it's a great toss to win, and really the stakes couldn't be any higher for a match like this. The last game of the Super 8s of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 hosts India. Remember, for them, qualification into the semi-finals is the absolute minimum expectations. On the contrary, for West Indies, if they do go on to progress, it would just validate the terrific start and the resurgence they had by going unbeaten in their first 5 games before they finally and eventually dropped a match to South Africa. And here you can see the stadium is already packed. 67,000 people here in the capital city of West Bengal, out in numbers, most of them clad in blue, putting their weight behind the hosts.
What an occasion, it really is. And as the players prepare to make their way over the boundary edge ahead of the anthems, I'm very pleased to say that former England opener, BBL winner as well, Michael Carberry, part of our team this evening. Carbs, lovely to have you with us. Goodness me, what an occasion, what a game.
Yeah, great to see you, Henry. How you doing? Yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, we're very excited about this game. Yeah, it's a quarter-final, as we know. Huge game for both sides. Winner takes all. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, what more could you ask for? And what a scene in front of us as well as the sparklers go up into the night sky. And everywhere you look, India supporters waving the flags, the blue jerseys, those replica shirts you see everywhere. Well, they're being donned by pretty much 99% of spectators as the two teams walk out, heading towards the umpires. It's an all-English umpiring team, actually. Kettleborough will be on television duty, and then Messrs Wharf and Gaffney. Actually, no, forgive me, Gaffney's from New Zealand, isn't he? So there we go, that's ruined that particular stat. But they are men in the middle and not far away from two of the great anthems of world cricket, Rally Round the West Indies, and of course the national anthem of India. Two sides lining up in front of us. Kolkata, Eden Gardens, the venue. Happy hunting ground for West Indies 10 years ago. What will happen tonight?
No noble cause brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally round the West Indies, now and
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे
Well, what a reception for these two sides. Not that many West Indies flags that I can see, it has to be said. Probably 99.9% of spectators in this venue supporting India. Desperate to see an India side make it through to what you described as the bare minimum, the final four. Anisha.
Absolutely, because an elimination for India, the co-hosts of this tournament in the Super 8s, would be absolutely disastrous, and more so because the kind of build-up they've had to this tournament, winning the Asia Cup, of course, beating their arch rivals, Pakistan, in that continental tournament, the kind of performances they had. Sure, they have struggled a little bit getting going, especially when they've lost early wickets in the power play, but they have rallied around well, they have regrouped well enough to give a good account of themselves and resuscitate this tournament. So this is their match to win. The toss has gone their way. The crowd is going to be well and truly behind them. And Eden Gardens, what a stadium this is. I can tell you, Kolkata, the whole of Bengal, whole of Eastern India wants India to lay their imprint on this match, because remember, Eden Gardens has had to wait for the first India game here. This is the first and only time that Eden Gardens spectators will get to witness the men in blue here before they go on to host the semi-final on March the 4th. That comprises a contest between New Zealand and South Africa. So the only time they get Surya Kumar Yadav and his men out performing here is tonight. Can they make it count is the question.
Well, Michael Carberry, it is going to be a big first over or two as we hear Matthew Hayden ringing the bell way down below us, and there's a man that has a bit of force behind him as he does that particular job. Yeah, it's going to be huge, these opening stages.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. There's going to be, yeah, the West Indies openers are going to want a solid start, no doubt. Got the threat of, no doubt, Bumrah taking the new ball, which is a formidable challenge in itself, and he's going to be bang up for it again in front of his home crowd on a ground he knows very, very well. So if Shai Hope and Brandon King can get through, or Ross and Chase even, sorry, who can get through that initial little burst, and they can build a partnership. I think that's the key for West Indies, which allows that power that we've seen throughout the tournament to really come to fruition.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Michael Carberry. We'll have plenty more from you as we go through the tournament. Shai Hope is there through the tournament, through the rest of the evening is what I mean to say. Thank you, Carbs. As we see Roston Chase, who's come up the order to open the batting alongside Shai Hope. Anisha's interesting team selection. No Brandon King.
100%. He was a little wanting in runs and form, and it's a good and fairly brave call to make, but I am not surprised that they have gotten this change done at the expense of Brandon King, bringing in, remember, Akil Hussain, potent left arm spinner, and with Gudakesh Moti, he is going to challenge the Indian top order, and I won't be surprised if both Gudakesh Moti and Akil Hussain are brought on to operate in the power play. But right now, the spotlight is going to be well and truly on Roston Chase. Can he contribute to this opening partnership? joining forces with the captain, Shai Hope, who has been in form. Remember the last time Shai Hope came out to bat at this venue, who struck a fluent 75-run knock, player of the match in that game against Italy. He would want to find his batting mojo nice and early to set the platform for the men in maroon here.
Well, they have played at this venue already against both Scotland and Italy. A rather different proposition this evening, I think it is fair to say. The intensity perhaps a little higher. There's a slip in place in the form of Abhishek Sharma. Sanju Samson's got the gloves once again in place of Ishan Kishan, who's in the side, but he's not keeping wicket. We've got a backward square leg, a deep backward point, and we've got Arshdeep Singh running in towards us. Shai Hope on strike, defends into the offside. There's no run. We're up and running in this essentially quarter-final tie.
Yeah, it's a straightforward shootout, as you mentioned earlier. And a look at the lineup of West Indies here, of course, the reject opening combination between Hope and Chase. There is number 3, Hetmyer, the leading run getter for West Indies in this tournament so far, scored some 221 runs. Will need to find his fluency. Remember, he's coming off a single-digit score in that last game against South Africa. But do not forget how well Shimron Hetmyer started at this ground and at this tournament.
Arshdeep Singh to bowl to Hope, who'll tuck that into the leg side, riding the bounce, gets a single to get West Indies up and running. Do you think, by having an opening partnership of Hope and Chase, that was trying to be nominatively determinative in terms of winning the toss? We hope to chase.
I knew you were
driving
I mean? The car towards that direction, and you really played that well, I should tell you. Full points. I hope all our listeners really write to you, not just via email, but on X. That was a real good one.
Thank you very much. I mean, it was fraught with danger of me messing it up, like all attempts at humour, I find. But Roston Chase, he's a wily cricketer, tall figure. He's got a similar build to Hardik Pandya, quite hunched in the shoulder, but deceptively powerful. And he's a very good technician, useful bowler. More than that, gets excellent bounce with his spin. And he goes to the top of the order, looking to try and offer West Indies a little bit of oomph at the start of this innings. So he's on strike. Arshdeep Singh is going to run in from the far end of the ground with the Nair stand behind him. Here comes Arshdeep. This is punched down the ground. Single will be taken towards mid-on. Good running. And right on the money from Arshdeep, who's a wily, canny operator. And he gives a little nod of the head to Surya Kumar Yadav, waiting at mid-wicket. And we are up and running with the score at 2 without loss. Alex Wharf standing in his 50th T20 international today. I'm sure he's done many bigger. Chris Gaffney is 56th. Two experienced umpires, good men for the occasion.
Arshdeep Singh, of course, is the second highest wicket taker for India in this tournament with 8 scalps.
Comes in now, left arm over, and that's defended again. On the money, there's thought of a single from Shai Hope. It's a good decision not to take it, I would say, because Hardik Pandya came scampering in from mid-on. He's such a good fielder. Yeah. 2 without loss.
Very agile and alert as ever is Hardik Pandya. He will have a decisive role to play, not just with the ball, but with the bat. The way we saw him finish that innings in the last Super 8 game, that half-century was critical. When it comes to where India eventually reached here, they did go down in that match to South Africa, but it was a terrific knock.
Arshdeep comes in, and that rather startles Hope as it comes rearing up off a length, hits high up on the bat, and he gives it a little jerky push as if to say, get off me. It's another good delivery from Arshdeep, who's keeping things solid at the moment. He fulfills more, if you like, when you look at left-handed bowlers at the top of an innings, you think of Mitchell Stark, who always, or even Marco Jansen, looking to really get that exaggerated in-swing towards the right-hander. He's much more like Sam Curran in the sense that he's looking to contain more than necessarily pitch it up at the toes. He can do that. Runs in now. That's nicely pushed away, out towards backward point for 1. But it's only 1, and the over comes to an end with 3 from it. The crowd, who are always described as a very knowledgeable crowd.
Absolutely, on par with the Chennai crowd, I would say, because they come with their stats, they come with their passion, they come with the Jhalmuri, which we of course spoke about at length in the last match, and we have plenty of presence of Jhalmuri thanks to the Cricket Association of Bengal and the ICC media teams here at the press box and the commentary box once again. Delightful, spicy, once again,
It's very nice. We've got the little pop rice snacks is what they are, and they're marvellous fun. So 3 without loss. We're actually going to see Hardik Pandya bowling the second over as opposed to Jasprit Bumrah, which is an interesting development. He seems every tournament that goes by to develop new accessories. He's got the clear framed glasses that you might see on a poker table that he wears when he's not bowling, the sweatbands on either sleeve, and now he's also got the addition of a sort of glove type affair on his left hand, which is a little bit like what something you might wear if you're in the UFC ring. He's running in now, right arm over, and it'll be 1, will it? No. Yes, no, maybe, but the ball goes straight to Arshdeep Singh from the bat of Hope. 3 without loss.
He's a fashion-forward man, let's put it that way. Of course, he keeps changing his hair color and his hairdo at large for every big event that comes along the way. And he's had a good tournament, but I think his best as an all-rounder, that one decisive game across all disciplines, across all departments, is yet to come about. Who knows? Today could be the day. But interesting choice nonetheless from India to not give Jasprit Bumrah one of the opening bowler's duties here alongside Arshdeep.
This is again a dot ball as it's played rather cautiously by Hope into the offside. And West Indies, having faced 8 balls, have only got 3 on the board. So a slow start. Plenty of time to catch up, but India absolutely on the money so far. They look very focused. They got off the team bus, and you knew the superstars were in town when there was a huge contingent of police officers all craning their necks and getting their cameras out to try and film the team getting off the bus. And you realised that the people getting off that bus must surely and could only be the India team. Fielders in the deep remain those 2. Just behind square on the offside and the leg side. That slip and short third in place. Big swing at that bottom edge. Well taken by Sanju Samson, plunging low to his left. Ooh, the crowds are encouraged to repeat as the ball goes not too far away from the stumps. 3 without loss it remains. We've already seen 6 dot balls.
And the reason why the support is so huge for the Indian team is also because there are so many Kolkata Knight Riders players in this entire playing personnel and also the non-playing group. Gautam Gambhir, the head coach of India, is a former title-winning coach with the Kolkata Knight Riders. Ryan Deshkate used to be one of the poster boys for KKR right after the tournament got underway in the late 2000s, and now you have the likes of Rinku Singh, Varun Chakrabarti, all Gaurit Chile, local boys as they call it.
Hardik Pandya, oh, that's been flogged into the leg side. It's going to be 6. And that's hit nicely. He didn't get absolutely all of it, did Hope, but he got enough. And it's walloped over mid-wicket and slaps into those, thankfully, redundant white tarpaulins beyond the boundary edge.
Beautifully picked up there. It sat up nicely for Shea Hope to sort of send it into the stands over deep mid-wicket. 77 meters that measured. All Hardik Pandya and Surya Kumar Yadav could do is just stand back and admire.
9 without loss. 2 balls left of this second over. As we see Arshdeep Singh pushed out towards long on, and that fielder at deep backward point has been brought up inside the circle. So any width that's offered will provide opportunity for Shea Hope to find runs through the offside. And that's what he's trying to access. Little step towards the square leg umpire and a huge almighty heave at it. And it goes through to the gloves of Sanju Samson. A little quizzical look there from Surya Kumar. I thought I heard a little something in my headphones.
It was a full-fledged appeal, albeit belated, from the India captain, because he did raise both his hands up and made that polite inquiry towards the bowlers and umpire. Was there something? You can see the ball sort of loses a bit of momentum the moment it passes the bat. So who knows? Hardik wasn't interested. There wasn't anything by way of an appeal from the glovesman Sanju Samson himself, though.
Pretty noisy out there, to be fair. It'd be quite hard to hear a little nick on it. Hardik Pandya bowls. Oh, lovely shot, threading the needle through the offside. That's a really good shot through the covers for 4 runs. So the over with 10 from it. Just the 2 scoring shots. Sees West Indies at 13 without loss after 2. If you want to get in touch, by the way, Test Match Special with you for every ball of every game of this World Cup. We're already on to match 52, just 3 to come after this, 2 semi-finals and the final being played a week today in Ahmedabad. But if you want to get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk, and we would love for you to do so.
It was a great, delectable looking offside 4 from Shehope to close out the second over, pierce the gap between Surya Kumar Yadav and Varun Chakravarti. Lots of with an offer, but once again the placement absolutely on the money. And look, once again the cover and the point fielder wasn't too far away from each other.
Roston Chase mistimes a drive towards the bowler, and so no run there. Hubert on the email, by the way, says a knowledgeable crowd is a crowd that would applaud the opposition, and we're not going to hear that today. I would disagree. I would say even if the crowd don't applaud the opposition, you need to be knowledgeable to know that too.
100%. And tell you what, Darren Sammy, the West Indies head coach, acknowledged at the pre-match press conference that every time he comes to the Eden Gardens, he's received really well. They wish him all the best, but he asked him this time around, do you really mean it ahead of an India game?
Driven into the offside and on the bounce. Oh, it's going to be a run out. Surely, no, it went to the wrong end. Roston Chase and Shehope were there discussing dinner plans, and as the throw came in from Varun Chakravarti, it went to the end where they were both located. And Roston Chase has got time to get home. What was that communication about?
Huge stroke of luck for Roston Chase. Varun Chakravarti, the pickup was good, the throw was good, but not at the right end. It should have come at the wicket keeper's end, as a result of which Roston Chase survives.
Roston Chase is opening for the very first time in international cricket today, which is quite an occasion to do it. 13 without loss, 2.2 overs gone. Arshdeep Singh's been immaculate so far, and appeared for LBW, but it's come off the inside half of the bat before striking the pads, and they'll trot through for 1. 14 without loss. Arshdeep has bowled 9 balls, none for 4.
Yeah, this has been a good start from the left arm pacer. And Varun Chakravarti, of course, he's one of the KKR players we were talking about. Chakravarti has 100 IPL wickets, 99 of those for the Kolkata Knight Riders, and plenty of them have come here at the Eden Gardens. So for him to miss out that first opportunity to make the inroads, gee.
He'll be frustrated. A haze around the ground. Every seat that I can see taken. And Arshdeep will try once again. Left arm over. And Hope up on his toes. Nicely angled out towards Ishan Kishan, fielding out there on the boundary at deep point. Nicely timed by Chase, but the fielder perfectly positioned to stop it. This marvellous ground. Sensational city as well. I absolutely love Kolkata. I've really fallen in love with it over the last few days. It's just a wonderful place to explore, and the buildings, the history, the little sort of bohemian artistic quarters you stumble across out of nowhere. With I found a cafe earlier that had a pottery class going on at the same time. Here comes Arshdeep Singh, final ball of a third over, and he runs in past the umpire now, as it's lovely timing from Chase, back over the bowler's head for a 1-bounce 4. Straight as you like, and that really is nicely played. Just seeing himself in and then trusting this surface to play a very elegant looking lofted drive. Held the pose for good measure too. 19 without loss.
Hardly any nerves on that occasion, playing his first innings in international cricket as an opener there. Roston Chase just smacked it over the bowler's head, but did it so with a lot of elegance and grace, like a ballerina. Where did that come from, you wonder? 9-4 for Roston Chase in the tournament, that was.
He's driving this time, and that'll be a 10th 4 as well. Through the offside it goes, out through extra cover, and there's another boundary. So slightly over pitch, pitifully over, and West Indies are 23 without loss. 3 overs gone. Now let me tell you, in around about 10 minutes from now, you're going to have a choice of listening, because on 5 Sports Extra 1, where we are at the moment, we're going to be heading to the football, which is going to see a big game in the Premier League, London Derby, Fulham against Spurs. But on Sports Extra 3, we will be here throughout, and of course on the ICC app, ABC Listen app, and on BBC Sounds too. So we're not going anywhere, we're just leaving somewhere, if you see what I mean. So Sports Extra 1 will be heading to the football in about 10 minutes. Sports Extra 3 will be your continuous commentary for the cricket from here in Calcutta. So Akshar Patel's going to get an opportunity. 3 overs gone, 23 without loss the score. We've got fielders in the deep at long off and deep mid-wicket. And we're going to see the left arm spin of Akshar Patel. Shirt untucked as the ball is threaded through the offside behind square, and a rather laborious attempt at stopping it, I'm afraid, from Arshdeep, who probably didn't expect the ball to be going towards him, having just given his all bowling. And he rather tumbled in stages. It was like the inevitability of when you pull the wrong brick in Jenga, that. And away he went. But 27 without loss now, West Indies.
Once again, the placement from Shai Hope, beautiful. Threaded the needle, as they say, between a backward point and the third fielder, both inside the circle. And the runs are flowing thick and fast for West Indies. 2 10-run overs, the second and the third. And this 4th over has already seen the first boundary being scored. So clearly some momentum being established here by Shai Hope and his batting partner, his new opening partner, Roston Chase. There is a bit of a hold-up here in the proceedings here. Chase getting some running repairs done to his right limb, I believe.
Yeah, his right leg, he's just going through some stretching motions. But of course, when you need to have your lower right leg looked at when batting, there's quite a lot of padding that has to come off first. So a little bit of a delay. It gives me a chance to say hello to Dan in Abbeville, Louisiana. Now, Anisha, one thing you will discover with the delights of Test Match Special, if you name a country, there will be someone somewhere tuning in. We have filled out a global map once one summer, where we found listeners from here, there and everywhere. Antarctic stations, delivery rooms, you name it, up the Himalayas, whatever you like. Test Match Special reaches far and wide. So lovely to have you with us, Dan. Walking the dogs on a morning walk in Louisiana. Rather different scene, I imagine, to Eden Gardens at the moment.
Absolutely. Plenty of Kolkatans live in Louisiana, I can tell you. A couple of my neighbors do. So please say hi to them, Dan, if you know them. Yes.
What's the link there?
Yeah. Lots of immigrants stationed in Louisiana. And you were talking about the globalness of TMS. Let me give you a little tidbit there. I read on X yesterday from a fairly reliable source that this is the first ever T20 World Cup where the semi-finalists, no matter who the 4th semi-finalists are going to be from 4 different continents.
Ooh, nice. Here comes Akshar Patel, bowling to Chase. Oh, very nearly gets through. So nearly bowls him. He went to wind up to try and clobber it down the ground and over the head and mid-on. But got right angle, and only good fortune has saved him because an inside edge onto the pad could have gone anywhere. Akshar around the wicket with his left arm spin, drops it a little short, angle towards short third. There'll be no room there. That extra pace from Akshar Patel. The third delivery of the over, just rather startling. Hope. Previous ball would be 94 kilometres an hour. That one was 103. So a good leap up. As Akshar will come in once again, and pace it off it this time. Swept. Looking to try and clear Arshdeep at square leg. And another dot ball, and this crowd enjoy that.
The crowd had applauded good bowling efforts so far. Fielding specimens as also some of the glorious strokes we've seen from Chase and Hope so far.
Akshar Patel with a rather loopy round arm action, but a push into the offside, though well timed from Hope, finds the hands of Shivam Dubé, getting the crowd up and enjoying that.
Clearly this has been an attack from India to keep Varun Chakravarti away so far.
Dropped it a bit short. There will be a run, but only the 1 run, and 5 from the over represents a very good return for this India side. 4 overs gone. Akshar Patel into the attack and already offering some good economy. Far end of the ground, there's Jasprit Bumrah. We wondered when we'd see him. And in that loose-limbed way, swinging his arms and preparing to send the ball with that incredible elasticity hurtling towards this end. And it is a thrilling sight for fans to get the world over. If you're an India fan.
Pace bowling superhero of India, Jasprit Bumrah, takes the ball in hand for the first time. here in Kolkata in this tournament. 32 years old, has 7 wickets to his tally, third highest wicket taker for India in this competition so far.
Here comes Bumrah. First ball is punched very neatly towards short cover, but straight to the hands of the fielder Surya Kumar Yadav. No run again.
We were talking about Varun Chakravarti earlier, who has historically so far in this tournament bowled at least 1 over in the power play. But remember, Varun has not had a good past couple of games, conceding close to 82 runs at the expense of 2 wickets. So the question is, does Gautam Gambhir and Surya Kumar Yadav inject Chakravarti at all in the power play with 1 over to go?
Bumrah once again. This is in the air, dropping short of point. Not far away from Abhishek Sharma.
He's instantly asking questions of the batters upon his introduction into the attack. Both Chase and Ho will be a little wary of how they go about facing Jasprit Bumrah. Maybe a bit of circumspection up top might do them well, knowing they have gotten off to a steady start, scoring at 6.46 so far with the 5th over underway.
Here comes Bumrah once more, driven into the offside, and again Abhishek Sharma stops it, and they will scramble through for 1. Conceivably have been 2 or 3 boundaries in the over. Indian fielding's been good.
It was a good effort, good stop from Abhishek Sharma, but Bumrah wasn't too pleased perhaps, because it did ricochet off the leg of Sharma, allowing for a lot of stealing that single between Chase and Ho to be materialized, and the shy of the throw, the stumps from Surya Kumar Yadav was quite wavered, keeping the run-out opportunity at bay.
Bumrah once again, midway through this 5th over. And this has been wrapped over the keeper's head, back towards us. It's going to be 6, you know, or nearly. A foot or so inside the boundary rope. Lovely shot, great innovation from Roston Chase. And it's 33 without loss.
Chase with that look, ridiculously easy, left it almost straight into the West Indian dugout. The players and Darren Sammy had stood up to catch the ball, 1 bounce right in front of the ropes, and off it went into the fence. Terrific stroke, excellent result. Boundary against Jasprit Bumrah in that fashion. Well, he's setting the marker down. He's making a statement here, is Roston Chase, the new West Indian opener here, isn't he?
Well, that was great innovation, I have to say.
Really brave, really brave. As a result of which, you can see there is a likelihood that Bumrah could go well outside the off stump here. It's a heavily packed offside cordon. Hardik Pandya, however, is now being moved from mid-off to mid-on, as the rest of the arc sort of moves 1 position towards the bowler. 5 fielders on the offside, including Arshdeep at short third.
Well, here comes Bumrah once again. 2 balls left to the over, giving himself some room, hitting the ball a mile up in the air. It's going to be taken, surely. Chase, oh, dropped. Goodness me. That is a shocker. Cover, Abhishek has put it down, and I don't know how.
It hung in the air for eternity, for ages. Abhishek Sharma barely had to move there. All he had to do was keep his eyes on the ball, keep a cool head on his shoulders, and just clutch onto that ball. But no, he doesn't. He shells that one. Surya Kumar Yadav can't believe it. Jasprit Bumrah, oh, he will be kicking himself.
Bumrah runs in, angled down towards the fielder at deep third. And the over comes to an end with, in the end, 7 from it. And 5 overs gone, with the score at 35 without loss. It's compelling cricket, I have to say.
And was a regulation catch that Abhishek Sharma dropped. How costly is it going to be? So Roston Chase effectively has now survived twice. Remember, he got the reprieve of a genuine run-out opportunity earlier, and now this sitter of a catch shelled by Sharma. He needs to gather himself, the youngster. T. Dilip, the fielding coach, won't be happy. Ryan Tendishkar in the dugout, the assistant coach of India, had his hands on his mouth. That will speak volumes, didn't it?
Final over of the power play, and the first ball of it is a full toss, meatilly crunched through the covers for a boundary. Akshay Patel offering a real freebie, 39 without loss. What India can't let happen here is any sense of that distracting them, because that was a chance, but chances will also come through other means.
Yeah, right after that reprieve comes this glorious along the carpet driven force, square drive. He's making it look so easy either side of the wicket.
Akshay Patel bowls, it's dropped a little bit short, and there's frustration from Hope, who flings his head back as he's not managed to find the gap through the offside. Feels like he should have done. Saurav Ganguly's in the house alongside Jay Shah, chair of the ICC. Here is Akshay Patel. And again, a big drive into the pads. Throw comes in. Not a bad throw from Abhishek Shah. He'll feel better for that clean bit of fielding.
Kolkata love, Saurav Ganguly, Prince of Calcutta,
Indeed.
as he's known.
His famous jersey on the wall downstairs, Lord, when he was swinging it round his head. Do you remember that? Well, you may not remember it.
Andrew Flintoff, are you listening to this?
You never know.
Absolutely, I would love for him to.
Akshay Patel bowls, and an inside edge really from Roston Chase back to the bowler. 5 from the over so far, 40 without loss, 2 balls left of the power play.
So clearly one of those instances where Varun Chakravarti has not been deployed in the power play, Henry.
So Akshay Patel around the wicket, 2 balls left of this power play. Sweep is attempted, beautifully played over the infield and for 4. Roston Chase is playing a good hand here. I have to say, moves to 19 from 10. It's 44 without loss with the ball left of this first 6-over flurry. What have you made of it so far? 1 ball left will be going to the football at the end of the over.
He's clearly grown in confidence, and in this role has Roston Chase finding the middle of the bat now on 19 of 10.
Akshay Patel, final ball of the power play, will come off the inside half of the bat, dropping towards the onside, not a second run available. And so here on Sports Extra 1, we are going to make a little change. Sports Extra 3, we continue in commentary and staying on as drinks come onto the field, also on the ABC Listen app in Australia, ICC app around the world, and on BBC Sounds. But on Sports Extra, you can now follow some Premier League football. We're going to be heading to the banks of the Thames, Fulham against Spurs in the Premier League, and we can join Andy Rowley and Bradley Allen. So 45 without loss is the score. 6 overs gone. Anish, you're going to stay here. Talk me through what you've made of what we've seen, and you'll be joined by Prakash Wakanga.
This has been a power play dominated by West Indies, because India did have 2 chances to make early inroads. First by way of a run-out opportunity at the wicket-keeper's end. Roston Chase was well out of his ground, but the throw from Varun Chakravarti went to the bowler's end instead. The result, a lifeline gotten for Roston Chase, and subsequently that sitter of a catch, that Michelle regulation chance that should have been gobbled up with ease by Abhishek Sharma at short cover, instead led to a second reprieve, a second lifeline for Chase, the result of which is a solid, healthy 45-run unbroken opening stand in the power play here at the Eden Gardens in the all-important last Super 8 fixture of the 10th edition of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026, the virtual quarterfinal, and this has been advantage West Indies so far. Welcome, Prakash. Your thoughts on how the proceedings have panned out so far?
Well, I think you've summed it up very well. Good evening, Anisha. Good evening, wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon. And Michael will have you talking to us shortly, I'm sure. Get your thoughts as well. The Eden Gardens, as always, is a magnificent sight under the lights. The green turf standing out like an emerald outing. And, of course, jam-packed stands make for a heady combination. Drinks just sort of going off the field. The West Indies will be pleased, I think, with their makeshift combination, and Roston Chase certainly has made those opportunities count. India desperately looking for a wicket, and they'll just have to gather themselves and make sure that they don't let this get away. It's been a reasonable start. It's not been a start that's electric by any stretch. 7.5 runs and over in the first 6 overs, but could easily have been at least 1, if not 2 wickets down. West Indies will now want to build from here, because they'll realize that they do need to get a good score here. And Anisha, who's of course the local expert here in terms of what happens at the Eden Gardens under lights and whatnot, I'm sure you have a number in your mind, Anisha, which you believe is the kind of total that the West Indies would want to post here.
210 is the safety number, in my opinion. Anything over 200 is going to challenge India, because I do believe West Indies have a potent, well-rounded attack, especially with Akil Hussain also re-injected into their bowling combination. Both himself and Gudakesh Moti could be a handful, but do not forget the likes of Ford, the quick bowler, along with Shamar Joseph. They can definitely ask questions of this Indian lineup.
Hardik Pandya starting the first over after the power play and gets a little bit big on Chase, who's able to control it well, places it to the left of the fielder at cover, that's Suryakumar, and before Ishan moves round from the deep boundary on the cover area. 2 more runs to the total, 47 without loss now. Bumrah is inside the ring as shot third. Arshdeep at backward point. Ishan down on the deep backward point boundary. Suryakumar Yadav in the covers, the only fielder on the boundary on the offside to go along with the one at point. Is at a wideish long off. Looks like Dubey to me in the shade or shadows of that stand. Here's Hardik bowls and he beats him outside the off stump. Intelligently bowled, just a hint of away movement, and Chase plays all around it, through to the keeper Sanju Samson. There's a long on in place, a deep mid wicket, a man deep back to the square, and the customary fielder at 45 shot fine. That is another person who's played a lot of cricket, as Anish has been telling you earlier. Varun Chakravarti, the architect turned cricketer, amongst many other skills that this young man has. Here's Hardik now, blonde hair, easy run up to the wicket. He's up, he bowls and gets big a little bit on Chase, who controls his stroke, just opens the face, runs it down to Arshdeep. They'll take a run. West Indies haven't been troubled really by this Indian bowling attack so far. We haven't seen too much beat the bat. There hasn't been too much lateral movement, so looks like a pretty good batting strip.
100%, plenty of runs.
For all our listeners, we're aware that we're getting some interference on the line, and while we resolve that, here's Kevin Howells alongside Michael Carberry.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Carbs, not for the first time in our lives. We're there when they need us most. But anyway, back to this cricket. It's clearly not just the crowd that are feeling a little nervous. The line, technically, is just a little bit dodgy as well. But we're halfway through this 7th over. Hardik is coming in now to bowl to Hope, who pushes that into the offside, and they just go through for one. I tell you what, I'm just looking at the crowd sometimes on this, Carbs. I'm thinking they're not sure which way this is going today. They're really not.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kevin. Yeah, I think one thing West Indies have done well so far, they've managed to silence the crowd, and I think that's a monumental effort in itself. But I think India, let's be honest, have been very, very sloppy so far. They've not been at their best. I mean, the drop catches, the missed run out, it just is looked a little disconnected out there at the moment. They haven't quite found their rhythm with the ball, and in the field they just look a little bit off the pace at the moment.
49 for no wicket, the West Indies here. Remember, winner takes all, and it's England up for them next to the semi-finals. Now that's been heaved away on the leg side. That's got a long way into the crowd as well. That's a 6, a mighty blow for a 6 there from Chase. He moves to 29, and the West Indies past the 50 mark. 55 for no wicket, 1 ball left to the 7th. Wow, Carbs, look at that.
Absolutely, what an incredible shot that was from Roston Chase. I mean, this is it's proving to be an unbelievable move from West Indies to, you know, at this stage of the tournament, to change your opening pair. And Roston Chase is playing an absolute blinder. I mean, that was a hell of a shot. I mean, that wasn't a short ball. It's just a sort of short arm jab, but he's such a tall man, Roston Chase, with those big levers. He just helped it over straight mid-wicket. Glorious shot.
It was, yeah. 1 ball left to the 7th then. We've had so far from this 10 runs. It's Hardik's 2nd over, gone for 20 so far, and that's a foolish ball which is just steered away. I have to be quick going through for the single, but they are. And therefore moves to 30 and keep the strike. 56 for no wicket after 7 overs. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, I know you've had plenty of chat in the build-up to the game and in the early stages of this contest as well, but, you know, for all the fact that The Indian players are used to playing in front of packed houses, but they really know that they've got the weight of the nation on their shoulders now, not in their own co-hosting competition. Not to make it through to the semi-finals, it is almost unthinkable. Almost.
I mean, you say that, Kev, I mean, playing in front of big crowds and the pressure, but I mean, as you know, it doesn't get any easier every time you're in that situation. They just haven't looked at the races at the moment. I think, you know, I'm a little surprised that, you know, Bumrah didn't start with the new ball.
So around the wicket and looking to reverse this Chase, and beats the fielder again. That's into the boundary, over the sponge. First up, start of this, what, the 8th over. That's at 4, 60 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean, Chase is playing a blinder, isn't he? Yeah, just, you know, some just little things for me that I'm a little surprised from India. They've gone, you know, Bumrah took at least, what, 4 or 5 overs before he got into the attack. A little bit strange for me.
So around the wicket again. That one's on the leg stump, but still there'll be a run. It's pushed up to long on. Chase moves to 35, brings Hope back on strike. He's on 26. 61 for no wicket in the 8th over. Have you been asked the question at the moment who England would prefer? Because I mean, the West Indies, when they're at full throttle, and I don't know, playing cricket. This is such a cliche, but playing cricket as if, you know, they're so enjoying themselves. But anyway, as much as I was enjoying myself, I'll tell you that one is just steered behind square on the offside, and there will go through for 2. Carbs is going to be heard from later on, but hopefully that'll be the last you'll hear from me for today in all the right ways. I'm going to hand back now to the team now.
Thank you, Kevin. 6-3 without loss. Yeah, the West Indies going along merrily, and I think looking good at the moment. This one just rushing him a little. Shy Hope there, no run. But Michael, as you were saying, the West Indies really are laying the platform, aren't they, for something big?
Afternoon, Prakash. Yeah, absolutely. I think West Indies have played very, very well. It's almost been a masterstroke, this new opening pair. And Ross and Chase, you know, what a revelation he's been.
This one's been mowed away. A little bit of a slip from the striker, but he's able to come back. Roston Chase, tall man, so he gets back to the non-striker's end without any damage. 65 without loss. Akshar Patel, who's normally very tight and doesn't really give too much away, has gone for 24 with 1 ball of his 3rd over to come. The Windies are going along merrily here under the lights at Eden Gardens. 65 without loss, with the last ball of the over coming in from Akshar. 2.5 steps to the crease. He goes in, he bowls slightly slower through the edge, driven away. Good stop, or a parry should I say, by the skipper Suryakumar Yadav, diving to his left just at the edge of that circle. I think saving probably 3 runs. 66 without loss. India's fielding has left a fair bit to be desired, would you say, Michael?
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit off the pace, very sloppy. I think started really with the missed run out. You know, I'm not sure what the communication was there between the keeper and the fielder, and then obviously the drop catch, which at this, you know, in this format you can't really afford. And I think sometimes the bowling's been a little bit, especially Axar, he's been a little bit predictable, I would say, looking at his speeds there, you know, everything around 95, 96. I don't really see that change up. And you see through the tournament, the spinners who've almost been prepared to change their pace have actually had the most success. So I'm a little bit, you know, a little bit surprised by what I've seen so far.
Absolutely. So change in bowling at the far end, the high court end as it's referred to here, and Varun Chakravarti finally into the attack. I think the crowd has been asking for him to be introduced. He's now in for his first ball. He's in, he bowls, and off the back foot, nicely eased into the covers by Shy Hope. He looks just such a competent, such a composed batter. 1 more to the total. 67 without loss. Roston Chase almost scoring at 200 runs per 100 balls faced. He's got 35 of 18. A revelation. And oftentimes we've seen this, haven't we, when you get a surprise thrown at you, and Roston Chase means just that at the top of the order. Brandon King missing out today as the West Indies add Akil Hussain, just giving their bowling some more teeth, and this time he gets outside the line looking to paddle sweep around the onside, doesn't make any contact. 67 without loss.
Yeah, I think sometimes you feel for Brandon King, obviously, but I suppose he hasn't really hit his straps in this tournament, and you know, obviously probably the reports from the nets that Roston Chase has been striking him quite well, so I guess you have to, you know, good on Darren Sammy, he's had to think on the fly, not being prepared to change things as well.
Next one from Varun Chakravarti is pushed up the ground towards Tilak Verma, coming off the long on boundary. One more to the total, 68 without loss now, and Chase is up to 36. So this is a very, very good start. The West Indies, of course, pack a real punch through their batting order, and they'll be wanting these pair to carry on. Swish and a miss outside the off stump for Shai Hope there. Varun Chakravarti with his mystery spin, just call it variations. All these fancy adjectives that are added to bowlers nowadays really merely means that they have variations that batters can't pick. Here's Chakravarti again, and this one is bowled in. Varun Chakravarti slips one through the gate as Chase looked to whip it through the onside, and he strikes that brings the Calcutta crowd to its feet, and Chase is walking back. Not a happy man, but I think he'll be, in his heart of hearts, reasonably satisfied that they've given the kind of start they wanted. 68 for 1. Michael, your thoughts?
Yeah, I got a sense from Shai Hope he was just getting a tad frustrated. 32 of 33 balls. He's had a few attempts at that shot and it hasn't really worked. And I think maybe in hindsight, walking off, he'd probably be thinking, look, maybe the better option would have been to try and give Roston Chase, who is hitting the ball, and is, the only batter at the two that's really timed the ball very well, maybe give him the strike. But look, nonetheless, it's a great start from West Indies, just what they would have hoped for. They've managed to silence the crowd initially. Now, whether Hetmeyer can come in and continue the great form he's in, and also the left-handedness as well, may pose a problem for Chakravarti. But I can tell you now, from an India captain point of view, Sky would be very, very happy with that breakthrough.
Yeah, I think he's probably breathing a bit easier now. Of course, it's very humid out there. It's a still evening here in Calcutta, and not being far from of course, the wonderful Hooghly River, which winds through the city and which has so much history on either bank. But that does ensure sometimes that when there isn't a breeze, it can get very muggy. So Roston Chase getting a quick drink, well deserved. And now Shimron Hetmeyer, who's when he's got in, has really made the bowlers pay. Zimbabwe will know that very well. Having dropped him early, he made them really rue that chance, and he's been among the top run scorers, of course, in this tournament. Coming into bat with no headgear, that's understandable, against Chakravarti. He's just packed such a punch, doesn't he? And very popular here in India. Round the wicket, Chakravarti. First ball just tapped away on the onside behind square for a single on the practice pitches Bumrah Fields. And that will be the end of Chakravarti's first and the only successful over for India. 3 runs coming off it, and the wicket of Shai Hope.
Yeah, it's a welcome wicket for India. I think this partnership was just starting to get a little bit irritating from their perspective, but it's whether now the bowlers can get their plans together. The fielding certainly has to step up now for India. They need to start applying some pressure, certainly on the new batter Hetmeyer. Try and keep him quiet, because we know if he explodes into life.
Hetmeyer's walking almost all the way back to the dugout, obviously for his helmet. And finally, one of the West Indian substitutes runs away, and Hetmeyer gives him the traditional Indian namaste, saying thank you for getting me my helmet. And of course, the umpire very clearly signaling his irritation and his displeasure, both to say, why on earth did you take so long? You can't really argue. And these things do get considered, I'm sure, as and when it gets to the stage where the overrate penalty piece kicks in towards the end of the innings. India would want to dearly avoid that. Hardik Pandya, resembling a traffic policeman at the moment, trying to marshal his fielders exactly where he wants them. Wants the fielder at backward point to move a little bit finer. And he's now, I think, set happy where he's got his men. So he's got third, deep point, long on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. 5 boundary riders as he's allowed bowls. First ball defended by Hetmeyer, back to the bowler. So Hardik Pandya, one of 2 players who have been
part of the 2016 semi-final that the West Indies won. Maybe it's a good time to go back briefly to Kevin Howells alongside Michael Carberry.
Well, there's never a good time to come back to me, Carbs, but we hopefully are going to, every time we go back, it'll be a little bit better until it's perfect. We do apologise in all seriousness that we've got one or two technical issues. We will sort it out. We can continue, of course, to bring you the coverage. Heitmar's on 1, Chase on 36, 69 for 1. We're into this 10th over. Hardik Pandya bonning his third. Gone for 21 runs so far. Right arm over the wicket. Oh, big swing from Heitmar there. How far's that gone? It's again cleared not only the boundary sponge but the boards as well for a mighty blow for 6. The noise that we heard from the crowd, we were talking when last time you and I were on, Carbs, about how they'd silenced the crowd. Oh, the relief of getting that first wicket. But again, it'll be getting, every time that boundary gets crossed, it'll get quieter and quieter. That's gone 86 metres, that one.
Wow, that was a shot and a half. I mean, we were marvelling over the shot from Roston Chase earlier, but that's probably just as good, if not better, because the ball was even fuller than what Roston Chase faced. That was a hell of a shot.
Heitmar to 7, 75 for 1, the West Indies in this 10th over. Hardik in again on the off stump, driven by the left-hander down towards long on for a single. It's a fitting end to the Super 8s to have so much riding on this game, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's what's it's been captivating about the tournament is that every game has mattered, and there's been, not say shock results, but I think a few teams that would still have to do a little bit more than what they would have expected to, India being one, to make sure that they absolutely cement qualification. So the fact we're talking about it means that it's obviously been a good thing for the tournament.
Indeed. Roston Chase is on 36. He's facing now. He's faced 20 balls. It'll be ball number 21. Witham, was that too wide? I suggest the umpire it is, and he agrees with me, although he's every right to make his own decision there, Carbs. But that was just the wrong side of the blue line, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can see Hardik already going to some variations, cutters, wide line. After being smoked over mid-wicket, you can full well understand why he'd be a little reluctant to go straight at the West Indies at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, sometimes, you look and you think it's all seemingly in the timing, and there was quite clearly not the timing there, but also sometimes looking at the batter's Carbs, and I'm thinking, God, there's a lot of strength there as well. The shirts, the muscles rippling. Well, that was right on the line again, but he does get bat on it this time, does Chase, out through the covers for a single, moves to 37. And the score to 78 for 1 in the 10th over. But the old, just having a look at that shot from Heitmar again on the replay, there was a definite ripple, shall I say, of the upper body.
Yeah, he looks in, I've got to say, he looks in some good shape. From what I've seen him in the past, he looks like he's even maybe lost a bit, got a little bit smaller, but like you say, working in the gym now, as most of the players are. You follow them on social media, you see them all lifting weights in the gym, and it's part and parcel of the modern game now. Power hitting, I think the amount of time they spend range hitting now develops that power as well.
So, and in again, and worked away on the onside, just tucked away by Heitmar here. They come back for a second. No, it's settled for the single, so the score moves to 79 for 1 in the 10th over. Have you ever taken any videos of you working on your upper body strength, Carl?
Social media wasn't around when I started, Kev.
But just think about it, though. That's what I thought.
I maybe missed the trick there, mate.
Well, hey, I mean, I'm not saying I would have instantly followed you, but just out of interest, if it's good enough for Cubs, maybe I ought to try it. And I would have given it all the 30 seconds thought and thought to myself, maybe not for me. 79 for 1. 1 ball left this 10th over. Then Chase is facing on 37. And Hardik Pandya, well, he's not used to seeing figures like this all the time. No wicket for 31. Got 1 ball left of this third over. Right arm down the leg side. Well, again, umpire, I think we may have to call upon you here. Are we? Yes, we are indeed. Umpire Chris Gaffney. So this is a second wide. This time it's a leg side wide, but it takes the West Indies score to 80 for 1 in the 10th over. We ask so much of the bowlers, Michael Carberry, don't we? When they're facing batters like this, and you think, well, come on, get it right. Wide on one side, wide on the left. But when you've got batters in this sort of form, you've got to try and mix it up a little, and sometimes it can go awry. Chase is on 37. Pandya again with this is legal, again, should be the last ball of this 10th over. Ooh, I'm not so sure about that one. What about you, umpire? Yeah, I think he's happy with it. No, he isn't.
Ooh.
No. Your call on that one, Michael. What are you saying?
As a batter, I'm going to lean on the side of the batters.
I thought there was reason to myself, but yeah. I mean, it's very close. And that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. You know, of those fine lines for the bowlers.
Yeah, it is. I think, yes, you've got to mix it up, maybe in terms of your pace and those sort of things, maybe lengths, but I think you still got to try and think wickets. I think sometimes in trying to mix it up, quote unquote, too much, you can see the radar now starts to go left and right.
Chase gives himself a little bit of room there, and enough to at least stroke the ball carefully, really, into the offside all along the ground. So finally we get to the end of that over. 34 runs from Horik from his 3 overs. Wide issues there, 82 for 1 after 10. Okay, so we're at the situation where we're halfway through now, Carbs, and you've lost just the 1 wicket. You're in the West Indies camp for me here now, and looking at this, and you're thinking what? Are you thinking we can really go for this here now, or how are you approaching it with that, just looking at that wickets column?
I think the West Indies have done enough to be able to say, right, let's just micromanage this now for the next 5 overs. You hope, like Hetmeyer, in the form he's in now, he will just cruise through. You want Roston Chase to try and bat through a little bit longer, so you've got someone to bat around.
Varun in, bowling his 2nd over, and there will be a run out to wide long on.
Yeah, what you don't want is 2 new faces, because I think all the momentum you've built up can quickly disintegrate. So I would say to these 2, look, just if ideally 2 of you can be here in the next 5 overs, invariably 2 new batters, two batters who are in will score very quickly. We know that Eden Gardens is a very quick scoring ground. It's a boundary hitting ground, isn't it? Very small. And then you can start thinking about launching towards the end.
Varun to Heitmeyer, who's on 9 at the moment, and always heaved that away on the leg side, and it's cleared. That hasn't gone over the boards, but it's gone out there through that mid-wicket region. To start off with, actually, I thought he got maybe even more on it than he had, but he's cleared the boundary. It's another 6.
Got to say, my heart was in my mouth for Hetmeyer there, just temporarily. Just seeing the trajectory, I didn't think he got enough on it, but he's, again, like you talk about the power now of these West Indian players. I mean, they can miss-hit it, and it can still go over the ropes.
That was fairly flat, wasn't it? So, you know, you're looking and you think, oh, gosh, there's somebody out there on the rope, would it fall? But it would have taken a very tall fielder out there to have got to that one. Again, it works it away through that leg side, through mid-wicket. Wasn't there ready to be sweetly hit, but still. You will pick up 2. It moves his score to 17. Yeah, it's something to look at some of these players now and think to yourself, they would not be out of place in a front row. I mean, they are strong lads. Varun around the wicket, width. Heitmeyer again is on to nice and quickly. That should be cut off, or will it? No, just in front of the fielder. It's another 4 this time through extra cover in the boundary. So we've had a single, 6, 2 and a 4, and the West Indies 95 for 1 in the 11th over. As you were alluding to there, it's really pretty much just keep going as you are at the moment, because these boundaries are coming along really nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think really Hetmeyer needs to be doing any more than what he's already done through the tournament. He's batting at a great pace at the moment. But I've got to say, I'm not convinced Chakravarti at the moment. He just looks a bowler very, very short on confidence. I think the lengths that he's bowling is far too short for this wicket. If you ask me, he's got to get the ball up, get them driving.
Around the wicket again. That was a little uppish to start with, but safe enough for a 2. Coming back for a 2, and a nice comfortable 2 as well for Heitmeyer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example of just saying that. You know, Chakravarti's greatest weapon is his ability to spin the ball both ways. Now, last time I checked, it's very difficult to spin the ball from halfway down a pitch. You know, you've got to get the ball full, get Hetmeyer, especially early on. You know, while he's trying to work things out, get him on that front foot.
Around the wickets, the left-handed Hetmeyer again sort of tucks it away, really. They work hard on the first, creating enough opportunity to come back for 2. And they do. So that's 20 runs from the 2 overs from Varun Chakravarti there, and Heitmeyer's on 25, Chase on 39, 99 for 1 after 11 overs. What's that? 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. I've used all my fingers and thumbs there for that one. 17 off that over. It's going on really nicely for the West Indies. But let's get a bit of context on the ground, though, and the score that you need to be thinking about here then, Michael Carberry, if you're the West Indies.
Yeah, I think with this launch pad 9 and over, I expect that to go up and up as players start to come in and play with freedom. So I think they've got to be targeting at least minimum 200 for me. Again, just knowing the sheer size of Eden Gardens, it's a very small ground. You know, the Indian players are very aggressive as well, and I think just to give their bowlers as secure a blanket as you can get in T20 cricket, I think if the West Indies can get to 200, I think game on for them.
Okay, well, just one show of the 100 at the moment at 99 after 11 overs. Reminder, earlier today South Africa beat Zimbabwe, so they're confirmed as being top of the groups. They will play New Zealand on Wednesday, and then on Thursday England await the winners of this game here. It's an interesting game, pretty comfortable in the end this morning for South Africa, but an interesting game all the same for Zimbabwe to finish a tournament of which they've certainly been taken note of. Bumrah is back on. They need special things here from a special man. Will they get it? Well, first ball of his second over in the 12th, just gets on top of it enough, Heitmeyer, to chase, beg your pardon, just to work it away behind square on the offside. Brings up the 100. 100 for one in the 12th over. And Bumrah needs to do something special, which of course he can do. Let's see what he can muster here. But it's not been a, well, you could say this for pretty much, well, not every team, but so many of the fancy teams in the competition. It's not been plain sailing, has it, for hardly any of them. The West Indies 101 here in the 12th over. Apart from the West Indies have had a great tournament. Maybe they're not fancied by some. That's the way that Darren Sammy likes it. They'll come back for two here, tucked away on the leg side. And 102 for one now in the 12th over. And that has just added to the interest and intrigue, I think, in the competition, hasn't it? You just don't know what's going to happen after timeout.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, at one stage, I mean, we were questioning the England side, weren't we? Whether they were going to make it, and then they've suddenly found a bit of form as well and look, you know, a formidable force themselves. The West Indies have been terrific for the main through the tournament. Obviously had a bad result recently, but you know, they've been there and thereabouts. India have stuttered along their last fixture as well, so it's been fantastic to watch.
Bumrah to Heitmeyer, swings across that, does he get a little nick on it? I thought I heard something, so to the umpire. Heitmeyer caught by the keeper, however, he's reviewed it immediately. I heard something, can't be 100% certain what it was. What are your thoughts there, Michael Carberry? Because the review was pretty instant, wasn't it, from Heitmeyer?
Being honest with you, Kevin, I didn't think he got anywhere near. I thought it was mainly off the trousers, the sort of hip area, but we'll have to wait and see. It's a very confident appeal, and obviously the soft signal is out, so let's see.
Well, he was given out. Yeah, it's going to be the pocket, isn't it? Yeah. Well, he's got something in that pocket then that makes noise a little bit like timber. Okay, but he was so quick on it, wasn't he, on the review?
Yeah, which you can understand. Look, you know, umpires only get one view, and at the pace Bumrah bowls, everything happens very quickly. But my initial reaction was I always thought that was off.
Well, through, please keep it rolling through.
This is umpire Kettleborough, isn't it? Oh!
Take it right back, please. Right back there. We have a clear spike. The ball on the bat. Clear spike. Going to go back to Chris on field to stay with his original decision of out.
Wow. Okay, so on the snickometer, as you would have heard, umpire Richard Kettleborough's looking after things there in the TV room. Just the faintest, as it's just going on the inside edge of the bat, which looks, when we first looked at the replay, shall we say, looks as if it had missed and hit his pocket. Well, Michael Carberry, I've got to turn to you on this one. I'm not being funny. I thought I did hear a little bit of something. But that, I mean, what I've even heard that with my hearing. I mean, that was just quite remarkable. But he's gone. Out for 27, caught by the keeper. He's shaking his head. He's not convinced by the technology, is he?
Probably, no, he doesn't look too convinced. He thought he got nowhere near it. But I've got to say, it was an outstanding piece of umpiring by Chris Gaffney to, you know, to make that call on field. With, as I said, with everything happening so quickly. I mean, look, whether Ross and Chase Heitmeyer thinks is out or not. I mean, look, the the evidence is there, the blip is there. Unfortunately, you just have to take that one as a batter and trudge off. But Bumrah, the man for the moment, back into the attack, and things start to happen.
Isn't it funny what your eyes think they've seen was not matched by that sound on the odds edge, was it really? I mean, initially I thought yes. Then when I took a look at that replay, I thought no, it's just brushed the pocket or something there of the trousers. I was really quite surprised in the end to see that, and it just was the faintest of spikes. 102 for 2 midway through the 12th over. Who to turn to in a moment of controversy? Henry Moran.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin. Alongside, I'm very pleased to say, Carlos Brathwaite. I don't know if you like the ground or not, really, Carlos. It's all right. 102 for 2 is the score midway through the 12th over. Big moment that. He didn't look happy about it, though, did he?
Yeah, but that's where you have the tech. Just the faintest of touches, just enough.
Jasprit Bumrah to Rutherford, the new man in. He's going to get a run into the offside immediately. Nicely pushed away out towards that offside, and he seems to be hobbling, actually, Shafee Rutherford.
Got smashed with a throw from Ishan Kishan at point.
So, yeah, it's the thinnest inside edge, but Jasprit Bumrah was certain, wasn't he?
Yeah. He thought it hit the flap of his pants, which it did. It also just took a little bit of an under edge. And a lot of people will be asking why he didn't just go straight batted and plunked it into the leg side. He's been ultra aggressive on that length, and it's worked, and he's also lost his wicket to it.
Bumrah bowling. Oh, where's that gone? Straight in the air. Fielder takes the catch at short cover. It's the captain. And it's 2 wickets in the over to change the complexion of the game entirely. 103 for 3, and the superstar's done it. Bumrah gets the wicket at Roston Chase. Leading edge startled him, and it's 103 for 3.
Yeah, soft dismissal, but outfoxed with his slow ball. Looked as though he ran his fingers down at Ross, and Chase was well out in front of his body. And that could be an over, a pivotal over that we look back on, that changes the not only complexion of the game, but potentially where the trophy can go. You think that one of these two sides can go all the way to win it. And Jasprit Bumrah here in the 12th over. Put a little toe out in front, I reckon. Just a little toe. Once he got foot in yet, just a little bit of a toe. 2 new batters. Bumrah only into his 2nd over, so he still has 2. They've kept an extra over for him. He hasn't bowled 2 in the power play this time around. Akshar Patel was used a little bit earlier to stay away from Hetmyer and Rutherford. So Bumrah still has a couple up his sleeve. You know that those are the 2 biggest weapons in the arsenal of Surya Kumar Yadav.
Well, Rodman Powell comes to the middle. In at 5, West Indies have plenty of batting and firepower, but they need to build another partnership. 68 for the first wicket, and they've now lost 2 for the addition of just 1 run. 103 for 3. You're listening to Test Match Special live from Eden Gardens. Winner will go to the semi-finals. Loser will be heading home. Here comes Bumrah to conclude a brilliant over. Runs in over the wicket. Full delivery defended cautiously by Powell coming forward. Good man for the occasion, Carlos, from Powell.
Yeah, I think it is. I backed him to get a score. He did in one of the preliminary games. And they need him now. He's familiar with this ground. We have a look back at Ross and Chase's dismissal. Definitely duped by the slow ball. And it hit quite on the sticker. So he was well out in front of himself. Good catch by Surya Kumar Yadav. Maybe a little bit of a dive for exaggeration, but a good catch nonetheless, especially after the mannequin that Abhishek Sharma dropped a little bit earlier in the game.
Are you saying one for the cameras, possibly?
Yeah, he had to stretch out, and then it was the whole little dive after.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You do get it sometimes, don't you, fielders? Put a bit of sauce on it.
Yeah, but their cameras, Sky, we see you.
Akshar Patel has the start of a new over. Might see a wicket. No! Dropped over the rope. Tilak Varma, who loses his hat, and a mad mop of hair is revealed. He couldn't stop it. Rutherford gave it a big old heave out towards mid-wicket. And it's 6. 109 for 3.
That should have been taken. But I love that from Rutherford. this over is important, because if this over isn't bowled by Akshar Patel, it has to be bowled by Shivam Dubey, who's gone at 19.5 in his Super 8 so far. So they've tried to slide in Akshar Patel.
Next delivery is sliced away behind square on the offside. Fielder will stop it, just getting round in time. The aforementioned Dubey it is, but 2 runs are taken.
They're trying to slip him in now with 2 new batters, and it's a matchup, a good matchup for Sherfane Rutherford. You can't allow Akshar Patel to come in and not put him under pressure and just let India get away with an easy over. So he had to take that risk. He needs to take a few more in the next 4 deliveries as well.
Akshar Patel bowls, and through to the gloves of the keeper it goes. Sanju Samson tosses it in the air as if to suggest he might have taken a catch. He's not. As the score stands 111 for 3. Where's that gone? Chipped away into the leg side. And 112 for 3 the score. 2 balls left of the 13th over. 67,000 in, crammed into Eden Gardens. This spectacular venue where you hit those 4 sixes 10 years ago, Carlos, to win the World Cup for West Indies. Remember the name? Well, we certainly do, and we remember it now so fondly because you're one of us, part of the team. Rovman Powell will defend into the offside. There's a dot ball, 9 from the over with the ball left of it. 13th over this. Asked to bat first, West Indies. And the score stands at 112 for 3 as Akshar comes in, round the wicket, left arm spin. There'll be at least 1, and they'll be content with 1 as well. The score stands therefore at 113 for 3, 13 overs gone. Carlos, what's a good score?
The average score, I actually did some research today, Henry.
You always do some research.
182. 4 teams batting first of 1, only 1 team chasing is 1 at Eden Gardens in this World Cup so far. So all the numbers speak toward West Indies getting to 180, 185 and defending it. .72 runs in 7 overs.
Have they got enough in the bowling tank? It's my concern.
I like the option to go with all your bowlers. So Akil Hussain comes back in, you take out Brandon King, who's been struggling this World Cup, and you give yourself extra firepower.
Powell waits for Chakravarti, who loves that. He's howling, imploring umpire Gaffney to give the decision.
Looked good.
Didn't look good, but nothing doing. And will Surya Kumar Yadav be convinced by Sanju Samson to go upstairs? They've got 2 reviews remaining. Yeah, you can have a look, a little curl of the upper lip, and yeah, all right, we'll have a little peek at this and go upstairs to Richard Kettleborough. 113 for 3. Is Powell about to be dismissed?
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery, bowler's feet checked. Looking at split screen now. You can roll that right through, please.
Oh, I tell you, what's that missing? Side?
Clear gap between bat and ball. Let's just confirm the ball stretch, please.
It looked really good. Because this Sanju Samson's foot coming outside, so maybe it's just sliding down.
Please. Keep it rolling through.
Umpire's call.
Keep it rolling right through.
Well, given not out.
Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Here comes the definitive technology that will decide the fate of the former West Indies skipper. Rovman
Ball
Powell.
tracking coming now. Pitching outside off, impacting line. Wickets umpire's call. Chris, stay your original decision of not out. Stand by.
Well, it's one of those umpires' calls where
screen signal now.
It was quite a lot of the ball wasn't hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
It was more. It was about 3/4.
Good decision. Good decision.
Yeah. Yeah. I think ultimately you can understand why he reviewed it, but you can also understand why the decision didn't
And
go.
that is why umpire's call is a thing.
Varun Chakravarti to Rovman Powell, who deep in the crease will whip the ball into the onside. No interest from Rutherford to try and accumulate anything more than just that single. 114 for 3.
I just wonder if the fact that the West Indies be running so many 2s saves Rutherford on that occasion, because Tilak Varma was 4 to 5 meters off the boundary trying to save 2, and because of that was only able to parry it for 6 when that catching opportunity came.
Varun Chakravarti round the wicket, clipped into the onside, and Samson, the keeper, will move to his right to pick up. 115 for 3. There is a tension around the ground as if spectators and players and coaches all know how pivotal this passage of play is. Final 5 overs. If West Indies have got wickets in hand, yes, they'll have to deal with 2 overs of Jasprit Bumrah, but they've got the potential for a big score. As they play it off the back foot by Powell, out towards Hardik Pandya, who fields out in front of the dancing upper stand, which is a bank, single-tiered, an expanse of spectators all in that blue. Far away in the distance.
Tell you what I love, that is a Julian Goswami stand. Love that. She is a legend.
She is a legend.
I'm glad that they've saluted her and put her name on one of these stands.
Worked into the onside. There might be 2 here. They'll think about a second, and they do get that second. Throw comes in for the first time of the over. Something more than just a single. So 5 from the over so far. 12 and over will take them to 191 from here. 10 and over, 179.
Yeah, they need more than 10 and over. Definitely need more than 10 and over. Especially from this platform.
Rutherford waits. Varun Chakravarti bowls. It's chipped down the ground. A few spectators think this is a potential chance, but it drops well short of long on, and drinks will be taken. 14 overs gone. Darren Sammy walks onto the field in the fashion of a man that might have actually just got up off a chair after a rather long nap.
Something grimacing after the first over that you're coaching, you're not playing. What's hurting you? Is it a mental injury? Like, what are you doing as coach that you're limping?
Well, I'm intrigued to know, because he is limping quite pronounced fashion. 119 for 3. You missed it earlier. Victory for South Africa to make it a clean sweep so far. Played 7-1-7, so they're through. We knew that already, but they have guaranteed their place here in Calcutta to take on New Zealand. Winner of this game goes on to play England in Mumbai. So that is the state of play in terms of what we've got to come this week. Just 3 matches remain in this tournament. The 2 semi-finals and the final a week from today in Ahmedabad. West Indies or India. This de facto quarter-final played in front of a packed house full of spectators. I was walking along earlier and my backpack had a little bit of T20 World Cup merch on it, and somebody spotted it. Have you got any tickets? I'm very sorry, no tickets whatsoever. I'm going to be really unhelpful. And yeah, it feels like the biggest show in town. I mean, we're going to hear in the interval, Carlos, your story of those 4 sixes so memorably 10 years ago. But I mean, when you walk around this place, it must just... I mean, what are your emotions when you're here?
I've tried to park it, but then when you come back in, and obviously it's 10 years later at the World Cup, obviously in a different capacity, and you're surrounded by it. I started to embrace it and actually enjoy it. As you know, Henry, when we were on tour, I was in my room, so it's still quite overwhelming when everywhere you walk there's a selfie here and a selfie there. But now it was a moment in time that I cherish. I want to think about, you know, as a professional sportsman, what's your moment? There are a lot of moments that you can have that would be of a lot less value than 4 sixes in the World Cup final. And it was against England, and it was in India. Like, perfect platform, perfect opposition. Yeah, it was fairy tale stuff, and I guess fairy tales always feel unreachable, so you never quite know how to react when you are in that fairy tale situation. But yeah, and sharing a commentary box and almost being a mentor or mentored by Ian Bishop, the man who called that line, is surreal. So yeah, I just try to soak it in when I can. Yeah, it's one of them things that I probably cried a little bit when they had to tell my daughter went to nursery and they asked show and tell, what's the meaning of your name? So we had to print out some photos of the ground photos from the night and tell her this is what happened, this is why your name is Eden.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Ben Stokes.
If you have a boy,
Imagine
no,
it.
Ben,
Imagine
Ben.
it. Stokesy. He is my child. Stokesy. Right. Here comes Hardik Pandya, 15th over. Rutherford waits. Oh, is he edging? Yeah, I think he might be. Hardik Pandya celebrates. He's just wafted at one outside the off stump. It's a loose dismissal, that. And that momentary lapse in concentration that so often follows a drinks break brings the wicket. 119 for 4.
Yeah, wouldn't be happy with that shot at all. Very, very disappointing. I just said, just a waft. And he's been trying to do this off Chakravarti as well, just trying to beat short, third and short point. And he has so much power, and he's such a clean striker, the ball. I want to see him slap those balls to cover. Even if you get a single, get the deep cover. If you get your boundary, you can still get a boundary between the sweeper and point. And eventually just lost his wicket, just trying to dab a pace off. It was good from Hardik. We see this from him a lot, where he rolls his finger over it. And he's not the tallest, he's not a short guy either, but he gets just enough with that cut, almost undercutter, well, overcutter, sorry. Just gets a little bit more bounce. Unless you're really stepping into him and right into the bounce, it's very difficult to dab or to try to play a shot other than a proper muscular shot. And found that out again there, Rutherford. Just trying to dab, not reading the extra bounce from the slower ball or the cutter, and just picking the top edge.
Well, Jason Holder comes to the middle. And work to do for West Indies at 119 for 4. They were 102 for 1. So there is certainly a sense that they have a platform, or had a platform, that is potentially being thrown away here. Winner through to the semi-finals. Hardik Pandya in his final over strikes immediately, runs in towards us now. And, it's very close to finding the edge again. A little bit of extra sizzle on the ball from Pandya. And there's half a question from Sanju Samson. So, was there an edge on that?
I wonder if this pitch is as good as we think it is. I was thinking this when West Indies played Scotland, it was? Or Italy?
Yeah.
Could it be Italy? Where it looks a belter of a trap. But then Shea Hope was the only person that day that really flowed. Tonight you could say Roston Chase, maybe Hetmeyer for a short cameo. But no one has come in and really struck the ball really nicely and timed it and be really fluent. So I'm just wondering if they may need to change that 182 to 172, 175.
Hardik Pandya runs in, nicely dabbed into the offside, but very well bowled by Pandya, and there's no run available. So a wicket and 2 dots to start this 15th over.
Yeah, we're seeing a replay. A vicious roll of the wrist. So less of a slow ball, more of a cutter. And that extra bounce. But one thing I felt, West Indies batted as though they had to score extra runs because of the bowling. Today they've been, against South Africa, today they've been a little bit more composed. But now you just need to see them tee off the way Holder and Shepherd finish. They're going to need at least 10s over, maybe even 12s for these last 5.
Hardik Pandya bowls, defended back up the track by Holder, who is not a man to be overly ruffled, but he will know as we look at the replay. Was there an edge on that? That one earlier in the over? No, that's the answer. That one that beat the edge, crucially. Hardik Pandya shines the ball furiously on his upper right thigh. Fielders in the deep at backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long off, long on. There's a deep. Oh, is there a long off? No, there isn't. There's a long on. There's a deep backward point, and Jasprit Bumrah is down on the boundary below us at deep third. Hardik Pandya again. 2 balls left of the 15th over. West Indies 119 for 4. And again, no run available. Are we going to see a wicket maiden in the 15th over?
I hope not.
You desperately hope not.
I hope not, but yeah, and it's like one thing I love about Hardik Pandya, he's skillful. He has all the slow balls we spoke about, that vicious off cutter. But you know what he does really, really well? Just keeps the game quite simple. The 4 balls he's bowled to Jason Holder has just been back of a length, that normal test length, and then a little bit straighter, so not forced stump, not giving him any room, and asking him to work the ball from straight on. You got Holder 4 balls faced, Robin Powell 6 balls faced, and the next 31 balls are going to decide the fate.
Coming down to meet it and smack it back over the bowler's head. Well, that's one way to introduce yourself for 6. Jason Holder decides enough's enough, and the over, whilst not ruined in any sense, does yield a 6 to conclude it. Carlos, we've got you for one more over, and you're going to be joined for it by Prakash Vakanka. Your thoughts, Carlos?
Yeah, predictable length. Just served him well throughout the over, Hardik Pandya. I don't think he'll be upset with that. You bowl that good length and someone steps down and then plays such an elegant stroke back overhead for 6, well played. But it ensured its consistency. They only went for 6 in that over, as opposed to leaking a few more boundaries in what will be go time after over number 15.
Well, has to be, isn't it? 8.33 the run rate, 4 wickets down after being 102 for 1, 125 for 4. Holders got that one scoring shot, which was a magnificent straight 6, and Rovman Powell on 3. Some refreshment and a quick changeover. We're going to see Arshdeep back into the attack. He's bowled his first 2 overs for 13 runs. India's fielding to start with, were you of the view that it was nerves? It was not anywhere near what they wanted to do.
Very eloquently put, Prakash. There's a couple of words in it I was thinking about when you mentioned the Indian fielding. I've not seen them operate as poorly as that for a while.
Round the wicket, Arshdeep pressure over bowls, and Powell eases into the offside. They'll run through for a comfortable single on 26 for 4. It's remarkable, isn't it? Athletes, elite athletes at the highest level, and yet the fallibility is sometimes so obvious.
Yeah, and you could say what you want. When you get into a game with the jeopardy as big as this, you got full stands, you know what it means. I love to hear a professional athlete say, oh yeah, it's just another game. Because when you're in the battle, that's what you tell yourself, try to keep your process the same, be consistent. But you know what's riding on it. They all know, they can feel it.
Over the wicket now, Arshdeep to Jason Holder, and Holder defends. Tall, imposing figure.
One thing I realized when they batted against South Africa, although they were in trouble, they just kept going and going. The intent was always solid. Today, I felt as though the only people that came in with that good intent was Shimron Hetmeyer and Roston Chase opening batting. Everyone else, it felt as though the occasion got a little bit to them. They were almost trying to search for those 5 to 10 balls to get in and then go. The batting is so long.
You want to utilize that fully. And here's Holder. He's got just the toe end of the bat, and probably just as well, because it went nowhere really. It was just the sheer power of Jason Holder that the ball got to where it got in the air, but a single nevertheless. And immediately, I think he's feeling that the grip probably needed some work, so there's some attention being given to it by Jason Holder. It's funny, isn't it? It's a game of inches. A few inches further up, and that might have been sailing coming straight to us here.
Yeah, and you got to put pressure back on the bowlers. You can't. You got this one from Arshdeep, another one. You got 2 from Boomer. That's 4, and then that last over, Varun Chakravarti. You can't just allow them to bowl. If they bowl good balls, you still need to find a way to get boundaries. Put them under pressure and see what they have in the locker.
3 men in the ring on the off, 1 on the onside. Here's Arshdeep round the wicket now again to Powell, bouncer, and it's gone over the head of Sanju Samson. That's a gift of runs. Wide, so that's 5 runs. What do you say to a bowler when that happens? I mean, he knows that he obviously was wanting to look to surprise the batter, but ill-directed, and was always going to be a problem.
Well bowled. I much prefer you do that than hedge your bets and it comes chance. I and Rovman Powell hits you onto the Eden Gardens sign over square leg. You commit to your bumper and you went a little bit too high. Obviously, it's not the ideal result, but you go left or right. Left is 4 wides and Rovman Powell back in the crease, or slap for 6.
Well, let's see how he responds. Bowled, and there it is. That's the shot you were talking about. It's been dispatched, not quite out of the ground, but very nearly into the second tier. Terrific shot, just a little bit further back, and exactly what you said.
And that is what you don't want. So you commit to it. They have been going good length, but when you bowl that short ball, and now the batter is sitting back,
waiting for it,
you then can't come a little bit shorter than good length. That's when you have to be aggressive and going a little bit fuller than a good length. where you catch him on the back foot, weight back, but when you bowl that and serve it up like that, with a man of Rovman Powell's class and caliber and power, I was just watching to see if it would actually get to the scoreboard. It's a mighty long hit, but that is what they didn't want. And when you have left and right, the 4 wides or 5 wides, and then the 6, there's probably the worst possible outcome.
Yep, 11 runs of 1 ball in that sense. Here's Harshdeep again bowls, and this one's a swing outside the off stump, way wide, and the umpire has no difficulty in spreading his arms, signalling another wide. The pressure on the bowler immediately evident, and the over's already gone for 14 with only 4 legitimate deliveries of the over. So that tells you that 1 powerful stroke, 1 errant delivery, and that can just spoil everything. And the pressure's all on Arshdeep Singh. He's got a really long run-up, hasn't he?
Yeah, back on the sponsorship signs, past the 30-yard circle.
Away he goes. Jersey number 2 on his back, slightly angular run-up. Flicked away nonchalantly, and that is going to be 6 more, is it? Looks like that. Yes, it is. Such a terrific shot. Just waited on it. It was right in the slot, and those powerful wrists and a flick without almost a non-look 6 type of shot, perfectly placed as well, and that's 6 runs.
And that is why it's so important to put pressure on the bowlers. It looked for all money coming into this over as though the pitch was unplayable. We had 4 dots. Jason Holder walks down, hits a 6, and then he goes across one, he pops it up, and all of a sudden the game now feels like it's changed once again. A little bit of intent from the batters, pressure back on the bowler. What's your answer, Arshdeep?
Then he bowled, and this one's cracked away on the offside. This will be 4 more. So that's the monster over the West Indies wanted. 24 runs off it, and that will take the rate now racing up, pushing on 9.5. 149 for 4, and that is going to make you, Carlos, look a lot happier as well.
Yeah, I'll smile as I walk back downstairs for cash.
Thank you.
I had a little bit of a grimace, almost like Sammy when he was walking out, but now I can smile.
And good on you. It's wonderful to see you, and thank you for being with us. 149 for 4, then 16 overs gone. The crowd's gone silent, and this is the remarkable thing in India. A knowledgeable crowd or not, when the home team is playing, you could stand outside the stadium and gauge what's going on, because if it's quiet, you know that the opposition's got the wood on you, and if it's bubbling away, then you know that the home team is in action. So I've got the pleasure of Anisha Ghosh and, of course, Michael Carberry both with me, so we'll alternate a little bit and keep getting your thoughts in as Varun Chakravarti starts his final over, and I just get the feeling this is going to be a huge over in the context of the game. The first one, swing, and Arshdeep does well behind the keeper at short fine to keep it down to a single. 150 for 4. Michael, that 24-run over.
Yeah,
real momentum shift.
Absolutely, Prakash. Yeah, hitting the nail on the head there. I think that India were just looking as though they were wrestling back the initiative, and Rovman Powell just took them to the cleaners with some unbelievable, I mean, that pull shot over square legs, one of the biggest 6s I've seen in a long time. Just the noise it made off the bat.
Terrific shot that was. Here's the next one. Just a little bit short, rushing. Powell looking to go through mid-wicket. Inside part of the bat, squirts away to deep backward square. Shivam Dubey does the fielding. 1 more to the total. 151 for 4. Anisha, your thoughts after this delivery as the 2 strong men, the tall figure of Jason Holder now. The bat looks like a little stick in his hand. He waits, bat raised, waits for Chakravarti, who bowls, and he's gone huge. And this is gone, I don't know, I can't even see it, but probably about 10 or 12 rows behind the stands into the first tier. And that has not just silenced the crowd, I think it stunned the crowd.
This man, Jason Holder, has rebuilt himself into a T20 format specialist over the last 18 months, and that 80-meter 6 bears testimony to exactly that. Into the mid-wicket stands. Goodness gracious me, what a shot.
Chakravarti in, and this time it's slapped on the offside. There will be a chase for Ishan Kishan. Will he get there? He does well, does Ishan Kishan. He's a real terrier around that boundary. Sticks out his left hand, pushes the ball back into play and keeps it down to 2 runs. But the West Indies juggernaut now gaining some momentum and speed. 159 for 4. How many more can they get is what the question is.
11 and over from here on in gets them to about 195. They'll dearly want to get over that 200 mark if they can, and if this hitting continues, there's no reason why they can't get there and then beyond. Our Varun Chakravarti just looking to slow things down a little bit. 2 balls to go in his spell. He's in, he bowls, and it's been slammed down the ground. No chance. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the side screen for 4 more runs. An effortless shot from Jason Holder. Just shows, Michael, doesn't it, that it doesn't matter who you are. If the pressure's back on you, you need nerves of steel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this spell from Chakravarti, you know, as I said, I think he's been way off colour today. I think he's just been a little bit too predictable with his speeds. I think he's needed to slow it up a little bit, try and get these batters reaching, stretching for the ball a little bit more. As I said, you've seen the spinners who've had success through the World Cup have generally been prepared to mix their pace a little bit. I think he's just been a little bit off colour today. A bit short of confidence, perhaps.
Round the wicket, bowls it a little bit wide, and the umpire has not signalled the wide. Yes, and he's suggesting to Jason Holder that that's because he moved on the offside. So the end of the over, 17 gone, 163 for 4. The run rate is just a touch below 9.6. And Anisha, where is this game headed in your mind?
Well, that 210-run mark I had spoken of earlier, as far as West Indies setting a target is concerned, is still possible, because in the remaining 18 deliveries, if they target a couple more quick bowlers, sure, among them would be Jasprit Bumrah, and he's never easy to get away. West Indies could back themselves to get closer to her 200-run mark, and scoreboard pressure in a knockout game like this is always going to tell on the team batting second. So this is nicely poised. This is tantalizingly shaping up, and the way West Indies have clawed back into the game has been commendable.
Jasprit Bumrah going to bowl over number 18, and on strike is Powell. He's into Powell. He bowls looking for the Yorker. Powell not just digs it out but times it well. Hardik Pandya will field on the practice pitches, limit the scoring to a single. They were thinking of a second run just as well. They didn't. Jason Holder almost sold him the dummy there, and Powell had to almost dive back into the non-striker's end to make sure that there was no problem and no trouble. Very nearly overrunning that, and 164 for 4 it remains. As I said, 11 and over is not going to be enough. They want to get to about 14-15 runs between overs 15 and 17. West Indies scoring at 14.67 runs and over. This partnership is 45 of 20, so really getting the momentum into their innings towards the end, as you'd expect. Here's Bumrah into Holder, and Holder's got one that is swiped over like a tennis cross-court shot. He's timed it well enough and placed it right between the 2 men in the deep field. He fetched it from outside the off stump and helped himself to 4 runs. Terrific shot that, Michael.
Yeah, it was, because it was a slower ball into the pitch from Bumrah. You had some success with that earlier on, but Jason Holder, very tall man with unbelievably long arms, and he's actually done very well to keep control of that, hit that just in front of square, just missing the fielder out there.
Yep, placed it perfectly, he did. And the long livers coming into play. So pressure on Bumrah now. 168 for 4 the score for the West Indies, setting a total here in this knockout must-win game for both teams. Bumrah bowls and Jason Holder drives firmly but straight to Hardik Pandya just below us to our right, and there will be just a single. 169 for 4 now. So the West Indies off to a great start, then lost 1 wicket, built a good partnership, and then Bumrah took 2. And that sort of set them back a little bit, and then that momentum changing over of Arshdeep, which went for 24, really got the skids going, as it were, as Bumrah turns now away from us. That little stuttery start, and then he goes into his delivery stride. He's in, he bowls, looking for the Yorker. Turns out to be a bit of a full toss, worked away on the onside. I think they'll stay with 1. It was good work in the deep, that from Tilak Verma. So Anisha, the Indian fielders just at the moment backing their bowl as well.
Yeah, previously it was a throw from Hardik Pandya, who has been in the meantime in between deliveries of Jasprit Bumrah, been doing some throwing practice with Ryanton Dushkate. So clearly he knows how important his throws are, his arm is, and 1 run out here and there could once again help India wrestle momentum.
Bumrah
crowd is pensive, tense, watchful, expectant as here's Bumrah in. Couple of steps down the crease, and Bumrah sees him coming, makes sure it's in the block hole as Jason Holder advances, not able to get underneath it. He was looking to try and see if he could pick that up on the full there, and just a single again down to Hardik Pandya. So 171 for 4 now. We've got Michael Carberry and Anisha Ghosh alongside me here at the Eden Gardens. The DJ is now in full form, and what we're seeing, Akshar Patel and Bumrah having a bit of a conversation just at the boundary edge, and now Bumrah is ready, as indeed is Rovman Paul, who's played a fantastic innings. He's on 23 of 13, and Bumrah is in now. He's up, he bowls, and worked away to fine, and that's a London Bridge dive, and that is Varun Chakravarti, and Bumrah just throws up his hands. Chakravarti, as Michael said a moment ago, just not his day, one would say. That was a classic dive over the ball, wasn't it, Michael? Not a pretty sight.
Yes, mate. Yeah, dive, but no water in the pool there, I'm afraid, from Chakravarti. And yeah, you can see Bumrah's frustration there, really. You know, you need to be stopping those at this stage of an innings. Every run saved is one less you've got to score. And that was a little bit of a poor effort, really, wasn't it?
Yes, poor is I think, a mild word. And just watching Bumrah walk back, Anisha, to his fielding position, shaking his head, frustration evident.
I've got to give it to you. You bring in the London Bridge reference with that diving effort. In Howrah Bridge proximity, kudos to you, Prakash Wakankar. Well done. That's one of the architectural marvels in Kolkata.
The reason I wouldn't talk about Howrah Bridge is because it's very, very difficult to do anything on Howrah Bridge. It stood the test of time, including the 350 plus years of British rule. So it's best to talk about London Bridge, which is far away from here. And it's a nice old nursery rhyme as well. Here's Arshdeep under pressure. How can he bowl now? He comes in bowls, and the first one's been clobbered. It's going away, and it falls well short of the two men. Didn't get all of it, did Paul, and as a result, just the one run. But importantly for the Windies, it didn't go to hand. 176 for 4 now. We're in the 19th over. Proud local girl, Anisha.
And speaking of pride, I think Jason Holder would be carrying an immense load of that, because remember, he's now a world record holder with the bat in hand, coming off that world record 89-run 7-wicket stand with Romario Sheffer against South Africa, the highest ever in men's T20 or women's T20 World Cups. And that confidence is well and truly exuding in this batting performance of Holder's, now on 27 of the 16 deliveries.
Here's Arshdeep into Paul. He bowls, and he's got the outside edge. It's falling away. It's way beyond the reach of Sanju Samson, who dived, and just as well that the ball dropped short and was easily fielded at short third, but certainly not the ideal stroke. More importantly, from an Indian point of view, that was a dot ball, and the Windies would have dearly liked that to be a meteor edge and may have just flown down to the third man boundary for 4 runs, but it didn't happen. So just the 1 run off the 2 balls so far. What's Paul got in mind? How is the bowler going to outthink the batter? Paul waits. 9.6 the run rate. Here's Arshdeep. Incoming bowls, flicked away on the onside, going to hand. He's dropped it. That's Abhishek again. That's catch number 2. Not the easiest of catches, but again, you expect that at this level of cricket, these are taken. Michael, India's catching has been not just poor, I dare say it's left a lot to be desired tonight.
Yeah, it's sort of been the story at the tail of the tape, really, for India, this fielding effort, which I say they've just not really been at their best. I think that's the best way of summing it up. They've just found ways of, moments like this, really, where they've just put down some, really important catches. You just cannot afford to do that at this level. You can see the despair on the bowler's face there.
And Arshdeep bowling one that looked, from first view from my side, looked close to a wide, if not a wide, but clearly in the minds of the umpire, the batter had probably moved. What is he checking for? A no ball maybe is what he's checking for. This is what will tell us. It probably is going to be a no ball. Wait for the umpire to decide. The third umpire had a look at it, and we are still waiting for the umpire to adjudicate whether it's a wide. It is a wide, not a no ball. So just catching the edge of the strip there, Arshdeep, saved by probably a couple of blades of grass. 178 for 4. It's a run nevertheless. The ball has to be bowled again. Here's Arshdeep in. Bowls to Holder, who swings and misses, hitting the ground. There was a woody sound, but clearly not the ball and bat making contact. So he gets an important dot ball in, does Arshdeep. 178 for 4. This is crunch time, isn't it, Michael? This is where the batter and the bowler are thinking and outthinking each other. One of them's going to come up tops.
Yeah, absolutely. This is cat and mouse time. You know, bowlers are trying to read what the batters are doing. Batters now know that every run is going to count here. Holder and Powell are in. They've played magnificently, haven't they? Really, you know, just the power. And what I've liked is they've come in at a difficult time, but they haven't messed around trying to fiddle or anything like that. They've used that power to their advantage.
Arshdeep bowls driven away on the extra cover area for a couple of runs. Didn't time it all that well, but got it in the gap. So 2 more important runs. 180 for 4. This partnership has been absolutely marvelous for West Indies. 61 runs coming off just 31 balls. Holder 29 of 18. Powell is 28 of 16. So you can see how the two big men have powered the West Indies on. Having lost their 4th wicket at 119, they've taken them to 180 for 4. And they still have 1 ball of this over to be completed, the 19th, and then the final over, which Jasprit Bumrah will no doubt bowl. Here's Arshdeep. How does he get out of this over? Can he get out of it without too much damage? He's into Holder. Holder slams this. Good ball from Bumrah right in the block hole. No chance really for Holder to get underneath it. He walks across for a single, and that's a good over when on the 19th over, if you've given away 6 runs, Michael, captain will take that with a smile.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from Arshdeep's point of view, I think the plan there was much better. I think he bowled to the field. You know, he pushed the deep backward cover back on the fence, decided he was going to go wide line, try and stay out of the hitting zone of these 2 big men, and it paid dividends. You know, got the Yorkers in as well, made it hard for them to get underneath to generate any sort of leverage. So, you know, well done to him. He managed to salvage things, really. I think it was starting to look ugly from India's point of view.
It was, and now for Jasprit Bumrah, Anisha, to finish things off from an Indian perspective, from a West Indian perspective, they'll want to take the momentum that they had built back up track and finish on a high. Bumrah into Holder, and Holder's hit this one miles back into the stand over mid-wicket. Not quite the monster hit that we saw earlier from Powell, but as they say, 1 inch over the rope is 6, and so is 100 feet beyond the rope. 6 runs to start the over. Pressure on the champion bowler. 187 for 4.
What a shot. Dispatch and straight into the lower tier of the Sourav Ganguly stand here at the Eden Gardens. Quite the statement against India's premier quick bowler, and quite the way to greet him in the start of the 20th and final over.
187 for 4. Bumrah in for the 2nd time in his over. Trying again. He's in. Holder gets into the offside, looking to find the space. Bumrah finds the perfect spot to deliver the ball where there's no chance for Holder to get elevation. A single down to long on, where it's fielded by Hardik Pandya. So Hardik Pandya and Jasprit Bumrah, the 2 men who were part of the Indian team where they failed in getting over the line against the West Indies in 2016 at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. And then, of course, the famous game here at the Eden Gardens when the Windies won with Darren Sammy as the captain. He's, of course, the coach of this side now. Here's Bumrah in now to Powell, and he almost breaks a toe, but well played by Robin Powell. And then he'll go for the 2nd run. Hardik has a shy at the striker's end, but very good running. And, of course, for Jason Holder, it was probably a hop, skip and a jump to get across those 22 yards. He's so tall.
And speaking of the echoes and similarities between the 2016 campaign and this one, do not forget this man, Jason Holder, one of the 2 last surviving members in the West Indian squad of 2026 alongside Johnson Charles. And what a hand has the former West Indian skipper played already. Once again, a decisive imprint with the bat in hand, 37 to his name. And do not forget his bowling. That's going to be an important element in this defence should West Indies harbour any hopes of scripting an upset here.
Here's Bumrah in now. Nicely whipped. My word, what power, what timing.
That was as good a delivery as you could expect, but Paul, just unbelievable power, timing and placement, and that should have drawn a serious applause from this knowledgeable, in quotes, crowd from Calcutta, which it doesn't, but it takes nothing away from the magnificence of that shot.
Low full toss, driven, slightly uppish, only marginally and briefly, and that appreciation comes from the India skipper, Surya Kumar Yadav.
194 now for 4. This over's gone for 13 already. Bumrah in again, bowls and strikes him on the pad, but going down the leg side, I think. There's no interest in an appeal. Wait for the umpire to signal the inevitable leg by, which he does now. 195 for 4. So the last 30 balls have yielded 76 runs. India are going to have a task and a half on their hands. As you said earlier, runs on the board, knockout game, pressure, 70,000 plus people, yes, supporting you, but when they are silent, I think that sends a different kind of pressure signal onto the boys in blue. And Michael, it can't be easy for the 11 men out on the field at the moment from wearing India colours with the 70,000 crowd virtually silent.
Yeah, I just got a glimpse of Gautam Gambhir, the India coach, sitting there and hands over his eyes, which I don't blame him. He probably wants to go and have a lie down in a dark room after this fielding effort. But look, you know, it's still a game to be won, and they'll feel confident. But West Indies, I think they'll be very confident going in. I mean, they would take you start of innings, they would have chewed your hand off if you'd put this scenario to.
Bowls, and this was a good ball. And Jasprit Bumrah runs down the wicket. Holder was looking to tonk it away, hit him on the pad, and Jasprit Bumrah's frustration with the support or the lack of it that he got in the field, I think very, very evident as he knocked back the stumps. Not that it's material waiting, of course, for that decision, but I think Holder may have just gotten back. Not that it matters. Last ball was a dot. India will take that. West Indies will be happy, as you said, Michael, with that 195 for 4, which they would have happily taken, I think, at the start of the innings. A little short of your expectation of 210, but as the fielders regroup and come back into the dugouts, I suspect the one in maroon are going to be feeling a little bit better than the one in blue at the moment, Anisha.
100%. The last 5 overs yielding 70 runs without any wickets coming India's way. That is a statement, and that is how you accrue momentum. Sure, it was a dot ball to finish with, that 16-run over, that expensive over once again. It doesn't matter really, because Jason Holder alongside Rahman Powell with the superlative 76-run unbeaten stand-up. Just 38 deliveries have more than done their job when it comes to putting on a target that will test the belief in the Indian camp. They have been saying that, Darren Sammy especially, that this is going to be a David versus Goliath battle, and did remind all the reporters on Matchday -1 that David did beat Goliath in the last knockout game that West Indies played here 10 years ago against England. And here they have started really well after losing the toss. Remember, Shai Hope did not call it right. Surya Kumar Yadav inserted West Indies in, and as a result, they have put on a formidable 195 for 4 on the board.
Thank you very much indeed, Anisha, for the time being. We're going to get some reaction down there on the boundary edge as we see the score 195 for 4. No wickets for Arshdeep or Aksha. And they'll be a little disappointed with that. 2 for 36 for Jasprit Bumrah. And all bowlers were expensive. It looks a good surface, maybe not a total road, but a good surface, I think it's fair to say. And we'll wait and see what they can do with it in response. India, they'll have 196 for a place in the semi-finals. Promises to be thrilling as we can head down to the boundary edge.
Give us an idea of the atmosphere out in the middle and that first inning score.
Yeah, it's electrifying. You know, it's a full house, a big game against India here in Calcutta. You know, but I think it's a good total. You know, but if we should be honest with ourselves, it's a very good wicket. So we would like 15 or 10, 15 more runs.
And take us into your own mind, 34 of 19, your thought processes as you constructed your innings.
I think it was just a case of getting through the spinners, not really getting through the spinners with dot ball, but actually attacking the spinners. You know, it's a small ground, so I trust my power to, if I get even a piece of it, I can clear the boundary, you know. But it's good to get some runs. It's good to put the team in a position where we actually can fight.
And I should tell you, congratulations. You've just broached 156s, the most by a West Indian in T20 International. A good record, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's a good record. You know, it goes to show the longevity and the hard work and the dedication that I've given to West Indies cricket over the last few years.
Congratulations on the first half. All the best in the second.
Thanks a lot, Bash.
There we go. So Samuel Badgie chatting to Robin Powell, who finished unbeaten on 34 of 19 deliveries. Holder 37 of 22. They recovered from 119 for 4 to 195 for 4, which is a pretty good effort, I would say. We'll wait and see. He did say it was very good surface, so India will need to go at around about 9.75 if they are to chase down the target and make it through to the semi-finals. That is all to come, but of course this is a venue with so much history and so much of that history written by a man that was with us earlier, a ground that has fond memories for the West Indies when it comes to T20 World Cups as well. 10 years ago they secured their second title at Eden Gardens, beating England in an unforgettable final. We could probably remember the name of the West Indies hero that day. Carlos Brathwaite talks us through that dramatic last over.
I remember just meeting Marlon in the middle and thinking, yeah, it's an uphill task, but I'll just get bat on ball and I'll get you on strike. And he was just telling me, just swing for it. And I remember walking back to go face and then looking up at the scoreboard and seeing 19 runs, 6 balls. And I was just thinking, this is a hell of a chase. It's 6 balls, it all comes down to this. And then I just tuned out after that, just zoned out, and I was just focused on the ball, bat on ball, get in the air, get Marlon on strike, even if I lose my wicket. And yeah, the first ball came down, it was down the leg, helped it along.
Stokes on his way from the far end, bowls, it's hit away hard and into the crowd. It's gone for 6.
I think I started to run because I just got a ball in the air. I was thinking, all right, cool. Even if I get catch, Marlon would be on strike. And I remember it just flying off, he batted nicely, and Marlon was down running circles around the stump and fist pumps, and I was just in a good zone, and it was just like, all right, that's one. Let me just calm down. Still got a long way to go.
Well, that's livened things up.
The second one came off, he middle bat sweetly. That one went far, and it was just like, yeah. That one felt good.
5 balls to go, 13 to win. In comes Stokes now, bowls to Brathwaite, hits it high down the ground again. It's a huge shot.
And Marlon was giving it some big ones. The third one was a bit of a shank, spooned, and I thought it was out for that one.
149 for 6. Stokes sets off again from the edge of the circle. In he comes now, bowls to right-handed Brathwaite, who swings him over long off. 3 successive 6s.
After the third one, I thought, yeah, it's one. Turned to the crowd. The West Indies women, my wife was there, just give it some big ones. And then, yeah, the fourth one came off the middle as well, and the rest is history.
Stokes comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, hits him for 6, and wins the game.
I just get chills all over again. It was real good. It's indescribable, to be honest. It's just that feeling of, and I guess, in a couple seconds, like time, it could almost feel like time has stopped, and you get so much flashbacks. It's almost like when someone says my life has flashed before my eyes, and you know, you just work so hard, so long, and you always want that moment when you can just enjoy it and bask in the glory of your hard work. And it just so happened to be against England, who's the old enemy. In India, cricket is a religion. In a World Cup final, and you got the opportunity to hit the winning runs. It was all set up, and the first 3 balls went like that. Real quick, bum, 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 one after the other. And then after the third ball, I think they had a little something between Stokes and Morgan and Marlon. So it gave me a little more time to just enjoy. You saw all the camera phones coming out and all the lights, everyone trying to capture the moment. So it was real good. It was a real good feeling, and it felt as though you've earned this 5 seconds to really enjoy the fruits of your labor for all the years you would have pined away in the gym, sleepless nights. I mean, it was a real good feeling, and it just felt as though everything had just flashed before my eyes, and it was just enjoy the moment.
4 successive 6s in the last over. I've never seen that before. and England look utterly crushed as the West Indies players come rushing out onto the field. Carlos Brathwaite is an instant hero.
I remember we did a lap, so it was a few of the Bajan boys, myself, Jason Hodash, and Suleiman Ben. We did a lap, just kind of saluting the crowd really and just enjoying it, taking some time down a bit. My wife came down, the West Indies women came down. We shared some moments, did some dances on the pitch. It was real good, man. And then after that, I made it my business to call my family. They were all huddled. Everyone from the village came over afterward and telling mom and dad congrats and all that. And I called them, and there were so many people just shouting. There were cars honking when they passed my house. So it was real good. So they got a chance to spend 10, 15 minutes to show them all around the dressing room. So it was real good. And then I went to Stokes after. Obviously me and CJ were real close, and I asked him if Stokes was around. And for that whole tournament, I tried to start collecting jerseys of players who I like or were fond of, and I said I wanted his jersey at the end of the game. It just so happened what happened. But no, I went to him and I told him, look, man, somebody had to win, someone had to lose, but I got a great respect for you and what you've done so far. And yeah, just shared a mutual moment of respect. Yeah, I got his jersey as well. Yeah, and it was good to obviously enjoy the moment. Whatever's happened has happened, but then to be able to speak to a fellow competitor and let them know, like, tough luck or whatever, but I still respect your journey thus far, and obviously now respect it a lot more. So that was one of the highlights of the night for me, and I think that night just had everything in it. Obviously the performance, being able to share it with my wife, being able to share it with my family at home, albeit over video call, and then to be able to connect with the opponent as well. So it was one of the nights in my life.
Well, one can only imagine what that night was like for Carlos Brathwaite and the West Indies side here in Calcutta, where they won that tournament 10 years ago now. Extraordinary, really. It's been that long, but there we go. Right then, so what will this evening bring? It is 196 as a target for India from 120 balls. What do we think, Michael Carberry? Ashes opener for England and a BBL winner as well with the Perth Scorchers. Carbs, what are you thinking about that as a total first innings?
Well, I think first and foremost, I mean, West Indies, from West Indies' point of view, I think they'll be happy with runs on the board. I think from an Indian point of view, I think it could have been a lot worse. So there's something to be taken from that, but they're going to have to play well, the batters. I mean, you know, I think largely a lot's going to rest on the opening pair. Again, similar to the West Indies, you need a good start. Eden Gardens, we know it's a small ground. It's very easy to hit boundaries, but you've got to get that good start. What they can't be is 3-4 down early on in the piece, because I think from there it's going to be very difficult.
Well, it promises to be a thrilling ride. What we don't know at the halfway stage is who's going to win this game, and that's always a nice position to be in, because in cricket, where you've got a lot on the line, what you want to see is a good competition and a competitive game, and we've certainly got that, and that is exactly what we want, because it is all on the line. A place in the semi-final. It is the perfect conclusion, Carbs, to this Super 8 phase, and yeah, net run rate calculations last night made it intriguing in many ways with the Pakistan game, but when it's simple, there is a certain joy to it.
Absolutely, this is the joy of 2020 cricket. You know, winners take all. You've got to bring your A game now. Every game is a final, isn't it? You can't afford to mess up. This is where they talk about peaking at the right time. This is where it counts as teams, finding your best form when it counts. Contributions down the line. Sometimes your lesser names are the ones that come to the fray in these situations, but it's generally going to be now a team effort from India. It can't just be placed on one or two individuals.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It has to be between all of them. It has to be a real team effort, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out. So 196 to win, and what we have seen from West Indies is the change that they made in this side was to take out a batter and bring in a bowler, Akil Hussain, into the side in place of Brandon King, so they will be stronger in that suit.
Yes, and we'll see how this wicket plays. I mean, you know, I don't think personally the Indian spinners bowled very well. I think they bowled a little bit too quick for my liking, and a little bit too flat. So let's see what the West Indies do, whether they go the other way and try and take pace off. I know someone like Akeal Hussain likes to use his arm balls and those kind of variations, but I think mainly the pace for me is going to be the important factor here in terms of when these Indian players start to look to attack, trying to take pace away from them.
So, win predictor sees this side, West Indies with the ball in hand at 60%. But a quick start from India and all of that will change. Akeal Hussain is going to open the bowling. We wondered if we're going to see that from the spinner. And there is a hush around the ground, a sense of anticipation, knowing it's all on the line. Sanju Samson, the left-hander, alongside Abhishek Sharma. Sanju Samson waits, slip in place. Here comes Akeal Hussain, massaging the ball, and bowls the first delivery, which is played back to the bowler. And there is no run. When you're an opener, Carbs, you've done it enough. How are you approaching a chase like this?
I think you've got to kind of put the big target on the top shelf, and I think you've got to really try and micromanage. I think that's the best way of looking at it. So you've really got to be focusing on
Here comes Akeal Hussain again. Next delivery is slashed through the offside, over the infield. It's going to bring 4 runs. Well, micromanage that, I suppose Abhishek Sharma's thinking. Lovely shot lofted away over the offside, 4 without loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they've got to play positively, which plays into Abhishek Sharma's hands. Really, he's not going to play any other way. But I think they've really still got to look to form a little bit of a platform, just to give the middle order a bit of a chance. But that's a good start.
4 without loss, chasing 196 for a place in the semi-final up against England at the Wankhede in Mumbai on Thursday. Round the wicket comes Akeal Hussain. Abhishek Sharma waits, swings hard at it and misses. There was an enormous swipe at that. It's almost as if he really resented that cricket ball's existence.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back, does he, Abhishek Sharma? You get a sense every ball coming down to him, there's an intent. And that one just...
There really is.
Swung away at the last minute.
Here comes Akeal Hussain once more. That's onto the pads. There'll be one there. Well, then no. Tap towards the leg side, but a fielder is waiting, the form of Shafane Rutherford. He missed it earlier. Best of the action available on the BBC Sport website and app. 4 without loss, India. 2 balls left of this first over. The required rate just shy of 10 and over. In comes Akeal Hussain once more. A little bit quicker this time, driven straight to the fielder at cover. Rovman Powell will trot in, no run there. Abhishek's timing it nicely. 3 ducks to start the tournament, but brilliant knock in the last game to get right back in form with 55 off 30 against Zimbabwe. Final ball of this first over, 4 without loss the score. Akeal Hussain walking in round the wicket, and that'll be a single if they are quick, and the throw will not come in because there is no need to take that risk of overthrows. So I think they'll probably take honours even at the end of the over. 5 without losses to score, and India require 191 from 114 deliveries. You're listening to Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra 3, and across the ICC app around the world, grandstand as well in Australia. If you want to join the conversation, tms@bbc.co.uk, and our live text commentary, our ever popular live text commentary on the BBC Sport website and app is rattling along as well, doing a roaring trade. You'll find your in-play highlights there alongside Elizabeth Botcherby. So do get stuck into a little bit of that too. So the game in the balance, 5 without loss. Abhishek Sharma will keep the strike, and it's going to be Matthew Ford to open the bowling. Round the wicket, slip in place, as this is pummeled away into the onside. Not got all of it, but it'll land on a practice pitch, and that'll act like a springboard to see the ball go bouncing merrily on its way to the wide long on boundary. So 9 without loss. It was a freebie.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing delivery from Matthew Ford at not great pace. And I'm also not sure about this line to Abhishek Sharma either. I think with Matthew Ford's natural ball which goes across the left-handers. I think he should be using that coming over to begin with, whilst this ball is hard and swinging, rather than coming round the wicket where you feel it's kind of coming into the natural hitting arc of someone like Sharma.
Wide this time. So 5 off the first legitimate delivery of the over. Conversation taking place between Holder and Ford. And there is a degree of trying to burgle overs in the opening stages sometimes, and particularly with a big required rate. If you can get through a couple of overs cheaply first up when players are just getting settled, you can heap the pressure on even if wickets aren't falling. 9 for Abhishek Sharma. Holder has trotted back in what feels like about 1 pace to slip as this is pushed towards backward point. Good wicket-to-wicket delivery, which nothing can be done with. And you know a game is tight when there's 67,000 people in this ground. Barely can hear a noise.
Hear a pin drop, can't you?
Yeah, I love it. I love the tension. I love the drama, Meg. 10 without loss.
But I like this from Ford.
Abhishek. Here he comes. Now Ford into Abhishek, and an enormous heave, looking to try and launch it over mid-wicket, and it hits the body, no run. What is it you like here, Cubs? Go on.
Sorry, cutting in. I was just saying, I like the field he's got set. He's thinking wickets, which I think is the right way to go. You know, yes, you can talk about trying to rattle through overs and all those kind of things. I think sometimes with someone like Sharma, you've almost got to fight fire with fires. He just takes a blow there. I think he's okay. Ball seemed to rise up off the edge into the kind of chin area.
Yeah, I thought it was lower down than that, but you're right. Edge of the bat and then sort of right up, so that slightly unprotected part of the chin. I think he's okay, but as is the way, and as is quite right, the physio is going to come on and say, are you all right? What day is it? How many do you need to win? What's the required rate? That sort of thing.
What name's your dog?
Which is always a confusing question if you haven't got one. And that's a good test.
True. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I go back to what I was saying about Ford. I think that's what I'm talking about. You know, you've got to bowl that hard length at someone like Sharma and almost hold on tight, really. You know, try and get him out, I think is the important mindset here.
Well, they'll know he's the danger, but India bat so deep. You've got Ishan Kishan, Suryakumar Yadav, Tilak Verma, Shivam Dubey, Hardik Pandya, Akshay Patel. And only when you get down to Arshdeep Singh, Varun Chakravarti and Jasprit Bumrah do things really start dipping away. I mean, it is an immensely strong, talented batting lineup. So there is much to be said for it, as Abhishek Sharma happily is okay. So he was always smiling, and that's Suryakumar Yadav at all times, just shown on the big screen. Great big grin on his face, rather in contrast with Gautam Gambhir, who is a picture of caution and nerves. Tapped into the onside, probably just for the 1 run, and it will be. So a 4, a wide, 2 dots and a 1, and 2 balls left of this second over, with India chasing 196 for a place in the semi-final. We've had 51.5 matches to get to this point. We know 3 of our 4 for the semis. We know that South Africa will be coming here to Eden Gardens after 7 from 7 with their win over Zimbabwe. They're taking on New Zealand. Perennial success story, the Black Caps. And England are waiting for the winner of this game at the Wankhede in Mumbai on Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday, those matches. The final on Sunday in Ahmedabad. Here is Ford, shirt untucked, runs in. Oh, it's a beauty. It goes right through Sanju Samson. It cut back in and almost clipped the top of middle stump.
Yeah, I like what Ford's cooking here. That's where he's got to be. I think he's just got to keep those stumps in play. Let Samson try to advance slightly and got cut in half. But don't be put off by that. That's the key. You know, don't suddenly start chasing the batters, giving them those freebies, make it tough for them, frustrate them. From that, I think the mistakes will be made.
So final ball of this second over. 11 without loss the score. And here comes Ford bustling in. That's nicely clipped into the onside, but probably only for a single. It will be. So 7 from the over. And India 12 without loss, crucially without loss. And they got plenty of time to make up for that. Well, not tame-ish start. It's been a reasonably good start, but the required rate at 10.22 will, you know, inevitably, as a side, you start thinking, oh, well, we do need a big over, but they don't at the moment. They need to just keep on keeping on. 12 without loss.
Yeah, so far.
Whose shoes would you rather be in?
I mean, I think still, for me, West Indies runs on the board, I think, should give them some confidence. They've bowled very well through the tournament as well. It's all going to hinge on how they are able to control this India batting line. I know it sounds simple, but that's going to be the challenge now for this young bowling group, is how well they start. Can they frustrate some of these bigger names into some mistakes? They were able to do it in the field with the bat. Now, can they do it with the ball?
Here's Akil Hussain, round the wicket to the right-handed Sanju Samson, facing just his third ball. It's a quicker delivery first up. Oh, lovely shot. Slashed away through backward point for a boundary. Lovely little step to the leg side, and as we see a replay, immediately there's a sheen to the outfield that tells us that the dew has settled.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a top shot from Sanju Samson. We wouldn't say it was necessarily a bad ball. He almost took that right on the top of middle stump. But as I say, gave himself a little bit of room to the leg side, and fantastic hands, fast hands through the ball, flayed that through the offside.
So Samson twirls the bat in his hand, has a little look up, catches his breath, and sees Akil Hussain moving in once more. Round the wicket. In now as, smashed away for 6 this time. Not a great ball. Onto the pads and clobbered over backward square leg. That changes the complexion. India 22 without loss. Akil Hussain's under pressure.
Yeah, he is, and you can see he was rattled a little bit by the previous ball. Sanju Samson giving him room. He tried to now follow him with the arm ball, got the line wrong, and Sanju Samson in this time, rather than backing away, almost used the swing to his advantage and just helped it over that square leg, backward square leg region for a fine shot for 6.
Well, we've only got a long off and a square leg in front of square, so there is a big gap down that area behind square on the leg side. This is pushed away into the offside. No run there. Well fielded. And there'll be no run. 22 without loss. Required rate just a touch under 10 and over. 174 needed from 105 deliveries. But all wickets in hand for India, who are 22 without loss midway through this third over. You're listening to Test Match Special live from Eden Gardens. Here's Akil Hussain to Sanju Samson, who goes big into the leg side. He's going to get more runs here. He's going to get 6 more. In front of square and sailing away into a jubilant sea of India spectators. 28 without loss.
Yeah, this was the injection of pace India would have wanted in the power play for sure. I mean, a bit of a drag down really from Akil Hussain, not what you want at this stage. Vishay, the captain, and I think they've got to maybe look at this bowling plan. For me, you know, the bowling isn't really marrying up with the field settings at the moment. It's almost again you're chasing the ball a little bit at the moment. West Indies look a little bit unsure as to what to really do against Samson at the moment.
16 off the over so far. Pressure on the bowler. 28 without loss now, India. Well, well ahead of where the West Indies were at this point in their innings, but of course it was a big finish from West Indies that propelled them to 195 for 4. Akil Hussain will try once more. Sanju Samson waiting and defending, and that's poor from the bowler. That should have stopped it. It was lazy, I'm afraid. Just didn't get down to pick it up. Am I being unfair?
No, I think that's a very valid point. I think you've got to show that desperation. I mean, as I said, this was a must-win game for West Indies and India. I mean, this is, it's going to boil down to fine margins. We said it in the break. How costly were those drops from India, and West Indies almost following suit, really.
So, 29 without loss. 1 ball left of the third over. Very profitable over for India. Can they finish it with a bang. Field up inside the circle on the offside. Well, they're looking to. It's gone very high up in the air. Now a fielder wants it, calls for it, takes it. Could be a huge moment. It's Shimron Hetmeyer dashing in from the boundary at backward square leg, and Abhishek Sharma's out for 10. It may have been an expensive over, but perhaps the greater expense is the wicket that has fallen. Abhishek goes 10 for 11. And India 29 for 1 after 3.
Huge blow from West Indies there. That's the man they would have wanted, or one of these at least. And it's Abhishek Sharma, the man to fall. Great catch from Hetmeyer. Had to make some ground. Yeah, Hussain just silencing the crowd. But what a breakthrough from West Indies, much needed.
Well, he called it as well. And in that situation, you've got to take responsibility, haven't you? You've got to, as a fielder, want to catch. And it could have been maybe 2 or 3 that could have got it. But he said it was his to take. And that breeds confidence in a side, Carbs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see, you know, Hetmeyer, one of the more senior men in this group, taking the lead role, taking responsibility, as you said. And that's what you want. You want your big players to stand up in these moments. And to Ishan to the crease, what can he do?
Well, another of these impudent, exciting young talents that can hit the ball all over the place. They don't need it quite like that at the moment. They just need a solid platform to build from. There's enough hitting to come in this India lineup, as we saw in the over before the wicket. Ford is going to continue from the end down below us. The end that so memorably Ben Stokes bowled from 10 years ago to Carlos Brathwaite on this ground. Ford runs into Sampson, who's tucked up for room, clips into the onside, but there's a fielder waiting at backward square leg. A lone figure in front of the Pankaj Roy stand, which is absolutely packed full of spectators. I mean, just such a buzz around this city. Everywhere you go. And arriving at the ground from miles around, cars parked everywhere. Those famous old ambassador taxis that are sort of a derivative of the Morris car. And they make the most wonderful noise as they go growling down the street. You see them everywhere in Kolkata. This is played with an angled bat out towards deep backward point for 1. 31 for 1, the India score. Chasing 196 for a place in the semi-final. 165 needed from 100.
This is good from Ford so far. You know, bowling to his plan. Sorry, Henry. Yeah, just bowling to his plan. You know, he's got his man deep out, sweeping on the offside. Just bowling that back of a length. Again, just slightly getting movement away from the left-hander.
As we see Ford again. High knees, running in, 5 on his back. Is pushed elegantly towards short cover. There'll be no run. It's good because Moti is waiting. What do we think about the surface in terms of the potential for taking turn from the West Indies spin attack?
I mean, look, you're now match 50-something plus into a tournament in India. I think there's every chance, but I think you've got to give the ball chance to spin. And I think that's what I was saying earlier about Chakravarti and Axar Patel to some degree. I think they were too flat, too quick for me. They didn't really give the ball much chance. So I think
Ford bowls. That's nicely pushed down the ground. Oh, what a good piece of fielding that is. And it's Rovman Powell, the former captain at mid-on, who's stopped 4. Instead, just the 1 run taken. A little bit of a example to teammates, perhaps, on what the approach needs to be. That's really good fielding. 32 for 1.
Again, yeah, just what you want to see from your more experienced men. You know, diving around, throwing themselves about. He's a big man, Rovman Powell, but again, showing the young players the way. But yeah, for me, getting back to your point there, I think pace for me is the key, really. You've got to bowl a little bit slower and accept that some may go out the park.
Here comes Ford. It's a full delivery, and that one goes in the air into the leg side for a 1 bounce 4. Ishan Kishan gets one on the pads and he gobbles up and sends to the boundary. It was a bit of a gimme, that.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot from Kishan there. He's got some amazing wrists and hands. You know, very, very wristy player, and that was a great example of it. Just drifting onto the pads, and again, just a a casual flick of the wrist, and once it hit those practice wickets, it was always going to be 4.
It is quite a useful little springboard if you can target the ball to land onto them. Stip still in place, and inside edge almost onto the stumps. Ishan Kishan didn't know where to guard, but he will pick up a single. So 8 from the over, 37 for 1. India's required rate is 9.94. They need 159 from 96. So the game very much in the balance, I would say, at this point. Carbs?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it's I think good start from West Indies, getting an early breakthrough. Just settle some of the nerves in the field, because it was starting to, Abhishek Sharma was starting to look as if he was trying to get a break away. Just managed to pull things back a little bit, but again, this much feared Indian batting lineup, it's deep, and West Indies have got still a long way to go.
37 for 1. 2 overs of the power play remain. The power play, of course, where 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle, but no more. We've got a deep backward point and a backward square leg for the left-hander, as in comes Jason Holder, tall figure. Oh, that steepling bounce that goes through to the gloves of the keeper. Show hope. Good start from Holder. Dot ball.
Just what you expect from Jason Holder these days. So he's not the quickest of fast bowlers going around, but he uses all of that 6'8", 6'9" frame, hits the seam, and he's going to be again one of those vital cogs in this bowling effort tonight. You feel bowls that hard test match length, which, so you can see that extra bounce already from surprising Kishan there, shaping up to cut and just going over the top of the bat.
Oh, that's a nice shot over the infield, over the offside. 4 runs. It was a little fuller this time from Holder, and Kishan used that extra bit of length just to slash the ball away so comfortably. 41 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, use of those wrists from Kishan. So it wasn't a bad ball or a bad length, but just, again, almost scooping it, slicing it slightly over, extra cover. He had no chance once it got over his head for another boundary.
In comes Holder. Pulled away into the leg side. There is a fielder out there, and do you know what? The catch is taken. Ishan Kishan has gone. And once again, it's Hetmeyer out there on that boundary. The crowd roared the ball, almost trying to suck it towards them over the ropes, but it lands safely in the hands of Hetmeyer. And it's 41 for 2. Kishan goes. Second wicket in the power play to have fallen. And he departs 10 from 6.
Yeah, another huge blow struck by West Indies. You've got to say, Kishan really could have hit that ball anywhere he wanted. He would say slightly, a little bit sloppy execution, not really being precise in terms of where he was trying to place the ball. Almost just reacted and hit it, and then realised what he had done. He really just picked Hetmeyer out. He didn't have to do very much at all. Big blow.
So big blow midway through the 5th over as Ishan Kishan shakes his head, walks off, and Surya Kumar Yadav, a brooding, broad-shouldered presence, the captain with his tattooed arms and his dark navy blue wrist sweatbands, marks his guard, and the crowd getting revved up. They're excited, of course they are, but they're nervous, and why wouldn't they be? 41 for 2.
Absolutely. I suppose if there was ever a man for this situation, you'd think Sky is the man who's going to get them over the line. He's going to have to play a bit of a knock here. So he's 2 down early, but gives him a long time to at least get himself in and before he starts to launch.
Well, there's one that comes leaping up off a length and hits him sort of waist high. As the score at 41 for 2 sees India needing 155 from 92. That is the state of play here on 5 Sports Extra 3. As the score is perilous, I would say, for India, but at the moment still in their control. One more added as it goes wide down the leg side. Jason Holder, who is just he's so tall and broad, it's almost sort of defies belief when you see him running in. When you see him batting, it looks like a toothpick in his hand.
Yeah, he is a big fella, I have to say. Having met him once or twice, he's got some huge hands.
Runs in now, and that's onto the pads. Oh, help tickles around the corner. Raw, big chase down there to the boundary, and Rutherford will cut it off with just 2 taken. Could easily have gone to the fine leg boundary, but Rutherford was alert. So 2 leg pies, 7 from the over, 1 ball to come of the 5th.
So Jason Holt's just strained down the leg side slightly. Maybe this new white ball's just started to stop swinging, so just getting his line a little bit wrong, maybe 2 leg side. India managed to pick up a few leg buys onto their total.
Final ball of the 5th over. India require 152 from 91 as Holder comes sprinting in from the far end as a nice push, gently pushed into the offside from Surya Kumar to get his first run. End of the over, 8 from it. India require just over 10 and over, 151 from 90 balls. And Michael Carberry, some more thoughts from you, and then you'll be joined by Prakash Srikanka.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, I think at the moment West Indies may be just in the ascendancy, you'd say. They'll be very pleased with the 2 wickets. India, not a bad start, 45 probably. You say they'll be a little bit unhappy with some of the wickets that they've lost, but they're still very much in the hunt with captain at the crease. This is a stage set out for him, you say, Prakash.
Yes, Kevin, thank you, and welcome listeners back to Sports Extra. Yes, indeed, it's a stage that's set, but the fact of the matter is that India will be concerned with the loss of 2 wickets up front. Surya Kumar Yadav and Sanju Samson, 2 right-handers in the crease, so that makes it a little bit easier, I suppose, for the West Indian bowlers. Matthew Ford gets ready. He's going to bowl his 3rd over on the trot, and that'll be the last of the power play. He's in to bowl to the Indian captain, bowls to Surya Kumar Yadav down the leg side, wide. These runs and these extra deliveries, something that the West Indies don't necessarily want to give away, because they get you nothing. You go back and bowl again, and there's a run added always. 46 for 2 now. What is remarkable is to see this 60-70,000 crowd here at the Eden Gardens on the edge of their seats. They know what's at stake here. There's a semi-final place, and yet the West Indies as a team are so popular in India. They have been always, even when they, back in the day, they used to drub India regularly. Things have changed a little bit, but they're still very popular, the men in maroon. Here's Matthew Ford bowls and worked away on the onside for a single down to square leg. Just a little bit of consolidation here now, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, very much so. I think probably the right man at the crease for me, Surya Kumar. You know, just to bring that little bit of calm, complements the hitters, the bigger hitters in the Indian team. You know, he's going to play that almost Virat Kohli role for me. You know, where just tries to bat through maybe through to 15, 16 overs, just allows the freer scoring players. And he's not someone who can't park the ball himself. Let's not forget that as well. But he likes to give himself a little bit of time.
Ford bowls to Samson, who's got a thick outside edge, but he's got enough on it. The ball's running away towards the boundary and will beat the fielders. A little bit of good fortune there. He threw it away wide. He knew that Samson will go for it. He got it away over the infield and got 4 runs. And the 50 comes up for India now. 51 for 2, but not quite the stroke that Sanju Samson wanted to play. He reached for it. No movement of the feet at all.
No, absolutely. I think really Samson just saw it went with the width that was on offer. It was the right delivery to bowl, just not the right line with the third man up in the ring.
A ring the fielder on the offside, inside the ring. 2 men deep are both on the onside. Bowls to Samson, who works it away on the onside. He'll take 1. And fielder runs round to field from position at 45. And there is no run beyond single. 52 for 2 now. There's a mid-on man from the onside coming into the circle is the man at who was at mid-wicket, and fine leg drops back now onto the boundary, knowing Surya Kumar Yadav's penchant for playing those shots where he whips the ball off his pads and often from well outside the off stump. Here's Ford. Knees rising up, goes in and pulls to Suryakumar, who pushes back and off his own follow through, smartly fielded by Matthew Ford. He's been excellent in this tournament for the West Indies, hasn't he, Matthew Ford?
Yeah, he's done a good
Bowled
job.
well.
Absolutely, I think he's actually been one of the shining stars with the ball. Again, he gets enough movement up front. Very for the modern day where you taught to bowl the ball going away from the bat, he actually goes the other way, and I think he's been quite effective in terms of tucking up a lot of batters, not allowing them to use their arms and free their arms, especially in power plays. I think he's been quite fine for West Indies.
Certainly has. Once again now kicks up his heels and runs away from us to bowl to Suryakumar, who works it away on the onside to the right of the man running across from short mid-wicket. And before it can be fielded, comfortable single, 53 for 2. The required run rate just hovering around that 10 runs and over mark. India will probably not be too concerned about that right now. Last over of the power play. They do want to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets here. And we can see the effect of the dew, I suspect. Matthew Ford is in, slashes outside the off stump. And it runs out to behind the keeper. Shai Hope takes it. If you're watching this and wondering what's happening, it's time for the mobile show, I think, and I'm not sure it's a great idea. We'll get Anisha's thoughts on it. And before we let you go for a break, Michael, your thoughts. This thing that often is done on Indian grounds, the floodlights are switched off, there's a bit of a laser show, mobile phones are lit up. It must be very disconcerting for the folks who are actually out there doing the job with their respective teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be too pleased as a batsman. I want to be in my rhythm and flow, and to now have to wait around. I mean, I'm not sure how that affects the concentration. You want to, especially in a big game like this, you don't really want that to be broken. But yeah, it's part and parcel of modern day play.
It is, unfortunately, whether you like it or not. It's happening here at the Eden Gardens, and I'm not going to spend time describing that, but rather have a chat with Anisha Ghosh, who's now back alongside me. And Michael, we hear more from you. So thank you for the moment. 53 for 2. The current run rate is 8.9. Required little over 10.2 runs and over. And this is very distracting, but try to focus on the cricket. Abhishek Sharma, the man gone first for 10 of 11. And then Ishan Kishan pulling one straight down Hetmeyer's throat. And Hetmeyer's taken both the catches. A wicket each to Hussain and Holder. And Samson on 24 of 13. Suryakumar 3 of 6. How do you see this game?
Well, it's already proven to be an inspired change as far as getting Akeal Hussain back into the mix, into the starting 11 is concerned. Remember, he had taken a 3-wicket haul against Zimbabwe and left out of the starting 11 against South Africa. And today he is in at the expense of Brandon King. And with Gudakesh Moorthy, who is yet to be introduced into the attack, he forms a potent left-arm spin combination and already has played a huge role in helping West Indies take an early advantage, taking out that first wicket. And Shimron Hetmeyer, we were talking about this man, didn't quite get going with the bat today after record equaling the most number of sixes at an ICC Men's T20 World Cup alongside Sahibzada Farhan of Pakistan at 18. He made sure he laid the marker down and laid his imprint on this match with those 2 catches. So nicely poised. I would still give, I would still back West Indies as far as having the ascendancy is concerned. And with the introduction of Gudakesh Moorthy, it could just go from slightly bad to worse for India. But do not rule out what Jason Holder can do. He's already gotten 1 wicket. And he has been the man in form with the ball in hand, especially Prakash, because if you look at the last calendar year, 2025, he had taken 97 wickets in T20s. in the format, the most by any bowler. So here, he has done the job with the bat. Now, can he replicate that further with additional wickets with the ball in hand?
Absolutely, that'll be what the West Indians will be looking for now with the field allowed to be spread. Let's take a quick look at where we are. There's a deep third on the boundary, backward point inside the ring, deep point on the boundary as well, cover mid-off, long on, straightish mid-wicket, the lone man on the onside inside the ring, a deep backward square and a man at fine leg or long leg, whatever you choose to call it. Shai Hope behind the stumps, of course, and here's Holder. First ball after the power play into Suryakumar Yadav, who's clipping it away off his pads. They'll take one on the practice pitches. It's fielded and the return comes straight back into the gloves of Shai Hope. 54 for 2 now in the 7th over. Remember, India need 196. They need 142 runs further from here on in of 83 balls with 8 wickets in hand. It's a game that is, I think, in the balance at the moment. You just get the feeling that the next 5 overs or so, I think, will probably result in a more decisive turn. As for Samson, the change in the field with 45 coming into the ring on the onside bowls, and Samson is flat batting it away. What a shot that is. That looked like a forehand down the line to me on a tennis court. Very little movement to the feet. He went deep in his crease, waited on it, and then flat batted it straight down the upfield towards long off. 4 runs, 4 very good runs, 58 for 2.
Yeah, assess that length nice and early. The ball sat up once again, just giving you an idea of how good the bounce is on the surface here at the Eden Gardens. And all he needed to do was use his bottom hand, which he's so very good with, is Samson, and send the ball packing along the carpet for a 4.
There's Holder in again, bowls, and Samson works it into the acres of space that's out there on the onside. They'll be content with a single as Ford runs in from the deep field and sends the return into Shai Hope. 59 for 2 now. We're in the 7th over here at the Eden Gardens. Remember the penultimate game of the Super 8s here, or in fact the final game of the Super 8s, I beg your pardon, which will give us the 4th semi-finalist. We already know that the unbeaten South Africans, the Proteas, will come here to Calcutta and will face the Black Caps, New Zealand, who got through after Pakistan failed to achieve what they had to do from a run rate perspective against Sri Lanka. That'll be on the 4th of March. Holder bowls, and Samson nonchalantly deposits this over the long leg boundary. It's Surya, actually, I beg your pardon. Flicks it away. For a moment I was about to say that was a very Suryakumar Yadav shot. Indeed it was Suryakumar Yadav. My eyes were playing tricks. But 6 runs to the Indian captain and to the Indian total. 65 for 2 now. And that was a very, very good shot. Very typical of Suryakumar Yadav. Just waited on it a fraction and then found the angle he wanted, well clear of the 2 men who were on the boundary there, Anisha, for any mistake.
Yeah, wrists of steel there from the India captain. That is how he made his international debut, with that exact flick shot, remember, which went all the way for 6 runs. And here the stage is different, the stage is grand, a knockout game, and that comes.
This one's just punted up towards mid-wicket gently for a single by Suryakumar. 66 for 2 now. 1 ball of the 7th over to come, and this over's cost Holder and the West Indies 13 runs.
Couple of
66 for 2.
Good looking shots both from Samson and subsequently from Suryakumar Yadav. And it bears reminding, West Indies have not lost a T20 World Cup game here at the Eden Gardens ever. So that is one stat that could go right or be extended tonight.
Holder bowls, short bouncer, inviting the big shot. Samson's content to hit it into the ground, very watchful and circumspect, making sure that there's no mistake. 1 more run to the total. 67 for 2. 7 overs gone. How many games have the West Indies played at the Eden Gardens, Anisha, in T20 internationals?
A fair few of them, but when it comes to that World Cup record of theirs that is intact, will it change tonight is the question. Can they change it? Suryakumar Yadav and his men, it remains to be seen. But when it comes to the ground and the relationship Kolkata and Eden Gardens have with West Indies, there's a uniquely, beautiful story attached to it, because every year on the foundation day of the Cricket Association of Bengal, which is the state association that runs the Eden Gardens, owns the Eden Gardens, and that is 3rd of February, the Cricket Association of Bengal observes the Sir Frank Worrell Day. And on that day, they run a blood donation camp in memory of the first ever West Indian men's captain of colour, because in 1962 he had rallied a lot of locals and the players of the West Indian team to help save the life of the then touring Indian captain Nari Contractor, who had suffered a massive head injury.
Moti is into the attack, and the first one's been slapped away and just past Holder, who can't get there at wide of long off by Sanju Samson, who's up to 34 now. Just a little bit short from Gurukesh Moti there. Of course, the full name has Kanhai at the end of it for Gurukesh Moti. 71 for 2 now in the 8th over. 3 men in the ring on the offside, 1 at 45 on the onside. And Samson waits for Moti. Crowd maybe just beginning to sense some degree of comfort. Nice delivery, fired in but pushed with the straight bat up the field by Samson for a single. Anisha, that's a lovely story, isn't it, in terms of showing not just care and concern, but a manner in which it was done. And of course, because of that, the tradition, the legacy in honouring Sir Frank Worrell that you explained from the CAB is also commendable. 72 for 2 in the 8th over. 5 runs off it so far. Suryakumar Yadav now on strike. He's got 11 of 9. Just looking around the field as Powell moves a little bit squarer at long on, and Moti goes in and bowls, and Yadav to a ball that's quicker pushes it away on the offside. Desperate dive by the very tall, lanky figure of Roston Chase at point. Make sure there is no run. 72 for 2.
A good comeback from Moti here.
There he is, straight run up to the wicket, about 2 steps, and then a little jump. Bowls, tosses this one up. Suryakumar Yadav punches it a little bit in the air, but very safe down towards Powell, who fires the return in, and as he fires it, he hits the ball into the ground, which is a perfectly legitimate technique. Try and scuff it up at one end, one side of the ball. Some help for the Indian captain in terms of shoelace, and it receives a round of applause from what Anisha has been telling you is a knowledgeable Kolkata crowd. 6 runs of the over so far. 73 for 2. Moti in, bowls to Samson, who's content to just push it up the ground again for another run. So 8 runs off the over. With that, 7 of the over, I beg your pardon, and 1 more ball to come. Required run rate remains at that 10 or thereabouts number. Samson on 36 of 19, Suryakumar on 12, the 2 men out, Abhishek Sharma and Ishan Kishan. And Moti in again. He's up, he bowls, and this one's been swept away. Fine, beats a long dive from Jason Holder. I think it is down to the fine leg boundary for 4. 11 runs coming off it. Suryakumar Yadav plays that shot so well, in full control, rolls his wrists, no risk at all there. 78 for 2 after 8 overs.
India's skipper making the West Indian fielding unit chase leather early in this innings. That was a wayward delivery, and you can see the anguish on the face of Gurukesh Moti. Expensive first over from the left-arm mystery spinner. 11 runs conceded, and sweep shots is bread and butter stroke when it comes to the varied arsenal of Suryakumar Yadav. And they've picked up pace in their scoring fairly well, have both Suryakumar Yadav and his batting partner Sanju Samson, the latter now on a 19-ball 36.
Change in bowling at the far end, and pace back into the attack. It's Romario Shepherd, and he's a handful. Big man, bowls a heavy ball as well, and he's going to bowl to Samson. He's in, he bowls, and the first ball, Samson straight drives off the back foot. He'll only get a single this time because the fielder at mid-off has been pushed right back to the boundary, and there is only one that can be taken. 79 for 2 now in the 9th, with a short third, a backward point, deep point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off now coming into the circle, and fine leg, short fine drops back onto the fine leg boundary. That's the tall figure of Jason Holder, the man at deep backward square. That's Hetmeyer. hatless, and a mid-wicket and a man at long on. So 4 men in a ring on the boundary on the onside. Nobody saving one on the onside at all. Here's Romario Shepherd bowls and is driven up, straight up the field, down towards long on. There'll be a single. 80 for 2.
He's the hat-trick taker. He's the 5-wicket haul taker, is Romario Shepherd. Got that feat in West Indies' opening fixture, which came at this very ground against Scotland, 5 for 20. And he would back himself to get close to replicating that form, the menacing touch he was in with the ball in hand that night.
Here he is now, in again, bustling run up, slower ball, and Samson's seen it early and he's deposited it well over the fielder at long off for 6 more runs. That's a terrific shot from Sanju Samson. He waited on that ball, saw it early, got underneath it and deposited it over the stand, into the stand I should say, for 6 very, very good runs. That's a terrific shot. 86 for 2.
Stroke of authority, as you mentioned, Prakash. Just picked it up and dispatched it, longed his front foot with authority and sent it smoking. The run rate over 10 runs per over now, and the required run rate has dropped below 10. So clearly the momentum shifting once again, as it has been oscillating for the best part of this game.
Shepherd now, how does he respond? He's in, he bowls to Samson, and Samson drives really firmly. It will be cut off, no doubt. Oh, he's missed it. There's a misfield on the long leg boundary, the long on boundary. Not sure who the fielder is, but 4 fortuitous runs for India. Should have been just a single. Maybe the ricochet could have allowed the second run. And Suryakumar Yadav and Samson having a word with each other right there in the middle. Just watching it again, full face of the bat, maker's name visible. And as the ball raced down there, I think it's Akil Hussain, not able to stop it. And 4 runs gifted, I would say. 90 for 2. Not what the bowler wants. They don't want that kind of fielding. We saw the frustration on Jasprit Bumrah's face when that happened when he was bowling. So the pressure a little bit more now on Shepherd. He comes in, bowls to Samson, who's beaten outside the off stump. There's a half an appeal from short third and from the keeper. And now Romario Shepherd is turning around and asking the umpire as well, is Shai Hope going to go upstairs to check? Not sure yet. The timer's running out. I don't think there's conviction in it. Wry grin, as we see on our monitor from the windy skipper, and it remains 90 for 2. Certainly beat him. Just a hint of away movement, and Samson a little bit caught in that no man's land with that very good length, just a back of a length, that ball getting a little bit of shape away, and Samson playing inside the line. Lucky that he didn't get the outside edge. Here's Shepherd now in again for the last ball of this over, into Samson, and Samson drives and has hit him on the foot firmly. Doesn't look to be in any pain, so probably got it on the boot. Shepherd, 1 run off the ricochet taken. 91 for 2. He'll retain strike, Samson. He's on 48 of 24, and Suryakumar on 17 of 13 balls. 91 for 2, Anisha.
Well, the momentum has shifted quite a bit in the last 12 deliveries. Well, of the last 30 balls, India have managed to score 54 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket. And once again, an expensive over first up from Gudakesh Moti, and now from Shepherd. 13 runs coming off this Shepherd opening over, and not much to separate by way of how the two teams were poised or are poised at this juncture. And West Indies would need to continue taking more wickets as they did in the power play. And ever since the fielding restrictions have eased, things have gotten a little bit out of hand, and this partnership is looking menacing, but especially so Sanju Samson's contribution now just 2 runs short of a half century.
Here's Moti starting a fresh over, bowls to Samson, who gets a quicker ball, and he's placing it nicely between the 2 men in the ring on the offside, down to deep cover, where Hetmeyer fields. 1 more to the total. It's now 92 for 2, and Samson is 49. The 50 of the partnership came off that last ball of the previous over, and that 50 partnership came off 29 balls. So 92 for 2 now. Required 104 runs more, India, from here of 65 deliveries. That's the equation. Moti bowls, and he's dropped him. He's dropped a straightforward cotton bowl chance. Has Gudakesh Moti. Suryakumar Yadav, very, very fortunate. Played it straight back to the bowler, got both hands to it, did Moti, and then it just popped out of his hand. That's a big miss. Bowled it well, did Surya in the air, and as the fingers came together, I think hitting the hard part of the arm, of the hand, and bouncing out. Disappointment for Moti. He bowls again to Surya, and this one's full, and it's whipped away to long on for a single. So lucky to be there, the India captain. 93 for 2.
India had dropped 2 catches, both by Abhishek Sharma, and West Indies have already dropped their first. Suryakumar Yadav dropped on 17. Sure, it was hit hard, it was travelling, but as a spinner you're expected to take such return catches to have helped break this half-century stand. Not to be, as Sanju Samson comes back on strike. The crowd are up on their feet because this man, playing his 3rd innings of this World Cup, is just one short of his first half-century of this campaign.
Bowls, and he's cracked it away on the offside. That'll race away to point once it beat Chase, and that's his 50. Hear that crowd, hear that noise. He goes to 53 with that boundary. Sanju Samson raises his bat to the dugout, and this is the enigma that is Sanju Samson. Such unbelievable talent, which everybody agrees he has, and yet there have been enough and more occasions where he's not quite been able to deliver on it. He's got where he needs to, and I think Suryakumar Yadav just going across to him, and besides congratulating him, probably just suggesting that you've done the hard work, now see this through. 97 for 2 India in the 10th over. The last 2 balls of the 10th over coming up from Kudakesh Moti. Walks to the crease. Now he's going to go back again, just rubs his hand in the dirt just to try and get a grip. So clearly Dew playing a little bit of a role. Difficult to gauge from where we are, but you can see a little bit of sheen on the outfield. Not sure how difficult it is for the bowlers, particularly the spinners. And a slight hold up in play as Samson probably just takes a breath, just gathers his thoughts, now settles over his bat after having twirled it a couple of times, and Moti goes into bowl, and Samson solidly forward in defense. Bowler fields of his own bowling, and it remains 97 for 2 in the 10th over. 99 runs now, the required runs in 2 figures. 99 of 61 for India. Suryakumar Yadav on 18, Samson on 53, and Moti for the last time in this over to Samson. Bowls, goes back, works it away on the onside. They'll take the first run. Think of a second, will they? No, they decide against it because Powell has got there very, very quickly. So that is 10 overs bowled. India 98 for 2, and now requiring 98, so they're exactly at the halfway stage, of the innings. So 98 required of 60 balls. Suryakumar 18, Samson 54, the partnership worth 57. Thoughts from Anisha, who's been with us, and taking over commentary will be Henry Moran.
Well, Sanju Samson, the comeback man in this Indian starting 11, has done his job. His first half-century of the 10th edition of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026, his highest score. Got a few 20-plus knocks under his belt coming into this all-important virtual quarter-final against the West Indies. Stood up, weathered the tumbling of wickets around him, lost his opening partner Abhishek Sharma, and subsequently another wicket, but stood his ground, made the most of the power play restrictions, and now has given India a strong start with a half-century of great authority and class.
India on top. Start a new over. We'll see at least one whipped into the leg side. It's Shamar Joseph into the attack, so a bit of extra pace on things from a West Indies point of view. And the game compellingly poised. But I think India very much on top.
100%, with a partnership worth 58 and 2 batters looking comfortable out there, reading the conditions really well. They are really on top in this contest and have 1 foot in the door to the semi-finals.
99 for 2, 97 needed from 59. These players that play lots of IPL cricket, so used to this sort of circumstance as well. Let's not forget that. Shamar Joseph runs in as, where's that gone? Up in the air, low down and taken. Surya Kumar Yadav is caught at deep backward point. It's a very good low catch, that. As the ball went spearing and spooning out towards the offside, the crowd held its breath and Shafane Rutherford held his nerve. 99 for 3, the game possibly just turns and twists and just gets a little more in the balance.
Oh, never easy, those catches that die on you. And he timed not only his dive to perfection, but upon landing, held on to the ball. So very crucial basics done right here by Shafane Rutherford, as a result of which India captain Surya Kumar Yadav departs for a 16-ball 18, and the 58-run stand between Yadav and Samson is at long last broken. West Indies will heave a sigh of relief.
As we see Tilak Varma come to the middle. Indian 99 for 3, and suddenly those jubilant faces in the crowd a little more nervous.
Tell you what, Henry, the upcoming week is a big festival week here in not only Kolkata, yes, across India. Holi week, and here in Kolkata and Bengal, we celebrate the Holi equivalent known as Dol Jatra, the festival of colors, where you smear a lot of powdered colors, offer your greetings to the Almighty. So clearly, a win here for West Indies would dampen the festive spirit. You don't want that if you're an India fan. And here Tilak Varma, the youngster 23-year-old, will have a huge role to play in keeping that possibility at bay.
99 for 3. Surya Kumar out for 18. 97 needed from 58. Here comes Shamar Joseph. That's nicely crunched through the offside, but out towards the deep only. The required rate nips above 10 and over, 10.11. So what will be happening across Kolkata and India as a whole? Talk me through what it looks like.
It's known as the Festival of Colors, which marks the transition from the season of winter to spring across India, celebrated in different forms and manners. People worship different gods and goddesses of their choices based on which region you're based in, east, west, north, south. So here we celebrate Dol Jatra in Kolkata and Bengal.
Shamar Joseph loses his runner. Back he goes, the start of his mark. Go on.
So you will see a lot of people smearing powdered color, pink, blue, fluorescent, most of them, in their hues across the faces, the visages, hands as well. Some liquid color, some are obnoxious looking as well, silver, golden, which are really hard to get off your skin. So don't get yourself into that picture if you can avoid. But powdered colors, they are safe.
Shamar Joseph rushing in, driven towards mid-off, no run. It's good over, I tell you what. Just 2 from it so far with 2 balls left.
And tell you what, on 4th of March, which is the first semi-final day, South Africa versus New Zealand is actually Holi Day here, not holiday, which is also holiday across India, but also Holi Day. Holi is the festival of colors we were talking about. So I wonder what Eden Gardens and its spectators are going to look like, what sort of colored clothing they're going to come in with here at the Eden Gardens, but also what sort of color they might have on their faces.
Shamar Joseph bowls right in the block hole that goes up to the non-striker's end and sends a sparkle of red light up as the Zing bails get dislodged. It would have been 4 glorious runs, but Sanju Samson will have to make do with feeling rather pleased with having timed it so well with nothing more doing. 96 needed from 55. 1 ball left of what has been a really good over from Shamar Joseph.
Absolutely. The man from Barakara, the Gabba hero, he needs to give the kind of assistance the other quicks expect of him, especially Ford, who started off fairly well. Jason Holder amongst the wickets already.
In comes Shamar Joseph. And he's lost his run up again, and the crowd jeer. The crowd that are filled with nerves. They're not howls of derision and enjoyment, they're howls of frustration, because almost the tension is so much. They want to see the next chapter in this compelling contest.
They want to see their team, the co-hosts India, progress on to the next stage. And of course, here Shamar Joseph is struggling with his footing just a wee bit, back on the top of his mark and into his delivery stride.
Bowls, that'll be 1 down the ground, but only 1. 3 from the over, brilliant over. And India 101 for 3, require 95 from 51 balls. Win predictor has West Indies at 61%.
Ooh, interesting that. And probably the scales tipped just a wee bit after the dismissal of Surya Kumar Yadav. That half-century stand really made it look really easy and a smooth sailing for India. But now with a new batter in, it's never easy, right? Sure, you come with a lot of reputation, the kind of reputation Tilak Verma, who plies his trade at the Indian Premier League for Mumbai Indians and has played a few blinders here at the Eden Gardens as well. But at the end of the day, new beginning for you nonetheless when you come in as a new batter. So here he has a task on his hands. Just give the support act that Sanju Samson, the set batter, the half-centurion on the day, needs. Do nothing fancy, take the game deep and take it out of the reach of the opposition West Indies.
Well, they've got a rich and varied bowling attack, West Indies, and they're bringing Roston Chase to have a go now. Tall figure with his off-spin. And he's going to come round the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Sampson on 56. First ball is clipped out to deep mid-wicket for 1. I think this is a big over because it's a short boundary on that leg side.
Yep, particularly so. And the field is spread out. You have Roughman Powell patrolling long off to the left-handed Tilak Verma, the tall Jason Holder at long on. So the field placements have been really on the money. Shimron Hetmyer, Sherfin Rutherford holding on to their catches, except that dropped return chance by Gudakesh Moti. You would think West Indies have done well so far as the contest between the two fielding units are concerned.
Tilak Verma, deep in the crease, will only push as far as short cover. It's fielded, crouching down by Sherfin Rutherford, fielding 7 or 8 yards inside the circle. This crowd hushed with 94 needed from 52 balls. 3 down India, place in the semi-finals at stake. Roston Chase, very tall and slim. Round the wicket with his off-spin, dropped a little short, but nothing that can be done with it as the crowd just up the decibel level a little bit and just maybe feeling a little bit sort of, well, any danger of a shot just to settle my nerves here. All around India. Millions, if not billions, of eyes watching this game. Chase bowls 1 into the leg side. Verma nicely tucking it out towards deep mid-wicket, but this has been another good over. 12 balls since we've seen a boundary. The haze above Kolkata. What is that haze?
Yes, pollution simply.
Oh, is it? Right,
I
okay.
wish I could put it in some other way, but I cannot. The AQI is usually very high in most parts of the country, unfortunately.
I was hoping you were going to give me a slightly more romantic description, but
not
okay.
on this one.
Chase bowls, whipped into the leg side, only on the bounce though to the field and waiting at deep mid-wicket.
But let me give you a couple of romantic pieces of trivia about the Eden Gardens, the first ever stadium in the world to host a Cricket World Cup final outside of England. That happened in 1987. Australia under Alan Border going on to defeat, England by 7 runs.
Worry. Australia defeating England, it just is water off a duck's back these days. 104 for 3. Roston Chase round the wicket, and Verma looking to give himself some room. Oh, brilliant fielding. Stops the run, keeps the momentum, and we've seen just 6 runs from the last 2 overs. 104 for 3. India need 92 from 48 at a required rate of 11.5. Fabulous fielding.
Absolutely. They have been terrific with their ground coverage, have the West Indian fielders with their catching as well. All of them, all 3 catches in the deep taken, full marks on that. So while India, remember, let go of that run-out opportunity, Varun Chakravarti, it was Roston Chase who got that reprieve, and subsequently Abhishek Sharma shelling those 2 catches. Can those catches eventually lead to their downfall? That remains to be seen, but this has been a good effort all round. Very tight, solid from West Indies. They just need to keep doing that and replicating these exhibits more often than not. 92 needed now for India to seal this game of just 48 deliveries, and it's been just 37 runs eked out of the last 5 overs.
Well, the commentary box, or the executive box to our left, is an interesting scene going on, because it's the fire department's room next door. They're just all sitting there, watching in their uniforms, looking very smart. Top brass from the fire brigade. Here comes Shamar Joseph. Slap back past him. Oh, that's a lovely shot for 4. And that'll make people feel a lot better around this ground. Sanju Samson smacking it past the bowler with authority. 108 for 3.
There is no cylinder on this planet that can extinguish, that is the fire in Sanju Samson, hungry as ever and looking fluent right now with the bat in hand, just muscling everything that is coming his way, taking his chances, and that has been a hallmark of all 3 innings of his in this tournament. 22 followed by 24 and now 62 to his name.
Where's that gone? Up in the air, out towards the deep on the bounce. Man will pick up and field. Long on and long off, just went a little bit straighter, so he tried to work the angle on the offside, did Sanju Samson, who is there on 63 off 36, playing such a good hand. Yeah, 109 for 3. You're listening to Test Match Special, 5 Sports Extra 3, the ICC app, ABC Listen, all around the world, wherever you may be, let us know. tms@bbc.co.uk. The winner of this game goes through to play England in Mumbai on Thursday. And it is right in the balance. It really is. 87 from 46. Tilak Varma, young man, waits 2 from 5. Here comes Shamar Joseph. Bangs it in short. Oh, what a shot! Down the ground. It might be 6.
Flamboyance written all over that stroke.
It's 4, but it's a brilliant shot. Holding the pose, left arm, lofted drive, glorious.
Oh, use the adjective of your choice, hey, but the reality remains it's one of those postcard perfect, picturesque strokes, a lofted cover drive with minimal feet movement you will see in the spot. Glorious pickup, just spooned it up, effortless on the eye. This gives you an inkling and understanding of how much practice must be going into executing a shot like that under pressure against a quick like Shamar Joseph.
Long off and long on now, out on the boundary, and so instead he'll go square behind square. 4 more, big over, they needed it, they've got it. 13 from it with still 2 balls left, and suddenly the pressure heaps on West Indies. 79 needed from 44.
This is now a bat singing in harmony here at the Eden Gardens, and the crowd are dancing to this mellifluous tune, and why not? Tilak Varma plundering runs on the offside, use of the front foot in the previous delivery, and now rocks back and just cuts it with disdain. And that travelled right like a tracer bullet. Ravi Shastri would be absolutely chuffed with that stroke, I tell you.
Required rate dips under 11. Shamar Joseph under pressure. Nicely worked into the onside. Might have found a gap. No, not more of a... Oh, fumble 4. Oh dear. We've been praising West Indies in the field, but that was a horrible fumble.
And it's the second fumble in the deep that has led to a boundary when it should have been just a solitary run. Here the fielder, and it's Rutherford, who had taken a terrific catch just a couple of overs ago, who loses his footing completely, and that slide is eventually ending. It ends up in a bit of a chaotic finish. The result 4 runs, and the equation now drops to 75 runs needed of the remaining 43 deliveries.
The game's swinging all over the place. There's a lot of dew out there. He just lost his footing, and he's going to come round the wicket to bowl to Tilak, who's 14 from 8, left alone. Good delivery, right on that wide line, but not wide. Crucially, 17 from the over, 4 fours in it. We've got 7 overs left of the Super 8 phase. It's all knockout cricket from here on in. It's knockout cricket today. It is a de facto quarter-final between India and West Indies. Yes. Both sides that have won this tournament on 2 occasions.
Such a high-stakes fixture this is, in the first India match here at the Eden Gardens in Kolkata. And the crowd have been treated to some great batting pyrotechnics so far, thanks largely to this man you see on the screen, 50 maker from the Indian side, Sanju Samson, and now getting some able company from the youngster, the 23-year-old Tilak Varma, on a 9-ball 14 now. We were talking about the history and the heritage of the ground. Henry Beers reminding that Eden Gardens also hosted the first ever day-night test match. That was in 2019, India versus Bangladesh.
The first India day-night test.
That's right,
Yeah.
yes, in the country.
Well, we've got 1 over until drinks are taken. That over is going to be bowled by Roston Chase, who went for just 3 in his first over, but the game has rather changed complexion in the 6 balls that have followed. 75 needed from 42. Chase round the wicket with his off spin. Sanju Samson can dig it out, but dig it out effectively for 4. Oh, it wasn't a bad ball, but he somehow managed to just angle it away. Sanju Samson out towards deep backward point for a boundary. And the wind predictor swings in favour of India for the first time in a little while. Lovely shot, 125 for 3, 71 needed from 41.
That's an unbelievable stroke from Sanju Samson. Just guided that delivery. The width on offer used adroitly, and Darren Sammy, who is now on his feet, he's left the dugout and stationed him close to former skipper Jason Holt above the boundary, is shouting out instructions.
This is dropped a little bit short, but it'll be an easy one down the ground. Crowd applaud that. No longer the singles treated with frustration, but just gentle applause as they recognise this crowd that every run is a healthy one in this scenario where they've made up a bit of ground. Jay Shah, the ICC chair, is in one of the executive boxes in deep conversation with the Prince of Kolkata, Sourav Ganguly. 70 needed from 40. India on top at the moment. That can all change quickly. Roston Chase with his off spin wanted to deliver the ball, but Tilak Varma has seen something down there below us, possibly amongst the hedging, which is a rather quaint feature of this ground down below us by the dugouts. Chase again. Will move in round the wicket. Nicely angled into the onside. 2 is the cry from the crowd, but it'll just be the 1. 6 from the over so far. 3 balls remain of it.
It's been fascinating to watch Darren Sammy over the last 5 deliveries or so. He's looked less of a cricket team head coach and more of a football manager. He's biting his nails, he's scratching his head, he's constantly in conversation with Jason Holder by the long off boundary to the right-handed Sanju Samson.
That's dropped a bit short. They punched off the back foot down the ground for 1. Required rate just shy of 11 and over for India to book that place in the semi-finals against England.
So much riding on this game, and Darren Sammy knows it really well. The World Cup winning captain of this side 10 years ago, now the head coach of this team. Quite the narrative arc for one of the titans of the sport in the Caribbean.
Pushed into the offside. That's nicely angled away, but it'll just probably be the 1 run. No, they will turn for a second. Good running. Oh, he had to be quick, but they do get back for 2. The crowd love that. 9 from the over. 66 required from 37 balls. Drinks will be taken after this next delivery.
It was Tilak Varma who was running towards the danger end, the wicket-keeper's end. It was a good throw, but not good enough. Rinku Singh is delighted with that effort. He jumps out of his seat from the dugout and says, that's the way to do it, boys. Rinku Singh, of course, is not part of the starting 11 because he just lost his father 2 days ago and unfortunately lost him to cancer. We send out our prayers to Rinku Singh and his family.
Well, indeed. Chase to bowl to Tilak Varma, who's hit the ball in the air and down the ground for 6. It just feels like the party might be beginning for India's supporters because they need 60 off 36 and it feels manageable, very manageable. Drinks will be taken and they'll be tasting that much sweeter because 45 for 1 from the last 30 balls represents a very strong position for India. Some final thoughts from you, Anisha. India should get home from here.
It looks like it. I would be surprised if they don't. And wickets are going to be the currency if West Indies are to harbour any hopes for the remainder of the 6 overs to stop this Indian juggernaut, to stop and break this partnership between Tilak and Samson. 37 runs now the partnership is worth of just 22 deliveries. And that last 6 measuring over 80 meters, I tell you that positioning the placement right behind the West Indian dugout carries a story there. It would have added a bit of insult to the injury that is being currently inflicted by these two set batters on the West Indian fielding and bowling units. If West Indies are to put on some resistance, it has to come by way of wickets.
Anisha, thank you so much for all of your insight as the mobile phone torches go blaring into the night sky, creating quite the scene in front of us, a galaxy of spectators enjoying themselves. Michael Carberry, Ashes opener, is watching on as well, and what will be the conversations there, Michael?
Well, from an India point of view, I think they'll be delighted. I think this partnership, has been basically the match saver, if you like. I think it's very mature knock from Sanju Samson. First and foremost, I think he's played unbelievably well, supported very well. Tilak Varma's come in, at a crucial time there, and he's played nicely as well. I think you've seen Darren Sammy gesturing on the boundary edge. I think he'd be not too happy with some of the tactics. I think just the fielding again has just let them down at times, dropped catches, fielders overrunning balls. I know it's not easy with the dew, but I think again some of the bowling tactics haven't quite divvied up with the field settings, and have allowed India a few easy runs. Should I say that? I mean, so I think just basically saying to these bowlers now, look, you've got to keep the plan very, very simple. You've got to try and, I think basically they need a wicket, really. They've got to try and get rid of Sanju Samson somehow, put some pressure on Varma if they can get rid of him, but they need a wicket, simple as that.
Where do they turn in terms of bowling options? 7 used so far.
Good question. I think you've got to maybe go back to maybe a Jason Holder, get that experienced head, see if you can remove one of these two. I mean, could you go back to the spinners? I mean, it's difficult gripping the ball at this stage. I just think you've got to try and mix and match, try and find a wicket from somewhere. It's very difficult when.
Well, they are going back to Jason Holder, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I think that's a good move personally. I think experience, a calm head in these situations. They've got to try and, if they can't get a wicket, then at least they've got to try and find what I call a quiet over from somewhere, around about a 6 or 7 run over, something in that vicinity, to try and swing the balance back into the favour of the West Indies. But it's a fact, it's been a fascinating game.
It has. You said there may yet be another twist.
I still think there's another twist to come here.
Well, here comes Jason Holder. Will he provide it? 136 for 360 in 36 balls. Sat back past him, down the ground it'll go, but it'll only be the 1 run. And Holder is such an experienced campaigner, such a cool head out there as well. He's been there, he's done it, he's captained in every format. Memorably, he led the West Indies side through all of those long time in quarantine in England, the summer of 2020. And a career that has now spanned well over 250 matches. Approaching 300 matches across the formats for West Indies. The 34-year-old still's got plenty of cricket left to come. And what he would give to be part of a West Indies side heading to Mumbai to play in the semi-final of the World Cup against England on Thursday. Tilak's there, 23 from 12. As round the wicket comes Holder, spanked towards backward point, but no run. And 59 needed from 34. The crowd almost with an intake of breath, every ball ready to roar it to the boundary if it comes.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating contest, really. You couldn't really pick a winner at any stage. Just when you think one team looks in the ascendancy, a couple of boundaries, and suddenly the win predictor changes it all. It's just been that's what you want to see. The best sides going at it and keeping us engaged.
Well, a little pause in proceedings as Tilak Varma takes a step towards the leg side, just catches his breath and is ready now. Round the wicket comes the tall figure of Holder running towards us. This is whacked away out towards it deep. There's 4. Oh, he got there quickly through cover. That really did come off the bat like a rocket.
Wow, that was hit hard. Again, yeah, Holder just getting that one wrong. And it's the width, isn't it, that he's just down on one knee. The big swing of the bat. And he's just absolutely pulverized that through extra cover. I mean, I think by the time the fielder tried to get somewhere near it was already hitting the boards. It was hit that hard.
55 needed from 33. Here comes Holder around the wicket. Forward to meet it. It's in the air, over the fielder. No, not over the fielder. Caught by Hetmeyer at mid-off. Tilak Varma goes for 27. It's a really good catch, that. He leapt high. He had to use every single sinew, reaching, stretching, desperately trying to make sure that ball stuck, and it did. Shimmer on Hetmeyer. High above the head, backpedaling, and just about hanging on. 141 for 4 as here comes Hardik Pandya. India need 55 from 32. Tilak Varma is out 27 from 15.
Yeah, well, we said West Indies, they needed a wicket, and here it is. They've got it, and it's the man, Jason Holder, that calm head. You know, got hit for a boundary the ball before, but it's come back well, and what a grab by Hetmeyer. I mean, he was at full stretch, and you'd kind of think, you know, and half an inch higher than that, and that was to the fence as well. But has that just given, is it just opened the tiniest crack for the West Indies? Can they hold their nerve, or can Hardik Pandya get them over the line?
Well, it's Hardik Pandya, Shivam Dubey and Akshar Patel, the next three in. Pandya first up. He's a big game player, a big moment player. He will love this, and just the sort of character you want coming out to the middle. Bit of a swagger, massive confidence, and I say that as a real positive, because you don't want anyone approaching a situation like this with timidity and fear. You need somebody who is ready to grasp that opportunity and take his side to a World Cup semi-final. The right-hander waits for Jason Holder. Will push the ball into the offside. Beat the dive with the fielder at backward point to get one. 54 needed from 31 balls. Sampson will be on strike on 70 from 40. He'll be joined by Prakash Wakankar at the back end of the innings. He's standing by.
It's a great grab from Hetmeyer, wasn't it?
It's a brilliant catch. He had to time it absolutely right. One ball left to the over. Required rate 10.45. That won't be a worry to India at the moment. Wicket or two, particularly if it's this man Sampson out, might just make things feel a little more nervy. Sampson mutters to himself as he waits for Jason Holder. In now, clattered through the offside for 4. Oh, what a shot. Sanju Sampson's playing some innings here. End of the over, 10 from it. India need 50 from 30. Michael Carberry, some more from you, and you'll be joined for the conclusion by Prakash Wakankar.
Absolutely, he's still on his merry way, Sanju Sampson. Not particularly great delivery from Jason Holder again, just offering up a bit too much width and allowing Sanju Sampson to free those hands, and all he had to really do with the fielder based out at point, who's quite a long way in front of point, had to beat the man at backward point, and that was always going to be 4, especially at Eden Gardens, so quick across the outfield.
Yes, indeed. So the equation now is an even 50 runs of 30 balls. And Shamar Joseph is going to bowl his third over. Hardik Pandya, who's just come in at the fall of Tilak Varma's wicket, is on strike. 3 men in the ring on the offside. The now almost mandatory, you call it, fielder at 45 on the onside, and the deep fielders then at a long off, deep cover, long on, straightish mid wicket, and a man just back with a square on the boundary. Those are the boundary riders. Here's Joseph in on the pads, worked away, poor delivery, and Hardik Pandya just had to get some back on it, which he did, and helped it round the corner down towards the long leg region for 4 runs. The 150 comes up for India with that boundary, and Joseph under pressure straight away.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure about this tactic, Prakash. You know, Joseph going for the pace on Yorker, straight going at the toes of Hardik Pandya with short fine leg up in the ring. That's a big no-no for me. You can't put pace on the ball with a field setting like, if you're going straight Yorkers, that fine leg has to be back, in my opinion. Give the bowlers chance to go at the stumps.
Joseph bowls, and this time he bowls a much better delivery. Big hit attempted. The ball just pops out there, and they're going to take the second run as well. This is poor finger pointing, arms waving from the West Indian fielders coming in off the deep there. Hetmeyer especially suggesting to the bowler, you needed to get there, mate. But the net result is 2 runs where there probably should have been just 1. And West Indies just need to calm down here, just hold their nerve. They know that they are in a position which a wicket or 2 can change the equation. 152 for 4 at the moment.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit despondent, West Indies, aren't they? The shoulders have drooped a little bit. It's, as you say, a bit of finger pointing. You know, this is definitely a time of togetherness. You've got to hold it together.
Down the leg side, wide signal. Yeah, you can just imagine the pressure. It's a do-or-die game. It's a knockout game, and Joseph just bowling this one down the leg side again. So someone just needs to have a word, and I think Jason Holder's thinking of exactly that. He's walked up and will probably speak to Shamar Joseph. That catch by Hetmeyer certainly ignited the West Indies, but this over needs to be a good one for them. 7 off it so far, 2 legal deliveries bowled. Hardik Pandya waits now. Joseph is up, he goes in bowls, and Pandya drives on the offside, content to take a single down to Holder at long off. 154 for 4. 42 now needed of 27. West Indies have to believe that they are in the game. Sanju Samson batting on 74. He's really held and carried this innings so far. And here's a bit of a throw from the fielder at short extra. And just looking, as you said, Carbs a little flat at the moment, the West Indies. Just need to G themselves up. They had a long pep talk from their coach during the drinks break. He was very animated, was Jaran Sami. There's Joseph in bowls to Sanju Samson. He nails that Yorker. It's dug out towards long on for a single.
Yeah,
singles.
Sorry, Prakash.
No, go ahead, mate.
Yeah, I think, you know, just to touch on a point there, I haven't seen enough of those kind of deliveries from West Indies. You know, the good old-fashioned Yorker. You know, just get it under the feet of one of these 2 batters. I think it's been a little bit too much width on offer. It's allowed, particularly Samson, he's really sweated on width today. You know, he hasn't missed a beat.
Full toss, flicked away on the onside. Not able to put it away there, Hardik Pandya. And goes straight to the fielder at deep backward square. And there'll just be a single, in fact, just backward square. 1 more to the total, 156 for 4. Now 40 needed of 25. 60,000 people here or more at the Eden Gardens will be egging the men on here, the men in blue. And the millions watching wherever they might be. If you're India supporter in the Caribbean, they'll be wanting the boys in maroon to find some magic. Here's Joseph in to Samson, and he's played it very fine down to the deep fine leg boundary for 4. Again searching for the Yorker, erring in direction, and Samson just had to get a little bit of a tickle on it, which is exactly what he did, and helped himself to a boundary. 14 runs coming off that. That brings the equation now to 36 of 24. Where's this game going?
I think very much to the men of blue at the moment, Prakash. I think what I've loved about this innings from Sanju Samson is the maturity he's shown. You know, he's not been, you know, it's almost been surgical in the way he's gone about this innings, hasn't he? He's just had that acute knowledge of where the fielders are. He hasn't overplayed the shots. He's just kept that calm balance, and again used deft touch when he's needed to. When he's needed to use the power, he's used it as well. It's been a fantastic knock to watch. And from an India perspective, long may it continue.
Yes, indeed. It's been a, as you said, I think that is an apt description, a very surgical knock so far. He'll know above everyone else that it's not done yet. Hardik Pandya now on strike. He's on 9 of 5 balls. And Romario Shepherd in from the far end to bowl. Wide outside the off stump and lets it go. And indeed the umpire signals wide. We don't really, West Indies can't afford these extras. We've already had 5 wides in the innings. And that's almost an extra over. In a game like this, you can't really afford that.
No, you can't. I mean, that's the ill discipline we talked about, isn't it? You know, you've got to, in this game now, you have to come on and hit your straps. You have to know what your plans are. Double bluffing is not the way to go in this game.
Oh, he's put it down. It was a straightforward chance. 3 or 4 juggles, and it's the big man Holder. He's put down what could have been a really crucial catch here. Slower ball, ran his fingers on the side of it, chipped in the air, and 2, 3, 4, and it goes down. So catching here at the Eden Gardens has been generally very difficult. One would now have to say we've seen multiple catches go down on both sides. No run scored, mind you, a dot ball. Shepherd bowls, and this time Pandya waits and carves it on the offside for a single. But yes, that was an expensive drop, wasn't it, Cubs?
Absolutely. If I was ever to put my mortgage on anybody catching that, it was Jason Holder. Good thing I didn't, or I lost my house. But yeah, I think that's, for me, that could be game, set and match for West Indies, I think. I mean, Hardik Pandya is not a man you want to drop in this situation. You know how dangerous he is, and this is situations he's built for, isn't it?
Yes, in many ways, tailor-made, changing the field. Long off comes into the circle, and man drops back to the long boundary, and Simpson waits for Romario Shepherd. Shepherd is in from the far end. He's up, he bowled, and Sampson clips it away to the left of that fielder, who will get around and cut it off, limits it to a single. One more, total 163 now. He's part of that top catch. It's been a good over so far. 3 balls, 3 runs so far, including wide. And so
Okay, unfortunately we seem to have lost the line entirely there. We hopefully will get our commentary team back shortly. When I say that, he's there for me again, his Carbs. Always there when you need him the most. 163 for 4 in the 17th over. What a drop that was, and Alex Wharf there with a wide as well. I'm entirely with you, although I imagine there's quite a difference in the size of our mortgages, Carbs. We'll talk about that another time. But I certainly would have been the same as Jason Holder, of all people, with a catch so desperately needed.
I know. I mean, as I said, he's got one of the safest hands in world cricket. Jason Holder, he'd be feeling absolutely terrible at this stage. And just the man you didn't want to drop, which is Hardik Pandya. I mean, that's going to prove costly, I feel.
Yeah, well, West Indies got a good run going in terms of run scoring in their first innings. India are doing that and a little bit more here as they chase this down now. 31 off 20, but it's just the 4 wickets that they've taken, the West Indies. 165 for 4 this 17th over. A little reminder, if you need it, of course, that it's England that face the winners of this tie between India and the West Indies on Thursday. We know it's South Africa, New Zealand the day before. The England game against the West Indies or India will be in Mumbai. It's Kolkata again on Wednesday, and Ahmedabad for the final on Sunday. But here we are trying to establish the very final discovery of who's going to get through to the semi-final. The good news, not so much that is a wide, but that we have Prakash back with us again. 166 for 4 in the 17th.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for your continuing help. That was the 3rd wide of the over. So even though only 3 runs have been scored off the bat, this over's gone for 6. And we still have 2 legal deliveries that need to be bowled. Here's Shepherd into Sampson again. Wide of the crease bowled, and Sampson is carving it away a little bit in the air onto the practice pitches for another single. But this is a good over in the context of the game. Yes, that catch really would have made it a perfect over for the West Indies had that been held on to. 1 ball of the 17th to come. 29 of 19 is the equation, and again a change that will be rung in the field. I think it's Shamar Joseph who's been brought into the ring at short backward square. Long off drops back. He's in, he bowls, and this one's been hit in a manner that only Hardik Pandya knows how to. He almost swiveled on it as he hit it through extra cover. Got 4 runs. That brings the crowd back on its feet and ends the over with 11 coming off. Now 25 of 18 is the equation. There was a very good over till that point, the wides notwithstanding. And this time Pandya just threw his entire body behind it, swiveled on that back foot of his. And it's a shot that I'm really struggling to describe here, Carlos. Maybe you have a better way.
Mate, I have no words for that shot, other than it went for 4 in a very Hardik Pandya fashion. But yeah, I mean, I think this is well and truly now in India's favour now. I think they've done enough now. The drop catch for me was really where I think the game potentially West Indies could have opened the door. But look, I've seen, and I've seen Hardik Pandya do this many times over many years. And on a big stage like this, you know, you can't really see a way back for the West Indies here.
Well, Jason Holder will definitely have different plans. He runs away from us now to bowl to Samson. He's in wide of the crease he goes. Bowls right in the block hole full and pushed away towards the onside for a single on those practice pitches, which are a dangerous place to field, I'll tell you, because the ball sort of just slides off those surfaces. 1 run to the total, 172 now, 24 of 17. That's the equation. Change of bat for Hardik Pandya. Maybe he did too much with that swivel extra cover back foot drive, if you want to call it that. They substitute running back with what was his bat. He's now got a fresh one. The real character, Hardik Pandya. Walks with a swagger, talks with a swagger. Somebody who's often in his younger days said that he wanted to model himself like a West Indian cricketer, and he certainly tried to do that, his injuries notwithstanding. Hardik waits now for Jason Holder. Holder's in, bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery, that. Just keeping Hardik guessing for a moment. Going really wide of the crease there, Holder, and dropping it down. 129 clicks that ball.
It's that delivery again, isn't it, Prakash? That straight Yorker. You know, I think West Indies have got a little bit too a little bit fearful going straight to the Indian batters. I think they've got a little bit too caught up trying to stay out of the hittings. I think sometimes you've got to just go at those stumps full, fast and straight.
This one's clipped away off his toes by Hardik. Just a little shimmy towards the offside, clipped away to deep mid-wicket for a single. 173 now, 23 of 15 is the equation. And Jason Holder thoughtfully walking back to the mark. It's been a good over so far, just 2 runs off it, 3 balls gone, 3 more to come. What can Holder do? Shai Hope, the keeper and the captain, marshalling his troops in the deep. Man at cover just being moved a little bit squarer as Holder goes away. 98 number on his jersey. Bowls, and this one's cracked away on the offside. This will probably beat the fielder. It does. And who else but Samson? Just a little bit of width on offer there, and Samson pounces on it and cuts it away powerfully down to backward point for 4. 177 for 4 now. 19 needed of 14. That equation coming down.
Yeah, it is. We get another great shot from Samson. Again, sweating on width. And again, it's just the control for me. He hasn't tried to butcher that delivery. He's just laid bat on ball. And he knew once he had to beat backward point, especially Eden Gardens, that was always going to be 4. And that's what I've loved about this knock. Just the timing, as well as the deft touch, as well as the power. It's just been really, you would say, the complete 2020 knock.
He waits, Samson does, for Jason Holder going away from us to bowl to him. Goes deep in his crease again and is able to work that Yorker out towards the straightish mid-wicket area for another single. 178 for 4 now. 18 of 13 required. Hardik Pandya 16, Samson 87. Partnership 37 of 23. And almost a weary looking Holder walking back to the top of his run. Ruston Chase coming across just to gee up his bowler. Last ball of the 18th coming up here. What's Holder got up his sleeve? The crowd wait expectantly. Hardik on strike. Holder bowls, full toss. Hardik pummels it on the onside. Chase for the fielder. He'll get there and limit it to a single. I think it's Hetmeyer who's been the outstanding fielder. That catch that he took to dismiss Tilak Varma really has to be the catch of the match for me. One of the most remarkable catches. Never easy when you're backpedaling, but hasn't got the support he would have expected from his teammates. 179 for 4 now. 18 overs gone, and the last 2 overs, 17 runs is what India need. The West Indies will dearly want this to be a really good over and then put the pressure on India in that final one.
Yeah, I think they need a wicket. I think West Indies, they've got to try and break this partnership somehow, some way. Mix and match the bowling. You know, it's not been their best tonight. I think, again, it's just been inconsistent, I think is the best way of describing it. You know, not sticking to a plan. I think it made Shai Hope's job very, very difficult. You can't protect both sides of the wicket, especially on small grounds. You've got to stick to a plan, and they just haven't been able to do that tonight.
Shamar Joseph with the over from the far end into Hardik Pandya bowls, and Pandya gets a good delivery, which he just about manages to get some bat on it. Squeezes out behind him for Shai Hope. He's got to find a way of bowling 5 more of those.
Absolutely. I think, you know, sometimes you just have to, weirdly, you just have to bowl to your field. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think bowlers get too caught up in trying to mix it up, and sometimes when you're doing that, you actually present more scoring opportunities. Sometimes you just have to do what it says on the tin. Set your field and try and get the ball underneath Pandya's feet. Somehow, some way, stop him getting underneath the ball.
Change in the field. Final legs drop back on the boundary. Deep points come in, so no room on the offside to err for Joseph. And Pandya's skewed this. This should be taken, and it is. You wanted a wicket for the West Indies, and it is there. Shamar Joseph strikes, and deathly silence descends suddenly on the Eden Gardens. More drama to come here. Hardik Pandya spooned this one up, and this time comfortably taken. So India 179 for 5 now. The equation 17 required of 10, and the West Indies believe again.
Strapping people, this game is not done. Just when you think someone is going to take the lead hand in this game, it just throws up another curveball. But again, just as we said, the straight Yorker, isn't it? Getting under Pandya. Pandya couldn't quite generate enough power, and that's where I think, if West Indies are going to salvage this is where Joseph now, he's got to close out this over. As you said, he's got to bowl 5 of those or 4 of those now. Try and get some dot balls at the very most singles. If India get boundaries away here now, the game's finished.
Absolutely. Shivam Dube is the new man in. He's got a job and a half to do. All of India will be egging him on, but the West Indies will feel now that they have cracked the door open. Can they push it wider? Can they push India to a point where they have to try something ridiculous? At the moment, one just gets the feeling that Sanju Samson stands between the West Indies and a place in the semi-final. Shivam Dube on strike. For him, the deep field. 4 men on the onside. Deep fine, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, and a man at wideish long on, knowing his hitting arc is there. Round the wicket comes Joseph Bowles, and he's hit this one away in the gap. It's going to run away for 4. It does. Shivam Dube doing exactly what the team needed. Shamar Joseph coming round the wicket. The angle was into the left-hander, and he had to just make sure he got enough bat and placed it, which he did. 4 more, 183 for 5 with 13 required of 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to, as I say, it's difficult to have a go at Shamar Joseph there. He's obviously gone for the Yorker and just overcooked the pudding there a little bit. I mean, I'm questioning again why you would come round the wicket as a left-hander myself, come round the wicket into Shivam Dube's natural hitting arc, which is generally over the leg side. Surely you want to spear it across him, or at least use your angle.
And this one manages to squeeze it on the offside, and fortunately for the West Indies, got straight to one of the men. A few inches, a few yards here and there, and that's boundary. But well done by Shamar Joseph under huge pressure. 13 of 8 now. Are we going to see some more drama here? We've had our share of drama in this tournament. We've had 2 super overs. We've had several close games turning right at the end of the innings as well. Here's Shamar Joseph into Dubey. He bowls, and this time Dubey is threading the needle on the offside. 4 runs to backward point, and once again just missing his mark. And Shivam Dubey, all he had to do was place ball, which he did. 187 for 5. Now 9 required of 7 balls, and once again the pendulum swings possibly decisively now towards India. 187 for 5. 1 ball of the 19th to come.
Yeah, that was great placement there from Dubey. You know, read the field very well, knew what was coming, and Shamar Joseph really fed that delivery. You know, the wide line Yorker with the offside field up, which to me makes no sense really, but this is what has cost West Indies really the game, hasn't it? It's the tactics. It just hasn't divvied up for me with the bowling, you know, and India have made them pay every single time.
Yeah, the barn door being locked after the horses bolted. Man pushed down towards deep point now. What can Joseph do with this delivery? He is in, he bowls to Dubey, and Dubey gets it on the pad. It's going to ricochet out. They're going to look for the first run. Will they go back for the second? Yes, they're charging back, and they will come back for the second run. This will probably be leg buys, but it doesn't matter. It's 2 more runs to India's total, which now moves to 189 for 5. 1 over to come, and 7 runs of the final over. You would expect the team batting to get those on most occasions, but this glorious game of cricket has often thrown up the most unbelievable stories. Is there one still to come?
Did someone say double super over? You wouldn't bet against it with the way this tournament has gone. I would not bet against it.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What a great tournament this has been. I mean, it's not just been about the associate countries coming and showing that they belong on this stage, running some of the more dominant teams close, upset win here or there, and now because of the time the West Indies have taken, the last thing they needed was to have the penalty of an extra fielder inside the ring. That's in some ways almost cruel, but that's the rule. And the umpires adjudicating or deciding that even after accounting for injury time and whatever else. This is something, I don't know if they use a stopwatch. Maybe they should, or maybe they do, I don't know.
Oh, well, good on
189 for 5.
Good on the umpires for enforcing it. You've got to get round as fielders. We all know that. You've got to get round, get your... But I suppose when the ball is travelling around, it's you find yourselves having more meetings, which can take time.
Yes. Well, Romario Shepherd with the final over of the innings to Sanju Samson. He goes in and he bowls, and Samson is lofted this one into the air, and it's gone way back for the 6. What a shot that was. Didn't think there was any particularly wrong with that ball, but Samson is in the kind of mood where he just tonked it effortlessly over the onside through mid-wicket for yet another 6. Sanju Samson has played, I think, one of the greatest innings of his career. He's now 93 not out of 49.
Absolutely, well summed up there, Prakash. I think that was a glorious shot, really. I mean, Shepherd just missed his spot by fractions, but he's in such great touch, and I'd say it's just been a surgical knock for me, and well deserved.
Unbelievable innings. For so many times in his career, Sanju Samson is flattered to deceive. He's always had the talent. Is this going to be the making of Sanju Samson, the man? And remember, he wasn't in the original mix of things, but how often have we seen that in the game? Here's Shepherd to Samson, and Samson drives. It's gone in the air just over the fielder. That'll be it. India march into the semi-finals. Sanju Samson goes down on his knees, looks heavenwards, and thanks whoever it is that he needs to, including the maker. 199 for 5 India. India win by 5 wickets, and the West Indies just not quite able to string it together to be able to repeat what happened in 2016. India will play England at the Wankhede Stadium on the 5th of March, but for the moment, Sanju Samson take about 97 not out of 50 balls. Dubey on keeping him company on 8, but it was Sanju Samson's game and Sanju Samson's innings, and he has steered India to what is a fabulous win, I would say. The highest ever score, if my memory serves me right, for India chasing in a World Cup game in T20 cricket. 199 for 5. I'm going to be joined by Henry Moran. I'm sure we'll get reactions, but the Eden Gardens crowd has got their money's worth. Almost 400 runs scored tonight, and a game that sees their side, the home side, winning through, and the crowd singing Vande Mataram, which is a song that essentially says salute to the nation. And it's a spontaneous crowd which is risen on its feet, tricolors flying everywhere. Feel for the West Indies. Undoubtedly a great innings. Maybe they were 15 short, and that's something that Anisha Ghosh did talk about, but it is the way it's gone. And Henry Moran now alongside me as the players shake hands.
Well, thank you, Prakash. Please stay with us, because it has been a memorable night here in Kolkata, and what a performance from Sanju Samson. Career-defining, perhaps. I do think, though, from West Indies' point of view, they'll think not just about maybe a few runs left out there, but let's not forget the extras, 7 wides, and the extra balls that come from that. Fumbles on the boundary, dropped catches. It is, I'm sure, for them a case of what might have been. And Michael Carberry still alongside us too. Michael, before we get some reaction from Sanju Samson, undoubtedly the player of the match, what have you made of it all?
Well, first of all, I think congratulations to India. I think, you know, and Sanju Samson, I think what a lovely story, you know, someone who wasn't in the plans initially, you know, had to sit and wait his turn, and then on one of the biggest games, the biggest stages, he's delivered. You know, there's some doubts around whether he could deliver on the big stage. Well, he certainly proved that tonight, and congrats to him. You know, you hope this will be the springboard for an illustrious career. West Indies, I think, yeah, possibly a little bit of a feeling of a chance missed. I think, you know, much like India with the ball, didn't get it right, and that's just simple how it was. You know, in the field they weren't backed up. You know, Hetmeyer was fantastic, but overall, I think West Indies were poor. Again, tactically, they were poor. And, you know, on these grounds now, with someone bats like that, you know, you're going to find it very difficult to defend anything.
Prakash, what about India's performance more generally? The big sign in the distance saying India win on the big screen, that's all that matters.
Yes, that's the only thing that matters in the end, yes, Henry, but I think there will be concerns that they will need to address before the next game. As Michael said, I think in the field, India probably left a few too many runs on the ground. They weren't great with their catching. I thought I've rarely seen Indian bowlers, especially someone like Bumrah, express their frustration on the ground, on the pitch. I think there's 2 or 3 fielders there in that playing 11 today who probably need some extra drills. Not taking names, we all know who they were. And I think in a game that can go down to the wire, and we've seen so often in T20 cricket, that you simply cannot afford to let your guard down even for a moment, can you, Henry? And that certainly is something that the Indian team will have to think about. We saw Gautam Gambhir during the game a couple of times with his hands on his ears and eyes, almost suggesting that he didn't want to hear or see what was going on, and he'll have to try and work with the team over the next 2 or 3 days before they clash against England in Mumbai.
Indeed, and who instinctively feels like favourites for that? I mean, India, surely.
Well, you will say India, surely, and I will say England have cracked their way through. They've improved in every game, and I think, as Will Jack said after that last effort, that they have continuously improved. They've come to a situation. They haven't had easy games, and I think that often steals you. Like I said, when South Africa came through that Afghanistan game, I said to you, they came through smelter. They're going to be unbreakable. I mean, not far behind.
Yeah, indeed. 199 for 5. India finished on. They get there by 5 wickets, and understandably we're going to have to wait a moment or two to hear from Sanju Samson, because he'll be taking a very deep breath somewhere down in the bowels of the stadium below us, because he has played some innings to get his side across the line, and we will get reaction from the player of the match shortly, because goodness me, if ever a player deserved it, Prakash and Michael, it's not quite a one-man show, because the other contributions, the next highest Tilak Varma's 27, but 97 or 50 in a nervy run chase is some innings, Michael.
Absolutely, and again, it's testament to the depth of you know, the young Indian talent coming through, I mean, it's just vast, isn't it? I mean, as I say, someone who I've watched a little bit of, Sanju Samson, through IPL, very talented player, but you think he couldn't initially get in this squad, and then suddenly there's an opportunity, there's an opening, and it just shows you what hunger and desire can do, you know. And when someone's back's against the wall and the doubters are there, and you give him a platform to do what he's done tonight, I mean, as I said, I mean, it's a lovely story, and you just hope that, again, you see him go to higher highs, really, from an innings like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sanju Samson, as I said during commentary, is someone that has always, everyone's known that he's had the talent, whether it's through the IPL, whether it's through the Ranji Trophy first-class circuit. Somehow, it's always been a case of Sanju Samson almost showing every sign of getting there, and then just faltering at the end. Tonight was not like that. I think Michael used the word surgical. I think it was that innings, and I dare say when Suryakumar Yadav went across to him when he got his 50, I think the message was clear. You've got to finish this, mate. And I think that it was a very different Sanju Samson after that 50. He was happy to push the ball into the gaps. He was happy to play on the ground. He didn't try to play extravagant shots, timed it. And I think that just showed the value of what you and I have talked often, Henry, during this tournament. What's the value of someone staying there and playing a little bit more regular cricket, as opposed to necessarily looking to clear the ropes all the time?
Indeed. And it was just a case of getting the job done. That's all that mattered for India. Sanju Samson is walking very slowly over the boundary edge. Enjoy, I think, every moment of this. The crowd has largely stayed around as well. They want to hear from him. And we're going to be we're getting some reaction in just a moment, inevitably. The crowd that have been here and through the ringer a little bit tonight will be desperate just to get a bit of a sense and a bit of reaction, because it has been, you know, some performance. It really has. And Prakash, thank you to you for the time being. Prakash Wakanka, who called that so beautifully home with India getting over the line. 199 for 5. They only needed 196, but they got them. And they got them thanks to the efforts of Sanju Samson, who is, I can see down there, ready for the post-match presentation. And it looks as though Ian Bishop will be chatting to him in just a moment with our semi-final lineup set. South Africa, New Zealand, India against England on the 4th and the 5th of March. Right, let's get some reaction.
It's a great pleasure and honor to appoint the player of the match as Sanju Samson for his 97 with 12 fours and 4 sixes. Carlos Brathwaite, the former West Indies captain, and of course a great history at this ground, to present that medal to Sanju. We have to speak to you, Sanju. This accomplishment in such a crucial game, what does it mean to you?
It means the whole world, actually, to me. I think right from the day I started playing, started dreaming to play for the country, I think this is the day I was waiting for. And very grateful, very thankful. And I've always had a very special journey with lots of ups and downs, but I've kept on doubting myself, kept on thinking, what if, can I make it? But I kept on believing, and thanks to the Lord Almighty for actually blessing me today. So I'm very happy.
You spoke to us before the game started, and you talked about role clarity and the fact that you were looking to get your team off to quick starts, but you did that and then carried all the way through. Take us into your mindset.
Yeah, I think that's why I've been playing this format for a very long time. I think playing IPL around 10 to 12 years and playing for the country from last 10 years. I have not been playing, but looking from the dugout, learning from the greats like Virat Kohli, from Rohit Sharma, like all the greats. I think it's very important to observe and learn and see what they were doing. I think that really helped me too, I think, with my experience. I've only played maybe 50, 60 games, but I've seen around 100 games, and I've seen how the greatest people have finished the game, and how do they change their game according to the game. So I think as last game we were batting first, so it was all about setting a very high score. So that's how I wanted to go big right from ball one. But this game was completely different. I think as soon as I wanted to go a bit higher, we are losing wickets. So I think I wanted to build a partnership, wanted to keep on focusing on my process, and I never felt that I will do something special like this, but I was just focusing on my role and just keeping one ball at a time, and very grateful. I think this is one of the greatest days of my life.
We could see that with the reaction and in front of this crowd as well. Talk to us about the energy they brought and the pitch conditions.
Yeah, definitely they do bring a lot of energy and they do bring a lot of support. But I think on the other end, there is always a question, what if not? So definitely that keeps on playing in your mind. But when that thoughts kept on coming, I just brought myself into the present moment and just looked at the ball and trusted myself to react according to the ball in merit. So I think that worked out pretty well today.
Sanju, there are so many places we could take this conversation, but you've exerted yourself and you've had a great day. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Oh, what a lovely interview that was. Spoke really well. You could see what it meant. Big smile on his face, as they should be. Quite right, too. And you've got to enjoy those sort of days, Michael, haven't you? You just accept that the life of a batter is sometimes not a great one, but sometimes. And it's one of those where you just accept the good days and make the most of them.
Absolutely. You have more down days than up days as batsmen, as I know. You've been through it, but as I say, you know, just listening to some of his commentary there, you know, he talked a lot about belief and coming through the ups and downs, and I think that's a message for all of us to take on board. You know, the sport is not a linear curve. You know, you do have ups and downs, and you've got to keep trusting your process. And today, he just looked like a man in the zone. You know, there's something a lot of sports sites talk about, you know, where you just fully locked in and you trust your process, all those hours and months and years of practice from childhood right the way through. And this is where, you know, you were able to deliver on the big stage.
Indeed, and they really have delivered. You have to say it was a real brave performance. I think it's
AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X, and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis, and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport. Listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs.